and welcome. Today we're in front of San Francisco's architectural landmark, the Ferry Building. The stunning clock tower and beyond, the city meets the bay. This is where you want to be if you have to immerse yourself in the local culture and community. Inside the Ferry Buildings are some of the finest restaurants celebrating the local cuisine. It truly encapsulates the quintessential San Francisco vibe. A level up is Shack 15. That is the playing arena for the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, where all the action happens. Will Magnus have smooth sailing? I'm predicting a storm on the Anish Prag matchup. Day 2 coming up.
Unbelievable how he finds that move.
We've got to call that Prag style. He's going to win the tournament. He's going to show the checkmate to us.
Wow.
He's taken it.
He's done it.
Magnus really looking happy with himself.
It's going to be checkmate.
Magnus shaking his head.
Oh, look at the bar.
3 seconds.
1 second.
Has to make a move.
Whoa, okay, crazy tactics. This is just one of the most beautiful games I've ever seen.
This is a dude move, isn't it? Direct.
Wow, he's going straight for the kill.
He is out to win this tournament.
This is so difficult.
Whoa! Oh!
No way.
This is my ultimate fancy, getting a position like this one from an opening.
Wait. This move is breaking the rules.
Magnus Carlsen is furious. What is happening? Alcatraz is another famous site in San Francisco. The city on the US West Coast is a metropolitan for finance, technology, and now also chess, hosting the 2022 Meltwater Champions Chess Tour Finals. World number 1, Magnus Carlsen, he got a flying start, winning his match against big rival Wesley So yesterday, but today he is up against something he has struggled with this season, an Indian teenager. Welcome everyone to day 2 in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour Finals. No longer a teenager, he turned 32 yesterday. Grandmaster David Howell and International Master Jovanka Houska here to guide you through an exciting day in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. And Jovanka, what was the highlight for you yesterday, day 1?
Oh, it has to be the match between Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So. For me, that was a real thriller of a match. I mean, it looked like Wesley perhaps had the upper hand, especially with the white pieces. But Magnus, of course, he pulled through in those critical moments and, of course, showed some escape artistry.
Yeah. And we must say, Wesley So, he's one of the highest rated players in the world, maybe the second biggest favorite in the tournament after Magnus Carlsen. So could Magnus basically have gotten a better start, David?
Yeah, it was a dream start for Magnus in terms of the result, but on the board, it was a bit shaky, as Jovanka mentioned. He needed to be resourceful. He needed to be a bit lucky, Magnus, so he will want to improve, step up a few gears. And Wesley, there we see him with his mother. Let's not write him off. He's going to come back. He's going to start putting some wins together. And yeah, anything can still happen. It's very early days in the Tour Finals.
Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So here arriving for day 2. They are 2 of 4 players on site in San Francisco, and the 2 big rivals from the 2021 season faced off on day 1.
Wow, Wesley sacrifices rook. Suddenly drama on the board. And if the black rook moves, suddenly checkmate again. How do you stop this if you're Magnus Carlsen? Deadly threat on the board. He finds it though, Magnus Carlsen. Very strong pass pawn, but he's going to swoop back and defend against it. He's given a check. And when the white king moves...
Oh, look at the bar for the first time in the Tour Finals. Huge reaction.
Quite incredible defense, actually, from Magnus. I mean, I thought it was all over, and we see Wesley shaking his head.
It's a draw after 113 moves.
Yeah.
Control.
Control.
Self-control.
Definitely.
Hitting the white knight.
Sign of a champion. Wait. This move is breaking the rules.
Oh.
Totally. I mean, look at the black king. It's in danger. And Wesley has gone and moved the queen all the way to the other side of the board. This move is just a killer blow.
That's a simple fork. Plus 100 for white now. That means checkmate is coming.
It is going to be game over.
Wow. We have huge drama on the board in San Francisco. The bar has jumped up for Wesley So. Magnus Carlsen is furious.
It's a one-move blunder by Magnus. He blundered a piece. He's actually given up his queen because that was the only thing to do. We should be seeing playoffs now. Wesley will strike back, most likely.
And the perfect fortress is in place.
He knows he's saving it,
Yeah.
but he knows he still needs to.
Still needs to work.
And it's a draw.
And that means the match is over. Magnus Carlsen takes the win. Yeah, it was a great start for Magnus Carlsen, winning against one of the other big favorites in the tournament, Wesley So, to take all 3 points. Duda was dominant against Arjun Award, winning the match in only 3 games. Mamedyarov, that's a huge win for him against Pragnananda. 3 points for Mamedyarov. Anish Giri and Liemle, they had to decide their match in tiebreaks, with Anish Giri winning to take 2 points, 1 point for Liemle. We did follow Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So closely yesterday, David.
Yep.
Blunders from Magnus, missed opportunities from Wesley. So what's happened in this match?
Yeah, it feels like neither of these two players were at their best. Magnus, he started quite strongly, put some pressure on, but then he was on the back foot for the rest of the match. And Wesley, he'll look back at those missed opportunities you mentioned, where he could have capitalized. I think just with a bit more composure, a bit more calmness. Maybe if it was later in the tournament when they were less rusty, just already warmed up, then we would have seen a very different result. But Magnus, he'll look back at yesterday and he'll want to improve. He knows it was a good start, but should be better.
Yeah, he did finish with a smile on his face, Magnus Carlsen, and he is one of 3 players on top of the table after 1 out of 7 days in the tour finals. 3 points for him, Duda, and Mamedyarov, 2 points for Anish Giri. And we do have 3 players on 0 points. One of them is Pragnananda. He did lose yesterday, first match against the Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. We can never expect what he's going to do. How impressive was that match win?
Yeah, we need to stop being surprised with all these amazing games by Mamedyarov. I think it was more the style with which he won yesterday. It came down to the final game, the scores were level, and Mamedyarov, he just quietly, slowly outplayed Pragnananda, and we're not used to that. We're used to fireworks from the Azeri magician. And Prag, tough start for him, but he did come up against a genius player yesterday. So he's still got chances, Prag. We're used to him performing well on the tour, and I think he will still believe in his chances of fighting back.
He seemed super disappointed yesterday with his loss, though, Pragnananda. And let's take a look at the matchups coming up on day 2 in the tour finals. Mamedyarov coming from a big match win against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, another player on 3 points. Who will win this one? Liemle, he is up against Wesley So. They both lost their matches yesterday and will be looking for match wins today. Arjun Award, the young Indian, he takes on world #1 Magnus Carlsen today. And then we're going to follow the first game between Anish Giri. He is up against Pragnananda, who lost his match yesterday. He's going to be looking for revenge today. Both of them sitting in San Francisco. Anish won in Blitz tiebreaks yesterday. Who do you hold as a favorite?
Yeah, it's hard to say, really. I do believe that there's a lot of mutual respect here. There's a kind of budding rivalry, though, because earlier in the season, Anish actually beat Prag here in Oslo to kill Prag's chances of winning the first major of the season. Since then, they've had some up and down battles. Anish is ahead in their personal score. So I feel that Prag has a score to settle, but Anish is riding high. Yesterday, he won that Blitz playoff against a former world Blitz champion, Liemle. And for Anish, that feels like a big breakthrough. That's been his Achilles heel, and he seems to have solved it already.
Yep. Anish Giri, on the 2021 version of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, he won the prestigious Magnus Carlsen Invitational. But this year, the 28-year-old has struggled on the tour.
You have qualified for the knockouts in many, many events, but we haven't seen you in the finals. What do you think has been a big challenge for you?
The semi-final. So far, the semi-final has been the thing that stopped me from reaching the final. Sometimes my preparation is working out very well, and sometimes it doesn't. I think one of the biggest challenges in the rapid format is the time management. Doing the time management good service is an issue.
Oh no, it's another match loss for Anish Giri.
Sometimes you have certain opponents that you struggle with. Like my score against Duda was so bad, and I don't really know why that's the case. But sometimes you have a period where you struggle against a certain player. With Magnus, I had as well periods where I was comfortable against him and periods where I just played horrible. But there at least it's understandable. Obviously, you don't need to explain why you're afraid of the world number one.
Has Anish just blundered a pawn? There we go.
Oh, no.
He was defending so well, but that's what happens when you're rushing 40 seconds on the clock.
But when it comes to someone who is ranked as high as you, or even lower, that's like much more odd and unusual.
Do you think you are where you want to be in your career at 28?
No, of course not. You always want to be higher. You can never be happy unless you're number one. But I think what matters for me is that I'm at a place where I am close enough to the very top that at least I have the illusion that I can get there. And I think that's what matters, because it's all about the journey, not the destination.
I love that quote from Anish Giri. He's been one of the top players for many, many years, but struggled this season on the tour and struggled a little bit overall as well. He says he still has ambitions to become the world's best chess player. Do you believe in that, Jovanka, or is his career spiraling downwards?
No, I'm an optimist, so I absolutely don't believe that his career is spiralling downwards. I mean, just look at his strength. He's an incredibly strong player. OK, it hasn't worked out in critical moments, but this is just room for improvement. I mean, he just has to work harder, just know more stuff and perform better.
Yeah. Can he win the Tour finals, David?
He definitely can. He proved yesterday that even after all these setbacks he's had throughout this season on the tour, he can still bounce back. He still believes, and that is the key, that belief. He mentioned it in the interview, and for me, it's I forget he's 28. I mean, he's so experienced at this point. He's been at the top of world chess for 15 years almost, and he's got the type of chess style that's hard to beat. And if the opponents get frustrated, if they take him for granted, then he can strike back. So I believe in Anish Giri. I've seen so many high-quality games from him, and yeah, he might need a few things to go his way, maybe some of the other players not to be on form, but he's capable. Yeah. He can do it.
And today, he needs to believe he can beat Prag. He has arrived, Anish Giri, Shack 15 in San Francisco.
Anish, up against Prag, you've got a strat and you're going to follow it?
Absolutely, just like yesterday.
Just like yesterday. All right, tell us, what is your anti-young chess mantra?
Also, the word mantra is very fitting. I don't know, I didn't think about that. Let's see. I mean, first you should win. After that, you should give an interview trying to look like a smartass, not the way around.
We're not going to let you go off after your game. All the best for the rounds. Thank you. Wesley, you're facing Liam today. Your thoughts on the matchup?
It's interesting. I've played him many times. We've been teammates in Webster for a couple of years. We've also teammates in the Pro Chess League, US Chess League. So I've known him for... Oh, also in Asia, we've played so many times. I think we're around the same age. I've been seeing him in World Youth since 2004 when he represented Vietnam and I represented the Philippines. So it's going to be fun, going to be exciting, just like old times.
Fun and exciting, but is it challenging to play someone you know so well?
Yeah. Well, it's, I think it's a good and bad thing. Bad thing is because he knows me well as well. But good thing because I can know what to expect and I can tell what positions we're going to get. At the same time, he's a very strong player.
We're looking forward. All the best.
Thank you.
Magnus against Arjun today. Can we expect some anti-young player chess?
We'll see. You can expect some more blunders, probably.
All right, that's also fun to watch, but what's rule number one of the anti-young player chess?
Play openings that were popular before they were born.
Okay, that's some good insight. And yesterday you predicted time as the critical factor. What's it going to be today?
Not blundering.
Good luck.
Thank you.
The players have their plans ready for day 2. 4 players are competing from Shack 15 in San Francisco, and 4 players are sitting in their homes around the world in this hybrid event. Erigaisi especially, it's super late for him in India, 1:30 in the morning when the games start. We will follow 2 players in San Francisco in the first game. It's Giri up against Prag in this very building, beautiful building in San Francisco. And here comes Prag. he needs to strike back after losing his match yesterday. What do you expect is the plan for Prag today, David?
Well, what served him so well in the tour is that he's been so direct. He's been fantastic in the opening stage, and Prag, yeah, he needs to get off to a good start. It won't be easy. Anish is the one who starts with white, but I'm expecting Prag to try and already push Anish out of his comfort zone as early as possible.
A handshake from these two. They have played many games against each other this season on the tour. It's actually advantage for Anish Giri. He has won quite a few games against Pragnananda this season. Will we see an exciting match? What kind of styles are up against each other, Jovanka?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be very exciting. I would say that Prag has a very technical, also quite aggressive style, and Anish has a very theoretical style as well. He's not afraid of these dynamic positions, so this means that we're going to see a big battle early on in the game. And there we see Anish open with the queen's pawn. It's my favorite opening with the white pieces. Now, how is Prag going to react? He develops his knight, standard stuff. And, well, Anish is always going to play into the main line, so he pushes his bishop's pawn 2 squares forward. And there we see Prag approach a very push open with the e-pawn. And here we go. Very aggressive choice from Anish already.
Okay.
Yeah, very aggressive. So it's the Nimzo Indian that is characterized by black's dark square bishop coming out early, and we've just seen that dark square bishop trade itself off for a knight. And this is transposing into a variation we call the Samish, named after a very famous player. And this position is so imbalanced because look at white's c-pawns. They are doubled right now. They're eternally weak. But white has the bishop pair, and in the center of the board, white has the perfect pawn formation. Those 3 pawns on the 4th rank control a lot of squares. So there's a lot of long-term risk here for Anish Giri. That's why I'm slightly surprised by his opening choice. He normally doesn't want to take on these structural defects, these long-term weaknesses in terms of pawn structure. But short-term, he has so much potential. And Prag, actually, with the black king, it looks very safe right now. But watch out for it getting attacked later in the game. Anish playing super fast up to this point, just moving his knight out the way. Now the white bishops are ready to come out. And the bishop pair also a relevant factor for later. But what do you think of this opening choice, Jovanka? Very risky for both players.
It is definitely risky. And I have noticed that when Anish is successful against Prag, it's always because he chooses very critical openings. You know, he puts Pragnananda on the back foot very early on. So I think this is a perfect choice. And I'm just checking the database and I can see only 3 games. So I was looking at where did the players make those unusual choices. But I have to say, within those 3 games, it's even Stevens. Both players have 1.5.
Okay.
So Salem Salah is actually the main practitioner of this. He's played 2 games. First, he beats Raunak Sadwani, and then he lost to Daniel Yufa. So 2 high-quality games.
Yeah, so some grandmasters have battled it out in this position before. And the one thing that's so strange to me is Anish Giri, he's playing in this opening, choosing this setup, this risky strategy. Not this exact position, but just until 2 moves ago, Prag had played this before himself several times from the white side. So Prag will know all of the little details, all of the nuances. Anish Giri had played this position from the black side himself and lost some important games, including against Jordan van Foreest in Vaikanze, including some other big battles. So, yeah, it feels as if both players have adopted the other one's strategy. Prag here playing black against an opening he likes to have with the white pieces, and likewise Giri playing the white side in a position where he's maybe suffered with black, but has more experience with the other colour. And there we go. Black did commit his king. Eventually, you needed to choose which side to put the king on, and Giri just continuing with piece development. Normally, black, with this last move, proving this, he's going after the c4 pawn, those 2 double c-pawns that I mentioned. It's the front pawn that's the weakest. And, yeah, Prag not hesitating. Giri needs to be aggressive to justify his pawn structure here.
Yeah, he definitely has to be aggressive. And I do remember quite a while ago that this kind of pawn structure was a big favourite of US champion, previous US women's champion and grandmaster, Arena Crush. And she used to tell me that, you know, sometimes you just forget about that pawn that's under fire, the c4 pawn, and you just focus instead on marching your kingside pawns in this, just forward, F for forward, and initiate an attack. And that this is very, very dangerous, because if you were to look at black's king, you see it's only got 1 defender, which is the knight.
Yeah, and I think we will see those factors come into play very, very shortly. It depends on what Prag does here and over the next couple of moves. If Prag is too slow, if he just sits, waits, doesn't really achieve much with the black pieces, then suddenly, as you mentioned, Jovanka, white is going to start stepping forward. I just really, in these positions as black, I always fear this dark square bishop coming out. White's dark square bishop is the only unrivaled piece of its kind, and it's threatening to come out with a really nasty pin that's going to be hard to break. So we mentioned the weaknesses in white's position. It's this pawn. The typical move here, maybe the most thematic move, would be to go after it. This pawn is attacked twice. It's actually almost impossible to defend this pawn now. It's going to drop off the board, and like you said, white is just going to ignore it. Anish is just going to, for example, create that type of pin. Or for another idea, OK, Prag has played this. Another idea, as you mentioned there, Jovanka, would be to just continue marching forward with his pawn, and that is on the board. It's the 4-pawn attack. One of them will drop. It is going to be this c-pawn that's captured, I guess, now. But Anish, he's going all out against black's king.
We have to say it. Mean Girls.
The Mean Girls, yes.
Yeah. Don't see them that often. We have to mention it when we do have the Mean Girls on the board.
Yeah, and it's always more impressive when they're in the centre. It's like they control everything, pretty much. And that is why I'm expecting Prag to eliminate one of the gang. And, for example, after a bishop exchange, I think Anish's idea will be to push a pawn forward and just to try and break lines open towards this black king. White's rook is now about to be on an open line. White's bishop still has the potential to come out and create that pin that we mentioned. White has ideas as well against a loose knight on this square. Tactical ideas all over the place. And yes, black's a pawn up, but not really relevant right now.
And also what's disconcerting is, take a look at Anish's clock time. He's barely paused for thought. This means he's in home preparation. And do you want to be capturing those pawns when your opponent has studied everything? Yes. These are the thoughts that are running through Pragnananda's mind.
Yeah, it's that psychological warfare that we always see in the opening between the top players. Often both players have studied similar positions, but who knows more, who's gone deeper, who's kind of maybe checked this position with an engine more recently, whose coach has told them all the secrets about these positions. Feels like Anish knows more than Prag. And Prag is on his own. He's spent 3 or 4 minutes now on the clock since move 1, and he has to decide, do you capture this pawn? The problem is, what else? You're basically facing an attack no matter what, so you might as well have something to suffer for. So I would expect Prag, after not too long, to pluck up his courage and grab the white pawn on c4. Yeah, we're in for a really, really chaotic game here. And I just love the fact that Anish, he's starting on the front foot. He's attacking. This is what we've wanted to see from him all season, Anish Giri. And he's played it a bit too safe on occasion. Not today.
No, not today. It feels like he's a man renewed, actually. He suffered a setback in the global championships, and now he feels like, OK, I'm determined, I'm going to change my approach. And I really love to see this critical style of chess being played out over the board. And, well, we do. Just while the players are thinking, well, there we see pawn takes pawn actually appear on the board.
Oh, we still have the Mean Girls.
Yeah, even more perfect, right? Yeah. Every single pawn. And now, finally, a pawn drops off the board. And I don't think these captures change things too much. I mean, the plans are still very much the same that David mentioned earlier. And whilst Anish is pausing for thoughts...
Oh, we have a really cool quiz of the day.
We do have a very cool quiz of the day. We are asking everyone at home to caption this picture. And
not this.
Not this picture. No. Here it comes. What is David doing? And when did this happen? Well, caption this, and you can answer it using the hashtag #ChessChamps, and we will feature your answers on the show. And remember, if you also want to join in the fun, send us questions, send us your selfies. So you can do that via the hashtag.
Even move suggestions or even questions for moves.
Yeah, we love all kinds of interaction.
Questions about life, just anything.
We'll help you.
We love them all. And nice to see Simon again as well in this picture. So caption this. David sneaking in to Simon's camera.
Oh, sorry, Simon.
I don't even remember when that was taken. Do you?
Well, because I could see Esipenko in the background there. So it must be from Air Things Masters, because that's the only tournament we had Russian players. They have been not invited on the tour this season after Russia invaded Ukraine. So sometime during Air Things Masters.
Yeah, feels like a lifetime ago.
Yeah.
But back in this game, this one is really dramatic now because something along the lines of what we explained is happening. Anish Giri gave up that pawn, ignoring the whole queen side, that left side of the board now. He's just saying, OK, let's swap bishops. Let's do whatever you want there. I'm going for the black king. And he's pushing forward with the f-pawn. It doesn't look too dangerous for the next couple of moves. But if Anish Giri is given the luxury of time, then white's dark squared bishop is coming out. Lines will open up. Even more pawns might step forward towards that black king. Prag needs to find a way to maybe simplify, maybe swap off some pieces. It's still the clock time for me, Jovanka. Look at Anish Giri. He's got more time than he started the game with. The evaluation bar says it's good for black, but maybe Anish has looked deeper. Maybe this is the type of position that's only fine for black if he finds a series of really accurate moves.
Oh.
And there's no guarantee that Prag will find them.
I have to admit, I would be terrified here, actually, because, you know, the ideas that you mentioned of the dark square bishop jumping out, pinning the knight, white's knight on sitting on g3 is also primed for action. I don't know how to handle this. There's no clear-cut way. So it's very, very scary stuff for Prag right now.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty much confirmed at this point that Anish Giri is still in his home preparation. I'm pretty sure he studied this exact position before, despite the fact nobody in history has ever reached this position, I'm assuming, Jovanka. Yep. And, I mean, that's simply because in this variation, in this position, I think Pragnananda can win a whole rook. I think he can win material, or at least Anish Giri is about to sacrifice a whole rook. For example, as we jump in, here, the most natural move for black, because you're about to get attacked, it's not the one that Prag played. This is very sensible, maybe the best move. But I was going to say the most logical move is just to automatically capture a set of bishops. Why not trade pieces? And now you can jump in with the black knight. You can hit this rook in the corner, hit the bishop, hit this pawn in the center. You can't save all of them for white. And rather than save time, moving the rook out the way, for example, allowing black to come back, capture a pawn, black would be 2 pawns up. I think Anish Giri's preparation will have been to just let this rook drop, to just give it away, and to go on the attack with this pin. This is what Prag was scared of, hence pushing the h-pawn to stop this bishop, creating the pin. And now, if the rook is captured, white leaps forward with his knight, and due to this this awkward tension, suddenly lines will open up towards the black king. It's almost guaranteed if the black knight, having grabbed a rook, rushes back, for example, suddenly there would be danger. Bishop takes knight. And this is the idea, this is the type of idea, at least, that Anish Giri is going for. He's going for the black king. So let's go back to the game. There have been developments in this position. Rather than capture the bishops on Anish Giri's terms, Prag said, OK, I'm going to push forward. I'm covering the dream square for the white bishop. And suddenly, after a trade, Anish just slides his rook across, really calm. What is his idea here? Does he want to bring it up the board and swing it across, maybe?
Yeah, a rover rook. Yeah, I definitely think that is the idea. Again, played almost instantaneously. Yeah. I mean, it has to be the idea. You need to invite all the pieces to the party. You gotta do something now, otherwise you're just a pawn down.
Yeah, and it's difficult for Prag, actually, to break the tension, this tension with the pawns. It looks really nice for white. You don't ever want to get impatient and capture this pawn, for example, as black, because suddenly white's knight arrives on the dream f5 square. This is the perfect launching pad for any attack. It's going to sacrifice itself on this square and open up the black king, on one of these 2 squares at least. So you can't really touch that pawn. If you block it up, then firstly, white could ignore this, but even if the center gets blocked, white still has this idea of bringing the rook up, moving the knight out the way, and then shifting the rook across. And due to the pawn structure, white has so much space, white has plenty of lines to attack with. It just feels so scary for black. So yes, white's a pawn down, but I think the pressure is all on Prag, and you can tell this on his camera, on his clock time. He's down at 7.5 minutes against 15. That's significant.
Wow.
And it looks like Anish Giri, he's played the perfect opening in terms of practical chess, in terms of putting the opponent under unbearable pressure. Yeah, this one is really heating up. Let's go back to the players. Can Anish turn this opening preparation into victory? He needs to strike, because he won't catch Prag unawares like this in the rest of the games. You normally only have 1 or 2 surprises up your sleeve in an opening against a top player. And this is his shot. He's trying it now.
So is it mostly due to the time that Prag is spending that you're thinking that he's surprised he doesn't know what to do? Because the bar is slightly over to Prag's side, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Yeah, he's spending a lot of time on the clock, but also the position is so dangerous for Black. I mean, so many attacking ideas that Prag has to navigate this very carefully. And there we can see, it's like you've become a fortune teller, David.
I did it by accident.
You say it, they play it. Okay, they're not listening to us. And now he mobilizes his rook. It's just a very, very dangerous position. And when you're surprised like this, you have to react cautiously, and you have to treat your opponent's ideas with respect, because everyone is training with computers. I say computers, it's probably supercomputers these days.
Yeah, so for example, the evaluation bar has gone back to 0 now. This is the type of position where if White gets one strike in, one blow against the Black King, we'll see the evaluation bar shoot off in White's favour. It's very unlikely we'll see the evaluation bar shoot off in Black's favour unless Anish makes a blunder somehow, or unless he trades pieces and just ends up in a pawn down endgame. But due to the fact that there's so much pressure, and it's quite long-term pressure, if you look at the pawn structure in the middle, White's pawn's on the 5th rank, Black is very cramped there. So White is the one going to attack. And yeah, I have a feeling Anish, as you mentioned, Jovanka, he's looked at this with a supercomputer. That means he's maybe used Stockfish or Leela Zero, one of these modern engines that they all analyse with, and he will have left this type of position on for 30 minutes or something for the computer to break down the numbers. This might be the type of position where we see the bar, which calculates after 30 seconds. It says it's equal, but if you leave the computer running for 30 minutes, it might say that White has a huge initiative. And again, Black will have to be accurate, remember. Prag shaking now, trying to get some energy going. And I like what Prag has done. Just very calmly brought his rook to an open file. Black's knight on that left side of the board in the White half. Very active, stopping White from, especially the White bishop from moving. But yeah, Anish, he just needs to find a plan, and then we'll see some big attacking chances potentially for White.
And when you say type of position, because obviously Anish cannot have foreseen that this exact position after 18 moves would come on the board. So when you say type of position, what similarities will there be? Kings on that side and pawns in this kind of pawn structure? Is that?
Yeah, I mean, you've nailed it there, Kaja. Basically, it's this pawn structure, it's this piece configuration. It will be the plan of attack. So I think we might be in new territory now on move 18, but up until maybe move 15, 16, Anish played every move instantly. He'd at least figured out where he wants to put the pieces, and now probably he knows where he wants to put the pieces, Anish. It's just choosing the order. Do you want to try that rook lift that we highlighted a few moves ago? Do you want to try that first? Do you want to bring the White queen out first? Do you want to tuck maybe the White king into the corner first? There's lots of ideas that you want to achieve. It's just maybe figuring out what order to do that in. And this pawn structure, he will have studied something along these lines before. At least that seems to be the impression he's giving right now. Slowing down though slightly.
He is slowing down, so I agree with you. I think he's just simply choosing the move order, because he will have played this position out. He will have looked at ways for the White pieces to attack the Black king, and he will have had experience here. Yep,
and this is the type of position where humans will have studied with a computer. Maybe Anish, he's very professional. He will have played training games in similar types of positions, but yeah, it's always hard to remember the details. Someone like Anish, he's probably studied tens of thousands of opening positions in his life. So sometimes it just takes a while, a couple of minutes, to get back in the zone, to get familiar again with the position. And what do you think, Jovanka? What will we see Anish play? It feels like he's ready to move almost.
I think he's going to lift the rook 2 squares forward.
Yeah.
And I think he's just simply working out what's going to happen if it gets attacked, where it's going to swing to. But to me, that's the most natural move. I also quite like your tucking the king away into the corner. I've been burnt very recently, quite a few number of times, about not tucking my king into safety.
Yeah, that feels like an Anish Giri type of move, right? Just safety first, tuck the White king in the corner, and only later attack when you're fully ready. White's king looks fine right now, but it is on an open diagonal. Maybe there'll be some checks later, some time-gaining checks. So, yeah, it's very tense.
Tense, yeah.
Yeah, he's played a great opening. He just needs to back it up now.
Prag probably happy to see Anish finally thinking he makes a knight jump. Is that something not what you expected, I can see?
No.
Yeah, not yet at least. I thought he would prepare this, maybe with the rook swinging up first, but OK, he's setting some traps for Prag. Prag can get greedy and grab another pawn in the centre, but I think that would backfire. Basically, Anish is trying to remove Black's only defender, that Black knight. is about to get traded off for white's knight. And wow, interesting move by Prag. Retreating black's knight, that is purely designed against the rook lift. Remember, white's rook on the b file wants to lift up 2 squares and swing across. That's no longer possible. Black's knight on the other edge of the board, covering that. They're breaking the rules now. They're playing with us. Knights on the rim are dim, guys. What are you doing? But yeah, they are finding some very creative moves.
Cool game. First one today on day 2 in the Champions Chess Tour finals. And Prag, he comes inspired to the board today because it was announced earlier today that he is the recipient of a big sports award in India. And Tanya, of course, international master from India yourself. What is this big award that Prag has received?
Kaja, it is the second highest sporting honor of the country that's given by the government of India, and it's truly the dream of every athlete to win the Arjuna Award. It just means so much. It's a big recognition for all the efforts and the success.
Wow. And Prag actually tweeted about receiving this award. So, and you say it's a dream for any sports person in India. Here we see the tweet as well. Truly blessed and honored to have received this award. How big is it for an athlete and a sports person in India to receive this?
It's huge, like I was saying, and since 2013, there hasn't been a single chess player who's won the Arjuna Award. Every year, around 15 to 25 athletes from different categories are announced. They win this award, and it's been a long time since a chess player did. So for Prag, it means a lot. I actually won it in 2009, so I know exactly what this feels like, and it's a huge deal in India. It's the President of India who gives this award, so a big moment for the family, for the friends, and means so much for the athlete.
Wow, fantastic, Tanya. And there are so many young Indian chess players nowadays. Why do you think it was exactly Prag who received it?
There were a lot of applications that were sent and received, but then it's such a process, and there's so much due diligence. Performance is measured, the kind of success the athlete has achieved, how many medals they won for the country. And Prag's just done so much of that over the last, and it's not just over a period of 12 months, over a period of a year, but they take into account a couple of years, see your performance, see your growth in the sport. And I have to say, it was that moment when Prag beat Magnus for the first time back in February, the Athens tournament, which really exploded in India. And everyone took notice of it, including some of the biggest names in the Indian government as well. And I think probably it's just such a well-deserved award after his performance at the Olympiad, throughout the Champions Chess.
Fantastic. Thank you for that insight, Tanya. How cool that right now we have 2 recipients of the Arjuna Awards in this picture. Thank you, Tanya. How cool. Pragnananda receiving a huge Indian sports award entering this game, and the bar is now more over to his side. Is this going in his favor, do you think?
Potentially, and that's because of a bit of a strange move by Anish Giri on the previous turn. We mentioned that white's rook wanted to lift up the board. It did lift up the board, but it's not swinging anywhere. White's rook on the b4 square, maybe a bit misplaced. And now Anish, he's sacrificing a second pawn. Let's go back a couple of moves. This is the current position. White has just put his bishop to attack the black rook. But here, I think white had several tempting opportunities. For example, the queen could just develop, but white's rook lifted. And the reason it's not a good move, the reason the computer dislikes it, is because it's blocked by its own pawn. Ooh. It wants to jump over its own pawn and swing towards the black king, but that's not possible. Black's rook activated, and here, several opportunities for Prag, several tempting moves. Maybe he could have just been greedy. Maybe he could have grabbed a second pawn. But now the evaluation bar reacts the other way, because Prag has tried to pin the white bishop, but the black rook is on a loose square. What could be the downside to this move? I don't see why immediately the computer favors white suddenly. The rook looks like it's very active. Maybe it's just because it can be hit in a few different ways. The white queen can attack this rook from this side. The white queen can attack the rook from this side. It's a very strange, very hard to evaluate position, to me at least.
It's very difficult. I mean, and it's not obvious to human eye, because I was also confused. So the computer analysis is simply, as you say, the rook can be attacked. And I mean, it's just unbelievable, actually, that you think that White's attack is going to be worth 2 pawns, because after Black captures the second pawn, it's saying after the knight takes knight, queen takes knight, the bishop can come back to c1, to its starting square, attack the rook, and the rook is forced to go to the a1 square, and it's trapped. It's got no squares.
Yeah, it's trapped. Wow. So Anish Giri could maybe trap the black rook. It's not the end of the world for Prag here. He can give his rook up for a bishop. And here we would see a material balance of knight and 2 pawns for one of White's rooks. So it's actually level material. But the reason the computer probably favours White in this type of position is because it's the rooks that are superior to the black knight. White's rook is ready to infiltrate. It's on an open file. Black's knight is sidelined. So maybe that old adage that knights on the rim are dim, maybe that will become very relevant. But it's not easy to see in this type of position, in the game position that we have right now on the board, that this rook is about to get trapped. It's centralized. Centralized pieces are the hardest ones to cage. And Anish, he finds it. Of course, he finds it. Great maneuver here. And it's a key detail that after rook takes bishop, if the rook tries to give itself up, you don't capture the rook automatically. You play a Zwischenzug, a Zwischenschach here, in between check. And first you play knight takes knight check. Otherwise, black would have captured your knight next move. And only after black takes you back, then you win the black rook. So, wow, this is really clever geometry from Anish Giri. And here, Jovanka, maybe since this rook is about to get trapped, maybe it has to step back and offer a trade for White's rook. Otherwise, you just have to give it up for White's bishop, right? This is really difficult to evaluate.
It is really difficult, but the problem is that black has lots of bad pieces, and so stepping back with the rook actually would be a worse solution.
Wow.
I mean, this is really difficult to see again and anticipate, because after knight takes knight again, the queen will capture, and then you ask the question once more to the rook. Bishop attacks the rook, and then after rook takes rook, this is so long and so difficult, and the question is to the knight.
Yeah.
Where are you going to go? You
Yeah.
don't have any safe squares.
Who are you going to call? It's Ghostbusters. This knight is just a terrible piece right now. I mean, the white queen is going to start entering the black camp, winning some pawns, and this would have been terminal for Prag. So he did indeed get greedy here, and he didn't go back with his rook. Instead, he grabbed a pawn, but with this square, taking a pawn on a3. And now we are expecting Anish Giri to swap off the knights, keep things simple, and just go back to trap this black rook. Anish Giri has the advantage. I think Prag, with that misstep, putting his rook on the wrong square, has passed the advantage over to Giri, and suddenly everything to play for. Prag is going to have to be very creative. He's going to have to show all of the resourcefulness he's proved throughout the season just to save this game. And I think Anish Giri, he will, after a bit of a think, find this maneuver. Bishop retreats are quite hard to see sometimes, but there's nothing else. You have to try and trap that black rook.
Yeah, and Anish is very good at spotting those targets. So I think you will see it. And as I've learned this weekend, rooks are better than knights.
Yes.
In all 3 games. I played 3 games last weekend, and in every single game, I was a rook for a knight down. And I was like, when it happened the 3rd time, I was just like looking at it, I was just like, don't ask. I don't know how this happened. Like, fate is laughing at me. And now it's showing me again that I need to brush up on defensive skills.
Yeah, so maybe Prag will... I mean, he's basically in the shoes that you were in your 3 games, Jovanka.
Yeah. And if this is not the universe telling me something...
It happened yesterday in a couple of games
I
as well.
know, that we commented on. Oh, my goodness me. And whilst Anish is considering his move, will he spot that backward bishop move? Well, we have captioned this competition, and Richard Harding captions the picture saying, "Did I just see the squirrel opening?" And Dark Fur says, "We all have that one friend." Yes, David. Yeah. David is actually really good at photobombing pictures like this.
Are you?
I have one where he managed to get in between, actually, Anna Kramlin and Pierre Kramlin. He managed to get in between their faces.
Yeah, I felt really guilty because it was a really nice mother-daughter photo. They just had their arms around each other, but I was standing behind, and I appeared in the little gap between them, like a little troll. But, my favourite thing is photobombing. Sorry, Simon. Some great captions. Keep it up. And what is Anish Giri doing here? Because we thought he would trade off for Black's knight.
Oh!
He's just given up his knight for a pawn. Is this... I mean, either this is genius or it's a mouse slip. He's given up white's knight, and also white's knight is trapped on this square. So the question is, does Prag even take this knight now, or does he have something better? I think Anish's idea here is to just go purely on the attack and go all out for the black king. He's hoping that he's luring the black king out into the open onto a vulnerable dark square, but computer says it doesn't work. Prag, he's got 4.5 minutes. Can he find the solution? Can he find the refutation of white's move? And we have to jump in because...
Yeah, I was going to say, it looked like Anish was super calm in the beginning after making that move, but then he started shaking.
And here, Anish's idea, he's given up his knight. If the knight is captured, then the white queen steps back, hitting the black rook, but also lining up with her bishop against this weak pawn. If the black rook saves itself now, I'm not sure where it goes, then bishop takes pawn. This does look very scary. The black king doesn't have many protectors around. The white queen is swooping in. It's still very complicated. Maybe Anish, he has some attack here at least. Maybe he can try and deliver checkmate, but Jovanka, I must admit, I took a peek here because it's so hard to spot this move, the winning move for black. The winning move is not to get greedy and take this knight.
Yeah, I also took a peek as well, but it makes sense. I mean, the whole thing is that when your king is in danger, you should trade off queens, and so you just simply offer a trade of queens.
Yeah, the best move is just a simple sidestep with the black queen. Not only do you offer the trade of queens, but you take away the route towards black's king from the white queen. White's queen wanted to step back, remember, utilising this diagonal, but also this diagonal. But now, due to the tension on the c-file, white's queen has no way forward. If you don't trade queens, the only way is to step back, and now black's king will take the knight. OK, he didn't find this, Pragnananda, so now we're going to see fire on the board. But here, white would just be a piece down. Prag could have been a piece up for nothing. The queen trade, remember here, would favour black because white's knight is trapped. This knight has no way back. It's going to be taken, going to be captured. And, OK, he didn't find this. He had a lot of time, Prag. I'm slightly surprised. He was looking for options, but he took the knight, and now he is going to face a double threat. The queen is attacking the rook, and the bishop is attacking this pawn. The computer still prefers black slightly, but with such a weak king, there's no guarantees anymore. Wow. One moment of drama. We didn't expect that. We thought Anish was going to show us the calm, the simple way of playing. He could have just trapped the rook for free. He's given up his knight in the process.
Well, that's the thing, though. You know, when you're kind of primed for attacking the king, I guess his attention was focused in that direction. I also didn't even dream about this sacrificial idea. I mean, it could be an inspired moment of genius. It could work out. I mean, and everything to play for. And the player is now locked in thought and just looking at the time situation. You see, Pragnan doesn't have so much time, just over 2 minutes.
Yeah, just over 2 minutes, and especially when you're the one who's been surprised, that definitely would have come as a surprise to Prag. It shocked us here in the studio. Yeah, 2 minutes is not really enough. So, OK, the black rook did save itself.
And now takes a pawn, and then the king sidesteps. But now it's going to be all about the white queen mobilising.
Yeah, the one issue for Anish here, the one issue for white, is that the rooks can't join the attack. There's no way for that white rook on the left side of the board to ever reroute itself towards the black king. The other white rook wants to step up the board, but it would only get traded off by black's rook. Black's rook on the 3rd rank does a great job, actually, of controlling some key squares. So what do we do here? I mean, if we're materialistic, we're a piece down. We could regain some of the material. White's bishop could go and take black's rook. But after the bishop is recaptured, suddenly we have 2 knights against a rook. That still does favour the 2 knights.
And the white rook's just not able to mobilise themselves, as you say, not able to join in the attack. I mean, somehow, if we could transplant that rook sitting on d3, just kind of flick it away, move it away, then white is going to be winning. But it's not easy to do, actually. You cannot chase that rook away, or maybe you can.
Yeah, maybe you can. But the problem is, how do we kick this rook away? We need the white queen to attack this black rook in the middle of the board, but the queen is teamed up with its bishop. You can't lose protection of that piece. You can threaten checkmate in one move here. For example, let's jump back into the game. It's so critical right now. The game will be decided over the next few moves, or at least the momentum will be. You could threaten checkmate. White's queen could jump in, trying to slide up next to the king and trap it. But maybe this is what Anish missed, that after the rook slides across, defending, there's no more entry squares for the white queen. If you slide back, this looks scary again, threatening a discovered check against the black king. But black's rooks now, they just kick the white queen away. There's no more attacking squares for the white queen. She has to retreat, and she will lose her bishop. So in the current position, you mentioned it, Jovanka, maybe you need to just get rid of this rook, but first,
Grab the rook.
you need to just take this piece. The reason I'm reluctant is because now you're only attacking with the white queen. You can jump back in again, but black's queen will offer up an exchange. Exchanges will help black. 2 knights long-term will beat a white rook. And it feels like the attack is fizzling out for Anish Giri. He needs some magic dust. He needs to sprinkle something on this position, and he tries, not by being materialistic, but by going for a pin. And is this going to work? Prag says, OK, I'm just going to bring another piece to the defense.
And still the idea is there of just simplifying, perhaps trading off the rook for the bishop.
Yeah.
And trading into an endgame.
Exactly. White is attacking just with the bishop now, so why not get rid of it next move? Prag is a whole knight ahead, so he has the opportunity. That's often the best way to kill an opponent's attack, give back some of the material they sacrificed, just to get pieces off the board, just to water the position down into an endgame.
And it's also such a great move from Prag because it also ties down the queen. So I really like Anish's last move. So this means the queen can now move from this dark diagonal and perhaps step up 1 square, attack the rook, and get ready to move over to the e2 square. Ooh.
Wow. OK, Prag very calm, brings his knight in. This looks like a blunder at first because it looks like 2 pieces will be attacked, the knight now and the rook, but black's knight can just retreat to a protected square and save its rook. Evaluation bar loving what Prag is doing right now, and rightly so. He's re-centralized his knight. Assuming that this happens, he's re-centralized his knight and everything's protected. The knight protects the rook, the knight itself is defended, white central pawn is under fire. Feels like Anish, he got a bit overexcited, went for the attack when it wasn't really there. He could have played it calmly. Prag, yeah, so calm. He's a great defender. That's one thing we haven't given him credit for this season so much because we're so impressed by his counterattacks, his kind of play on the front foot. But when players go for his throat, he's he's very calm. He always seems to find a way to re-coordinate his pieces.
Yeah, I remember him doing it against Jordan van Foreest. Exactly same scenario, sharp position, and he just handled the complications beautifully and won on the counterattack. And talking about counterattack, Prag is completely winning here. Look how he's manoeuvring his pieces so that they can protect each other. And the queen side moves 2 squares to the right.
And Anish has ticked under the minute on the clock as well.
Yeah, it might be decisive. I mean, not only is it critical now on the board, but the clock. You need to create something here for white. You need some trap for black to fall into, but how do you get those creative juices flowing when you've got less than a minute on the clock, when you're a whole piece down, running out of material? White's queen can't deliver a single check. That's the key. Black's rook is no longer trapped like it was in the previous variations that you showed, Jovanka.
Yeah, and white's rook's still no good. They just don't have an open line to fire down.
You kind of want to pick up all of white's pawns and throw them off the board and say, OK, at least now I have some open lines for my rooks.
Exactly.
But, no, Anish's pawns block his own pieces. And under 15 seconds for Anish Giri, his body language does not look positive. He almost looks as if he's kind of resigning himself to the fact he is lost. OK, it's desperate times when you're a whole piece down and you have nothing better than shuffling your king into the corner. This would have been a good move 10, 15 moves ago, but it's too late for that.
And Prag clinically pushing the a-pawn forward is very difficult to recommend a plan for Anish.
Yeah, I mean, why don't those pawns keep rolling?
Exactly.
The A and B pawns. Yeah.
There's no threat whatsoever on the board. And there you go, attacking the rook one more time. Rook is forced to step back, and he's offering a trade. I think this is a good idea, because black's rook, it was so aggressive. It was such a nuisance.
Yeah, but tactically, does this work? Black can swap a pair of rooks, and white's pawn in the centre. Look at white's e4 pawn. Both the black knights are staring down at it. It's going to fall, and with it, that should be the end of Anish Giri's chances. He's looking away, drinking some water, 30 seconds on the clock. It's beyond saving now, this position.
It's a big missed opportunity for Anish here, and I agree. His position is just collapsing.
Yeah, it's so strange what he did in a way, just that knight takes pawn move. It was a blunder for several different reasons, actually. And it feels like Anish played that earlier blunder by instinct without backing it up with calculation. And unfortunately, at the top level, especially against players like Prag, who are so accurate with their calculation. Can't get away with that. And yeah, after a trade of rooks, Black's knight did snack on a pawn. Right now, Black is a knight and a pawn ahead. And minimal threats. The Black knights defend each other perfectly. Still no checks against the Black king.
Yeah, it's just all about pushing the pawns, actually, on the left side of the board. I mean, no threat, as you say. And he just moves with his queen. This is also great technique. Queen is threatening to come in onto the 4th row. Pawns are going to get pushed. Nothing for Anish to do now.
Yeah, he's run out of pieces. And I was praising his opening. I still think it was a great choice. He got a fantastic position out of the opening, great chances. But yeah, if you don't back up an opening with really consistent play, really accurate, energetic play, and of course, great calculation, then things might fall apart. And it's always risky against someone like Prag. 15 seconds, I think we'll see Anish resign. How about you, Jovanka?
Yeah.
No chance left.
Just resign now.
Yeah, just move on to the next game.
You're taking the role, Simon.
Someone has to. Yeah, he went down to 6 seconds on the clock there. And Anish, and he lifts his rook, but we wanted to lift the rook up the board ages ago. Now any rook swings are blocked by White's own pieces. The White H pawn is in the way of any checks. Black's king, safe as houses, as they say. No chance. And yeah, he's just going through the motions. Prag is going to wrap up this win in short measure, activating the Black Queen, and nothing else to do.
Yeah, I just like the way that Prag is playing. You know, he's taken full control here.
And we have a result. Prag takes the first game of the match.
Wow, look at that. And Anish Giri, he just rushes off. It's Prag who takes the lead with the black pieces in this match in San Francisco between Giri and Prag. And yeah, heading off. It doesn't seem like we will get reactions. They now have 20 minutes to shake it off for Anish Giri and to enjoy this win for Prag and get ready for game 2, where Prag will have the white pieces. Impressive win from the young Indian. What a game. And here is today's Lisoveta learning point.
Today's learning point consists of 2 different factors that did decide this battle between Anish Giri and Prag Nananda. The first factor was keeping it simple. Often keeping it simple is the key to becoming a good chess player, the key even in complicated positions, and that would have actually helped Anish Giri here. And it could have given him an advantage if he had kept things simple, not gone for a complicated sacrifice as we saw in the game. Here it's white to play, and the simple approach would have been to trade off these knights, just eliminate some pieces, because you've done the hard work already. You've trapped Black's rook within enemy lines, and here you can just slide back with the white bishop. The rook has nowhere to go except the corner of the board, and now after queen to b2, this rook has to give itself up for insufficient compensation. White would have an advantage here. Still a long battle ahead, but Anish would have had great chances to win. Instead, however, he went for a more flashy approach, a more complicated approach, and that backfired immediately. We mentioned the first step here was keeping it simple. Here, Prag could have won pretty much on the spot if he hadn't automatically recaptured the opponent's piece. This is the second part. Don't necessarily trust your opponent. Always look for alternatives. Black took this knight, which worked out very well. It did give Prag a winning advantage later, but the simple approach would have been to swap off queens first, eliminating the white queen, or at least forcing it to a bad square. And this knight is trapped anyway. It won't survive for long. You can take it at will later on. Instead, Prag did take the white knight, and we did see a scary moment for Prag after the queen stepped back, White's bishop taking a pawn, but in this position, Anish Giri ran out of resources. He didn't have enough time to back up his sacrifice, and the game did fizzle out. Prag took the point.
Impressive stuff by the young one. One person is still sitting in the San Francisco arena. It's Magnus Carlsen playing game 1 against Pragnananda, another young Indian, Arjun Award. And the bar is slightly over to the Norwegians' side. What's happening in this game? Move 41.
Oh, it's a rook endgame, and rook endgames have a notoriously drawish tendency, but we know Magnus Carlsen, he is the endgame master, and he's ground out so many of these endgames in the past. We're just doing a quick count on the board. Black has 5 pawns, White has 5 pawns. It is a rook endgame, but it's the quality of the pawns. It's the fact that all of Black's pawns are connected together. and they can all protect each other if they need to. White has weaknesses. White has doubled B pawns. Those don't make a great impression. And White's central pawn, the E4 pawn, it is a loner. It has no friends, nothing to protect it. It's an isolated pawn. So Magnus now, he's protected all of his pawns. The black king is going to go towards the left to try and pick off that advanced white B pawn. And what do you think, Jovanka? Can Arjun save it? Can he hold the fort here? It's not going to be easy.
No, it's not going to be easy. I actually think Magnus has a very good chance of winning this game. And just for the reason that you mentioned, Black's plan is so clear-cut. It's just going to be about rounding up those weak pawns. And let's not forget that Magnus is in possession of one of the best pawns ever, and that is a protected pass pawn.
Yeah, that black pawn on d4 is going to tie down the white king forever. And any king and pawn endgame, if the rooks ever get traded, because of that pawn, Jovanka,
yep,
wins for black.
Ooh, absolutely easy stuff there. And there we see it. The king is marching over. I mean,
the evaluation bar shows that it's not completely over, but I don't see it, to be honest. It looks like black's about to win a pawn. What could white's idea be? Black is about to gobble up that white pawn on b6. OK, he retreats. Maybe this is clever from Arjun. He's rerouting his rook. He's going after black's only weakness, the backward pawn on f6. But black can just step his king back. Black's rook defends across the 6th rank. And, OK, the key for black is whether he can break through. He's a pawn up now. He has won a pawn in that process, in that little transition. But white's first b pawn was replaced by another passed pawn. And it's not easy for Magnus to get fully coordinated.
No, it's certainly not easy, but I think this is the key move, because this whole idea is that he now wants to relocate the black king to step in front of the passed white pawn.
And, yeah, I mean, the problem for Magnus is that white's pieces are very active, and white's king continues to be active. It does stop your idea, Jovanka. And now the rook slides behind a pass pawn.
Yeah, this is, again, the prime position for a rook to be. You want to be behind your own pass pawns, and this forces, more or less forces, the white rook to actually get behind the passed d pawn.
Yeah, this is really instructive stuff. If you have a pass pawn, you want to push it. Rooks are great at propelling those pawns forward. They act as like the engine. Once you start the engine, once the black rook is behind a pawn, you push that pawn forward, and it's going to march forward and become a queen.
7 seconds.
Doesn't block it.
No, he doesn't block it.
Yeah, and Magnus frowns. You're right. He went down to a few seconds there, Arjun, and I think he might have made the decisive mistake. Pass pawns are there to be pushed. I think black can safely push his pawn. Why not?
Why not? I mean, it's the only plan that black has, and it's a good one.
Yeah, looks simple and strong. OK, first, he cuts off any potential checks. The white rook did want to get active and maybe check the black king. Magnus shuts the door, but there we go. He didn't keep things simple. He didn't go for the consistent plan. And evaluation bar, again, saying Arjun has some holding chances.
Yeah.
Not easy, but a glimmer of hope now for the young Indian. A check, forcing white's king back, most likely now. And Magnus, I think he needs to go back to that plan.
Oh, but this move, I mean, I thought this wasn't possible because the rook can step forward to the 3rd row. Oh, he's consistent, Magnus.
He's a very consistent player. And this move requires some calculation because white, for example, has this move, a rook check. Magnus, did he calculate this? Has he blundered his advantage away? The evaluation bar took a while to react. Magnus looks out the window. He looks annoyed at himself. We're heading for... Oh, are we heading for a king and pawn endgame?
Are we?
I mean, we're heading for a king and pawn endgame. Are we going to head for a position with queens appearing on the board? The evaluation bar says black is winning, but Magnus looked annoyed with himself for a second. White's b pawn is running, black's d pawn is running. It's going to be a race. It's a pawn race. Magnus has 2 minutes on the clock to calculate this. Let's quickly jump in just to show what's going through the world champion's mind. Here, it is a race. It's the b pawn against the d pawn. Who is quicker? If black pushes now, white pushes himself. Black is the first to make a queen. White gains some time with a check. But in this position, black promotes first. And the question here is, what is the evaluation of this position? Magnus is going for the win. Let's go back to the game. He's basically initiated this race in a slightly different way. And here we see that both players are getting queens. They have appeared on the board. And now, what can black play? Does black get greedy? Does black try and gobble up this pawn? You can't do it yet because of checkmate. You have to be slightly careful. Maybe you give a few checks to white's king first. And maybe, for example, you start with this check. It's still black a pawn up. Black is the first to give check. That's the key in queen endgames. But despite the evaluation bar. It's complicated now, Jovanka.
It's definitely complicated, but I think the key is simply giving the checks to the white king and actually aiming to win the e-pawn. If you win that, then the black king can always hide itself there on the right side.
Yeah. Black's king looks like it's trapped at the moment, but it can start to run. And Magnus, he's running immediately with his king. What a weird move.
That's a blunder.
It looks odd.
Yeah, why would you run with your king when you can give a bunch of checks first? It's hard to explain that one. Maybe it's still good enough. The evaluation bar says not against perfect play, but Arjun is still a pawn down. And how do you react with white? As white, you need to defend both of these pawns. Ideally, I think white's queen needs to sit on a square where it holds both of these pawns. Maybe then you can force a draw. It's still Magnus playing for the win, though. These are the two weaknesses. But he's left himself open to checks, Magnus. In queen endgames, you want to deliver checks. You can very rarely take a timeout. This is one check, for example. This would be another annoying check for black to face. It's anyone's game now. Maybe this is the key check, because no matter where the black king goes, if it goes to this square, the white queen can, for example, give a check, hitting the king, winning this pawn. If you go to this square, the white queen can also give a check, hitting the king and winning this pawn. You have to be really accurate. Arjun down to 10 seconds, but it looks like he can hold the draw.
And
he doesn't give that check, he gives a different check. And can Magnus now run away with the black king? His idea is if the white queen checks, he's going to start running this way across the board. But not easy anymore. It's gone from a really calm rook endgame to a really complicated king and pawn endgame, suddenly to a really tense queen endgame. It's a bunch of transitions. And
now it jumps up again for Magnus.
Yeah, it jumps again. And I don't know if Magnus wants to trade off these queens. I don't think he should be tempted. But again, it's strange. As soon as you stop checking, you pass the advantage to your opponent. And Arjun stopped checking for one move. He just gave up the pawn. Why not give checks? I don't understand.
I think he was banking on that this was going to be a perpetual check, that the black king could not escape.
But it can.
But it can. How does it escape? Just by heading to this square. Oh, no. And Arjun suddenly realizes the black king can run away. I mean, the point is that the black king is simply going to run over to the right side.
Yeah.
He cannot maintain the perfect checking formation.
Exactly. No matter what check you give now, black's king is going to start moving to the right, as you mentioned, Jovanka. Yeah, he just must have missed that one hiding place for the black king. And now, again, no matter how you check, the black king is going that way. And, yeah, it's moving towards the center. It's moving towards its queen, its loving embrace of the black queen, which will defend it at some point. OK, now Arjun stopped giving checks. There was no way to continue, and 2 pawns down. This is decisive.
Definitely decisive.
Black can just push his pawns.
He has to push his pawns. And the very great thing is that look at that centralized queen that Magnus has. It will protect all of its pawns. And the black king can also use this queen as a shield. I mean, talk about multi-function piece. MVP.
MVP, yeah, and Magnus giving a really sneaky check. If the white king now takes the black pawn in the center, black's queen would give a check and force a trade of queens. So now white cannot take the queens off the board. Black's pawns would win the game. And that is how Magnus is going to bully his way to victory in this endgame. It's relatively straightforward now. White's king is miles away from the action. And black's pawns are just going to push. Yeah. There we go.
They start pushing now. The thing is, though, this endgame might probably take 20 moves for Magnus to win, but the result will never be in doubt.
Yeah. Some queen and pawn endgames, you can be 2 pawns down and still hold the draw if your opponent's king can't hide from the checks. But this king can easily hide from the checks because it's going to be shielded, as you say, Jovanka, by its queen, but also its pawns. And that's why Magnus is running towards his own pawns. And he knows he's going to take the win, but shaking his head because he did let it slip for a few moves.
Yeah, he looks confident now, and it is over. Ergaisi resigns, losing with the white pieces. Magnus Carlsen takes the lead in this match on day 2 of the tour finals. He wants to take a look at game 1 between Prag and Anish. Looking at those computers. And let's head to San Francisco to see if we can get a reaction.
Magnus, you had this one almost. What happened there?
Yeah, I mean, I said I shouldn't blunder, but that's what happened. But fortunately, it was still a very tough end game for him. And sort of when my king started crossing over, and then a big key is that he cannot trade the queens possibly on d1 because I'm just in time with the king. Then I thought it was very difficult for him, but yeah, king b6 was not perfect technique, let's say that.
Relieved?
Yeah, obviously. I mean, for 1 second I thought that I was lost. Then I thought, okay, I can at least play king a7 and make a draw. And then I saw, wow, actually, I'm very lucky to still have chances to win. So.
All right, good luck for the next one.
Thank you.
Just like Magnus, Prag is coming from a win in San Francisco in game 1. He had the black pieces and he won it against Anish Giri. But now it's Prag with the white pieces against Giri starting in 5 minutes. He needs to make a comeback, Anish Giri. And there has been some fantastic moments with the Dutchman this season on the tour.
Wow, he's just left his rook attacked. This is really clever. He's just a great player. I mean, he barely has any weaknesses to his game, and he's actually gaining some time.
That is the save of the century. That is incredible.
Oh, look at Giri. So happy with himself.
Oh, look at that. That is such a big swing, isn't it?
It's now or never for Giri. He won't get many better chances than this. He's trapped the white rook.
Oh, what a trick.
Anish wins. Oh wow, he's found something even clever, even more clever. He's checked. It's simply a checkmate threat.
It's a great start to the day for Anish Giri. And Anish, he needs to find some of that magic right now because he needs to make a comeback. Was that a really bad performance by Anish in the first game?
I think he'll be disappointed because it was an inconsistent performance. Great opening, but once he was out of his homework, it went downhill very, very quickly. And some miscalculations, just not as sharp as usual for Anish.
And not an easy task here against Pragnananda. It's been a fantastic season for the young Indian. Basically, this season on the tour, making his breakthrough in the chess elite. But what has been his favorite moment from the season on the tour?
I think the majors have been good for me. And also the Chessable Masters was a special thing because I came second. I went to the finals. Also the FTX Crypto Cup. It's also nice. I finished second.
Unbelievable with how he finds that move.
We've got to call that Prag style because he's just finding them time and time again.
I think it makes a difference. Being in on-site is you're much more serious and you also prepare. Like you have this routine and it feels like a tournament. At home, it's a tournament, but still, sometimes, some guests might come and, you have to speak with them and so on. So it's a difference and I enjoy this more.
Not mentioning the game where he beat Magnus Carlsen. I mean, the one game that was the huge breakthrough.
Insignificant.
I know. But I guess there has been too many moments to pick for Prag.
Yeah, that's the mark of a great champion. He just sees a win against Magnus as a stepping stone to greater things. And he's proven time and time again that this is just the beginning for him at the beginning of what is going to be a great career. That's guaranteed at this point. He's so strong, as he proved against Anish in game 1.
Yeah. He did lose the first match yesterday, Prag, but starting with a win today inside Shack 15 in San Francisco. And he will have the white pieces now coming up in game 2 against Anish. Here are the results from the first games today. It was a draw between Liam Le and Wesley So, also a draw between two players who both won their matches yesterday, Mamedyarov and Duda. But a win for Prag and also then a win for Magnus Carlsen against Arjun, Eric IC. And Prag is getting ready now for game 2. Let's hear from the 17-year-old.
Prag, how shocked were you to see that knight sacrifice?
No, I was not shocked. Like, it's one of the moves I was considering, but yeah, it's just bad. Yeah, like I can defend. If I defend accurately, it's just winning for white black.
Was it more of a surprise for you that he went for it? Because it looked like he had a pleasant position.
No, it was... I wouldn't say it's a surprise, but it was one of the moves I was considering. But I was expecting the queen c1 line. Sorry, the bishop c1 line. So, yeah, maybe it's just a little surprise for me.
And Prag, you mentioned you're going to take the good positives from yesterday. You've taken the lead in this match. How are you feeling going into game 2?
No, there is still 3 more games and a lot of things happen in 3 games. Still have to concentrate a lot.
All the best.
Sensible from Prag. And here are the head-to-head scores before this match in this season. Well, towards the Champions Chess Tour, Anish Giri has won 4 games against Prag. Actually, counting the previous game, now 3 wins for Prag. What is it up for Anish now, Jovanka, to make that comeback? What went wrong for him in the first game?
Well, you know, he has to trust his openings. I mean, of course, he did some great opening preparation. He just has to back that up with some consistent play, and he just has to put the demons of the first round behind him and come fresh and ready. And he has to forget. So this is the most difficult thing in chess, is to forget what's happened before, because he will also have checked the game in the computer. Maybe he's had a word with the coach, and his mind will be ticking. And there we see Prag opens with the king's pawn.
Yep, so it's the Italian opening, one of the most popular openings of 2022, and both bishops are out now. This tends to lead to a tense, piece-packed position with very few exchanges in the early phase. And okay, this pawn push is just for Black's dark square bishop to retreat. There are so many different move orders in this opening, Jovanka. It's confusing for even top players, I feel. I know it confuses me, at least, all the different nuances here.
I'm relieved to hear that, David, because I tried to take up this opening, and there were so many move orders, like the knight moves, the pawn moves forward, and so many pieces on the board that I thought, OK, I cannot handle this tension.
Leave it to the experts like Prag and Anish.
Exactly, because it seemed to me that White wasn't playing the most aggressive moves, but then suddenly, like 20 moves down the line, White has a fantastic position. And you're like, how?
Exactly. I mean, I've been playing this opening my whole career as White, and I still don't understand all the ideas. And these top players, they've worked out all these different plans, these different move orders. I think the reason this is so popular for White, despite the computer not always being impressed, is just because it keeps the tension. And it is Black who often gets impatient and lashes out in the centre and kind of lives to regret that. So White's knight now just stepping out onto a slightly awkward square, but it will reroute itself towards the king side later. And the reason in these types of positions we do say that White has a small advantage, it's a very tiny factor. Let's just jump in to show this. It's a long-term factor, however. It's because this knight, which looks very nicely centralized, is actually dominated by this pawn. Anywhere the the Black knight wants to jump is controlled by this piece. And due to that, White is the one ready to push forward in the center. White is controlling this key square, and Black often struggles to prevent this pawn push. And he's just moving his rook. I'm expecting Prag either to push this pawn just to take away the g4 square from Black's knight, Black's bishop, or to play copycat and to move his rook across. And this is very thematic because White's knight wants to retreat and hop next to its fellow here. With knights on these 2 squares, White often has great attacking potential. But first, he prepares this Pragnananda, and yeah, it's just very difficult for Anish as Black to find a plan in the current position. Black maybe wants to trade off these bishops. Do you go for it now? Can you trade off these bishops on your terms? Black often plays this move. Black often retreats his bishop. Black waits until the tension is resolved, but it's hard psychologically in these types of positions. Yeah. Every piece remaining on the board.
Yeah, definitely. And all the pawn breaks still on the board. And there we finally have some clear intentions. Anish wants to trade off the light square bishop. And this is what I was talking about. White often says, no, I don't want to do that, and retreats it to what is a seemingly terrible square.
Yeah.
But you mark my words, 20 moves down that line, that light square bishop that was sat on a terrible square is going to be a monster.
Ah.
Yeah, it's going to open up potentially on this diagonal. So first you need to achieve this pawn push, 5-10 moves to prepare that. And later on, maybe if there's an exchange of pawns in the center, you push this pawn forward. And suddenly, great diagonal for the bishop to sit on. So you're right, Jovanka, it's all about potential. And talking of potential, Black drops his bishop back because it's on a potential great diagonal itself. And the position is heating up very quickly. Let's jump to the current position. Black was the first to push a pawn in the center just on the last go, pushing this pawn, and White has traded off, meaning that there's an attack against the central pawn. Anish defends against that by recapturing, making sure his rook defends this pawn. And now, although black has the better pawn structure, black's pawn in the middle, very strong, holding some key squares, but it is also a weakness and it ties down much of black's army. Look at Anish Giri on the camera right now. He has studied this position before, but he's trying to remember what to do. And it's not easy as black. I think I've seen this position before myself as well, but I wouldn't be able to tell you what I want to do here as black. Often you want to move the queen, you want to bring your rook to the center. But again, what next? You're a bit stuck. And white, meanwhile, is ready with his knights to jump forward and start an attack.
Yeah, I mean, this position definitely feels familiar, but checking the database, I can see only 3 games in this exact position.
Yeah, that's the thing. It looks familiar to me as well, but I can't remember what I've studied. I can't remember if it's this position. Maybe in that position, black's the one that I've studied. Maybe black's bishop was on a different square. Maybe that's a big difference. Yeah, it's so hard, even for the top grandmasters like Anish Giri, opening experts like him, to figure out all the different concepts. And he does indeed move his queen, getting ready to improve his worst piece, that is the rook. Once black's rook centralizes, most problems are solved. And it's not too scary right now for the white knight to step forward, because the black queen might retreat. Losing a move, yes, but the knight now would simply be attacked, losing some time for white as well. Yeah, Prag with 16 minutes. What will he do to try and put Giri under some pressure? White's pieces don't look too impressive right now. They don't look too active, so at some point you will want to break out. It's all about getting these bishops into the game. It still takes a while, but you need to find a way.
And one way or another, there's now still only 3 games on the database. But this time, they've kind of transposed to a game that was played between Wesley So and Alexander Grishuk in a rapid tournament there. And Wesley approached this position by trading off the dark squared bishops. And he wanted to put pressure on black's potentially weak e5 pawn.
Yeah, so trading off these pieces makes sense. Black's bishop was, from long range, putting some serious pressure on the white king side. So if you trade these off, then, yeah, as you mentioned, Jovanka, white's queen is going to step to this square, for example, like this. The white rook is going to slide behind, and the 3 heavy pieces are going to gang up against black's central pawn. So some serious pressure. And I think that might have been on the tour from last season. That game, it looks familiar. I've seen that game before between Wesley So and Anish Giri. I'm not sure whether it was that tournament or another, but either way, some pedigree. And if it's been played by opening experts like Grishuk and Wesley So, then it means that the players are following something worth following, essentially.
But who knows if it will be one of the very best games from the 2022 season. There is a vote going on, you guys. Our experts across all the Chess24 streams have nominated their favorite games from the 2022 season. And now it's up to all of you to vote for your favorite. There will be one game receiving an award for being the best game of the 2022 season. What games did you guys nominate?
Ooh, one of them was by Pragnananda. I nominated a game between Pragnananda and Jordan van Verreest, where Prag, I think we saw a clip earlier, I described it as one of the best games I've ever seen. Prag shocked me with some rook sacrifices. It looked like he was going for the king, then suddenly switched his blade to the other side of the board. There were forks, there were pins, there were double attacks, skewers, everything. But also a game by Mamadurov.
Yeah.
He's a magician.
And since David took the 2 of my 2 favourites, I actually picked one between Erigaisi and Liam Lei, because it was massively complicated. Such a crazy game. And Erigaisi was just playing phenomenal chess and sacrificing some pawns with check. And it's well worth a playthrough.
Wow. And yeah, on chess24.com/tour, you can cast your vote and also look through these games. We've made videos with recaps of these fantastic games from the season. So take a look at that and cast your vote. Now this one, the bar is roughly in the middle. Does it have potential to be one of those games that you just remember?
It could well be, especially when someone like Prag is in charge of the white pieces. Look at what he's doing. Those white knights, they've gone to slightly weird squares, but they're about to hop back towards the center to try and create some attacks. Prag looks so focused. It's like he's trying to jump into his computer screen here. He's determined not just to sit on his 1-point advantage in the match today. He wants to go for broke. He wants to go all in and double up his advantage.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, what do you think of this, Jovanka? Those 2 white knights on the edge of the board now?
They're on the edge of the board, but they have a purpose, and they're definitely going to... One of them is going to sit on the f5 square and put pressure on the black position. I also quite like the idea of trading off the dark square bishop and
Goes for it.
Goes for it. Just as I say, I really do feel like I've won a little bingo or jackpot when the players play the move that I suggest. So I like this option.
Yeah,
And
very logical as well.
Yeah.
Swapping off an undeveloped piece previously for Black's long-range bishop.
And whilst Anish is thinking about a plan, well, we do have a caption this competition.
Yes.
And we've asked you guys at home to caption this very cool picture of David and Simon. And Arbel Gideon says, oh, the bishops have traded off. Are we going to get the picture of the Arbel Gideon? Oh, there you go. He says, every group project. There's David, has no idea what's going on the whole time. Simon does 99% of the work, yeah.
Always that one person in the group, yes.
The naughty kid.
Yes.
That's me.
And there we see the pawn step forward to guard the f5 square. And whilst there's another pause in the game, we also see another entry from Kelvin, who shares with us a picture of Simon and David and says... Wait for it. It's quite good.
Oh, I love it.
It's worth the wait. There you go. How to wait for Harry, the H pawn, to be pushed.
It's always worth the wait. It's always.
And I love how Simon he looks so...
Like calm, like
yeah, or even a little annoyed. This is my camera, David. Come on.
No, I mean he's saying, "Oh, Harry gets pushed every game anyway," and I'm like, "Whoa, what a move!" it's oh, I miss Simon.
Yeah.
But, okay. Meanwhile, it's pretty much going according to the plan we outlined earlier. Just white tripling up on the e file. Black's pawn in the middle of the board now for Anish is under threat. It is attacked twice. It's only defended once. I just love this. It's almost an Alekhine's gun when tripled pieces, the rooks and queens, the heavy pieces, they're all lined up on the same file. Mm-hmm. Normally, it's 2 rooks at the front, and then the queen kind of pushes from behind, supports from behind. But here, White's queen is going to be sandwiched between its 2 rooks when White's rook in the corner slides behind her. But yeah, it's going to be really hard for Anish Giri to deal with that pressure. I'm a bit surprised with how he's set up, actually. Black's knight now in the middle of the board, blocking the black rook on the e-file. Doesn't make a great impression.
It certainly doesn't make a great impression. I mean, if he wants to hold on to that pawn, he's going to have to move that knight one more time again, perhaps to where it came from. Mm-hmm. Although maybe that one doesn't even work, I actually just realised.
Yeah, it doesn't look great for Anish. I've got to say, the evaluation bar still not impressed, still smack bang in the middle, but is White about to win a pawn? Maybe Anish Giri. Does he have to sacrifice his pawn in the middle and go active? Again, that's not necessarily his style. He's reluctant to sacrifice in general, and there we go, the knight moves back. But it just came from there 3 moves ago. Black's knight moved away from the square, went back, and Anish has lost valuable time, and that's why the evaluation bar goes in White's favour. I think he had to be active there, Jovanka. I think, OK, nice shoes, but he's shaking his foot. That's a sign of nerves from Anish Giri. And it's a sign of nerves because he's just lost 2 tempi, as we say. And yeah, there we go. Very logical. Prag doesn't even need to think, doesn't need to calculate. Just play on instinct, improve your worst place piece. It's good chess strategy when there's nothing to be done. No fireworks to try and understand. Just improve your pieces.
Yeah. And it does feel like things are going to be heating up within the next few moves, especially along the E-line, as you mentioned. I mean, now it's all about opening that line in the best way possible.
Yeah. So the question is, can you open it now? Do you have to wait a moment or two? How does White improve now? Because the White knights look pretty decent. White's bishop struggles to improve itself. White's heavy pieces, the rooks and queens, they look great. So what next for Prag? Has he maximised the potential of his position already, or are there other ways forward? I know what Magnus Carlsen would do here. He would start pushing some pawns. He loves pushing pawns, gaining space. So if Magnus were in Prag's shoes, I'm pretty sure we would see one of these 2 pawns push forward. Magnus, this is his trademark, essentially, to gain space on all sides of the board. I was going to say maybe this pawn first, but you have to be slightly careful that Black could grab this lone ranger on a2. Maybe you could push the other pawn forward first. The whole idea here, for example, if Black waits, I'm not sure how The whole idea is to push the pawns forward together in tandem, just to undermine this black knight. If you can undermine this knight, then suddenly the pawn in the center on e5 will drop off the board. So to me, this looks logical. What else could we stumble across here? You mentioned, Jovanka, trying to open up the center. I mean, one thing you could calculate is whether you can play this pawn push. I don't think you can right now, but I was just trying to look for some tactics. For example, the reason Prag could calculate this is because you could dream potentially of sacrificing. The reason this doesn't work is because Black's king has a choice of 2 squares. You've given up here a queen for rook and knight, but if you choose the wrong square with black, then suddenly White's knight jumps into the game with a double attack, with a fork. It might be captured, but the other knight replaces it, and White would win material. The downside here, unfortunately, is that Black's king does have 2 squares, and it can run to the side of the board. No checks, and it's safe. But already it's nearly working for Prag.
Yeah, it is almost working, and in the original position, I mean, the other move to kind of calculate is whether a knight can just plonk itself on the f5 square and sacrifice galore.
Yeah, this is similar to what Giri did against Prag in the last game. Sacrifice a knight and then try and figure out what to do later.
Yeah, and the problem is that you shouldn't just sacrifice the knight just like that and trying to figure out. You have to have the backup there. Yeah, and it doesn't work, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's because the black queen can jump back and defend her pawn, and Black's king will just hide out in the corner. It will hide it on h8, and it should be safe. So Prag just retreats. The game will take a calmer. What's the word for it? Route, yeah. It's just got a calmer nature right now due to this retreat. No attack yet, but he is attacking a pawn.
Yeah, and we'll take the route to San Francisco. We know there are 4 great chess players. International master, our roving reporter Tanya is there. And are there any VIP guests in the building today, Tanya?
Yes, Kaja, I'm here with a very special guest. He's a Chessable author, a very popular streamer, international master. Kostya Kavitsky is joining us. Hey, Kostya.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks.
It's going well, but you tell us, are you excited to have the finals in your city?
Yeah, super excited. I know you guys are worldwide, and I've been in San Francisco for many years. I played a lot of events here, and yeah, I mean, it's so great to see such a big event here.
And you're a streamer yourself. What does it mean to you to see chess evolve into this e-sport?
It's amazing. Yeah, I think people don't realize chess and the chess world has really changed in the last 5 years, like dramatically. It's a completely different game now. Everything is shifting online. I still love all the OTB events. Hopefully those don't go anywhere, but all the online action, the interest is really, I think it's great for the game.
Apart from you, who's your favorite chess streamer?
Oh, my favorite streamer. Oh, that it will be on the spot. I have a lot of friends in the world. I'm a big fan of Eric Rosen, John Bartholomew. Of course, I like all the big streamers. Maybe those are my top 2.
We see a very different side of Magnus when he's streaming. What do you think about that?
Oh, it's great. Yeah, he has fun. You know, he lets loose. I think we've never had a world champion that was like so, kind of open with the public. So I think that's amazing. I think the fans absolutely love that. I wish Magnus would stream more. Actually, is that happening? Do you know?
Well, he's not playing the World Championship anymore, so maybe we might see him stream more. But Kostya, I have to ask you, you've got these 2 big courses on Chessable. One of them is on endgames. And Magnus, in fact, is one of the players, arguably one of the best endgame players. Would you agree with that?
Oh, yeah, definitely. One of the best endgame players of all time. I'd be happy to talk about the course a little bit. That's okay. It's on endgame studies, which I'm sure you've solved and many players have solved that are very difficult and tricky. And essentially, I just wanted to make an introductory course for endgame studies so players can learn like how to solve some of these like trickier like endgame tactics, endgame puzzles, and learn how to like calculate a little bit deeper in the endgame.
And I feel endgame is one of those parts of the game that we often tend to not look into that much, but it's such a crucial part, and you can win so many points if you're good at it.
Yeah, absolutely. In some parts of the world, they teach the endgame first, right? That's like how you actually learn to play the game. You got to learn to use your king and use your pawns, and then slowly you like figure out the rest of the game. But yeah, chess is so complicated, and I think no amount of the benefit to studying the endgame. I think no limit.
And your other big course is about converting winning advantages. One of the toughest things to do in chess is to win a winning game. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I think it's one of the biggest issues in chess. I certainly struggle with it. People can look at my games to see tons of missed wins, missed opportunities. So yeah, the idea with that course there was to give folks kind of some strategies, try to convert the position, you know, things like the principle of two weaknesses and how to make the right exchanges, how to convert to an end game that like, you know, you can win, and how to like close out points, right, without giving away the draw.
Such a big part of the game. And who do you think does it best? Who's got that killer instinct?
Oh, well, Magnus for sure. I think some of the best technique of all time. You know, Smyslov famously said, I'm going to make 40 good moves, and if my opponent also makes 40 good moves, we'll make a draw. And I think Magnus has doubled that number to 80. I think it's 80 moves now. You got to play against him to hold.
Awesome. And finally, who are you rooting for here at the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour final?
Pragnananda, 100%. He's just like an underdog. He's a kid. He's so good. I mean, I like all the players here. You know, Magnus, Giri, Wesley, but Prag is amazing. So it'd be cool to see him win.
I love it. I'm going to high-five you on that one. All right. Thanks, Kostya.
We have some Prag fans in the building and some great chess players as well. I love that. Some chessable courses that we all definitely should check out. Endgame Studies 101. That sounds cool, actually, to study the endgame with Kostya. All right, no way near the endgame in this game yet, I guess. But is it heating up?
It is heating up, and Anish Giri's just set a really sneaky trap for Pragnananda to fall into. I think I would have been very tempted to fall into this, especially in a blitz game. But if you get greedy now with white and capture a pawn, you lose on the spot.
Ooh.
And it looks like you're ganged up on this pawn. You're attacking it once, twice, also with the rook and queen. So you're attacking this pawn 4 times.
Ooh.
It's only defended 3 times. So you could take it, but after a capture, you have to do some counting here. This is 1 capture, 2 captures, 3 captures, 4, 5. But just at the end, black doesn't take back because this would lead to an endgame. Kostya would show you that this is winning for white. You're a pawn up. But unfortunately for white, here, this capture is not forced. First, black can flick in a really sneaky skewer, hitting the queen and the rook behind. And the whole idea is that after queen takes queen, black doesn't recapture yet. You flick in a check, and only after this check, winning a rook, after the king moves, then do you take the white queen. You've won a rook in the process.
Ah.
So this is 6, 7 moves deep. It's quite easy to calculate because it's just every move being a capture, every move being forced. But that's why maybe Prag has his head in his hands. He realized that his whole idea to win this pawn doesn't work. So that's really sneaky from Giri. It's as if he knows what Prag wants to do, and he's trying to tempt him into it.
So how far down on ratings would you have to go for someone in a competition or tournament to fall into that trap?
I think even some quite strong players, even around the 2000 level club players, tournament players, could fall into this. I think in a long game, you would sit there and calculate, so it would be quite rare. But I mean, we've even seen grandmasters blunder in classical games, maybe similar ideas to this. I remember when I was young, even after reaching 2000, I would blunder into these types of things occasionally. But OK, look at what Prag has done. Remember that variation where right at the end, black had rook takes rook, and it was hitting the king with check. So that was in a 6-7 move calculation. At the end, there was a nasty check. So Prag has seen that variation, and he's like, OK, I want to play that, but first I'm going to get my king out of check. So that's what we call prophylaxis in chess, like seeing the future, seeing exactly what is about to happen. And if it doesn't work in your favor, you prepare for that. So you can't play the critical variation right now. You couldn't take this pawn, but now it is a threat. For example, now if black wastes a move, now you can capture, because again, after all these trades, remember this variation we saw earlier, this doesn't work for black, because after queen takes queen, rook takes rook is not a check. So you can take a rook, but white has time to save his queen. So this is really deep stuff, really sophisticated, really classy play from both sides. But with this weird-looking king move, on its own, it makes a weird impression, but it does create a direct threat of knight takes pawn. I think Giri now has to deal with this threat either by eliminating the knight, stopping that capture, or by dropping back and defending the pawn one more time. Wow.
Yeah. To be fair to you, sorry, not to be fair to you. I was just thinking that the bishop can take the knight. I think it's more or less forced, because if the knight were to retreat, then there are consequences to that. The knight was protecting the rook, and now my idea of perhaps pushing in the center, it becomes very viable.
Yeah, as you say, this is a pin, and black's rook would not be defended sufficiently if black takes with the e-pawn. So it looks like process of elimination. You're right, Jovanka. Just why not eliminate this knight? Ideally, you don't want to give up a bishop for a knight in a semi-open position, but sometimes needs a must, has to be done.
Yeah, and if that bishop does leave the board, guess who's going to become an amazing piece?
The sleeping giant.
That damn thing.
Yeah.
Sitting there on C2, that was such a bad piece. Suddenly it moves, as Dave is highlighting.
Yeah, it's going to wake up and really maybe decide the game. Suddenly, I would feel a bit uncomfortable as black, I've got to be honest, because this black king doesn't have too many defenders around it. There's still potential of some sacrifices, some knight jumps to open up the king later on. So Giri's not out of danger, despite what the evaluation bar says. Yeah, it's just really tense. It's as if both sides are kind of testing each other just with these small little ideas, saying, OK, I dare you to take my knight. I dare you to commit. I dare you to set this trap for me. It's just that type of chess. It's really cagey.
It is very cagey and tense, and it's very difficult to handle psychologically. You feel a lot of pressure considering every single possibility. So this is why we see Anish thinking very, very hard. And whilst Anish is considering his moves, well, maybe we could be like a Dear Deirdre for one of our viewers. Dear Deirdre is like an agony aunt. And Rockstar asks us, what if your partner doesn't understand your love for chess? As I find my real-life queen is as commanding as the chess queen, how to handle?
How do I say this without getting into trouble? You just got to embrace their lack of passion for chess. Sometimes you can't share everything, and yeah, it's not easy to instill that love in chess in everyone. So, yeah, I try to let it slide. I'm sure your partner has something that you don't understand as well. So, yeah. How about you, Kaja, Jovanka?
Well, I don't really
chess,
have
right?
this problem, so I'll leave it up to you guys.
Well, I kind of think that you can introduce chess, but as a social thing.
But you married a chess player.
I
as
know,
well, right?
I know. So I don't really have that kind of problem.
Yeah.
But I do feel that it is possible to get people interested into the game. You know, not if you're sat there teaching them, more or less if you're just letting them play and you just kind of get all the friends together, you know, bash it out. And then you'll find out that everyone, if they're allowed to talk, if they're allowed to just have fun, then it will be just incredibly enjoyable. Because after all, most people enjoy board games, and I don't see why chess can't be treated like that in a social aspect with fun, conversation, laughter.
Yeah. And I mean, like in many other sports, there are a bunch of chess couples. Anish Giri is an example, married to another great chess player. But traveling around with chess, I have asked chess players from time to time, you know, if they would prefer a girlfriend or a boyfriend, which is a chess player or not. And some of them will answer, definitely not a chess player. I need someone I can talk to about other things than chess.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a mixed blessing if both partners are chess players, because how do you escape from the game? Sometimes you need to switch off. I've known chess couples where they're both so competitive, if one of them loses their game, they won't talk to the other. They'll sometimes kick the other one out of the room, being like, no, I need to be alone. I need to analyse this game. I need my peace and quiet to study. But yeah, if it's a non-chess player, at least you can somehow get your mind off the game. It's easier to relax, talk about other things, talk about other interests. But yeah, I guess there's something to be said for having a similar lifestyle and this shared passion.
Yeah, but I mean, also discussing with one of my friends, she said the best relationship she'd ever had was with a non-chess player, and you know, he would turn up at the tournaments and he would go, wow, what an awesome thing. And he would say, you can still win the tournament, even though she had no chance whatsoever. He said, no, you can still do it, go for it. And she said it was the best time of her life.
Yeah. So embrace it is basically our answer to the Twitter question. Just embrace it and enjoy the positives of being together with a non-chess player. We have a bunch of moves on the board.
Yeah, I was going to say, unless they say it's just a game, and then get rid of them, get rid of them. It's more than just a game. But yeah, a bunch of moves on the board, and again, similar. It's going down a similar vein to what we discussed earlier. Black had to get rid of that white knight, had to part with his bishop. Unfortunately, that was the only way to deal with the pressure on Black's central pawn there on e5, and that has happened. And meanwhile, a couple of maneuvering ideas. I'm slightly surprised that Anish has planted the black queen on the e-file, where it is stared down by one of the white rooks. But I think we'll see Anish's idea in action maybe now or on the next turn, Black's queen wants to relocate itself nearer the white king, just to cover some squares, maybe to protect the black king as well. Meanwhile, the bishop has woken up Jovanka. How funny would it be if you called it just 20 moves ago? That white bishop, which stepped to an ugly passive square, might decide the game long term.
Always does.
Bobby Fischer's favourite piece, that light squared bishop for white.
Yeah, I remember you telling me this, actually. I think you helped me out with and you said, well, you know, it's actually the light squared bishop, despite appearances, is often better than its counterpart.
Yeah, I don't know why it's always the light squared bishop. Maybe it's because in the Spanish opening, Italian opening, it's always that bishop which is preserved, which is kept for later in the game. But it's always the light squared bishop that does the damage for some reason. It's very rarely the dark squared bishop against the knight. You very rarely like that combo for white. It's hard to say why, but statistically it is proven to be a better piece. And I'm just reading some of the tweets there, some of the captions. Keep them coming, keep the answers coming, keep the agony aunt questions coming. We can solve all your life problems, chess partner or not. And Anish Giri going for trade of queens. The king's partner is about to leave the board. Maybe the queens are going to get traded off and we'll head towards a quieter endgame. But favours Prag, apparently.
Yeah.
That might be because after white takes the black queen, black's pawn structure will be compromised. Black will have doubled pawns. So a bit of a passive decision from Anish Giri, not the most active choice.
Isn't there a critical moment already? Because I'm just thinking, if everything gets traded off, then there are some pieces that are standing on awkward squares.
Yeah, and I was actually going to say maybe there's a trick in the position. I don't think it quite works, but it's very similar to what Wesley So did against Magnus yesterday. Yes, you can take the queen, it's probably the best move, but you could also maybe be a bit sneaky, throw in a check. I don't think this will work because black won't take this piece. Black's king can just move. For example, it can step back and the knight is attacked. But the whole idea is that if pawn takes knight, maybe against a weaker player this would work. Suddenly the white rook would slide across with a nasty pin. But your variations on the board, Jovanka, this one would be winning for white, but black doesn't need to take the bait. Instead, keep things simple. Queen takes queen, and this is the move you were expecting?
Yeah, I thought there was going to be another trade, actually.
OK, another exchange first. Bishop takes knight.
Yeah, and then then move the knight. So the whole idea is you attack the pawn, and also you threaten to put the knight on the f6 square, forking the two rooks.
Yeah, this is very tempting as well, maybe also equally strong. But he's attached to his light squared bishop, as we've learnt. Pragnananda, instead of trading off, which might have just won a pawn, he brings his knight to the centre. Similar idea, but this was met with Anish Giri keeping his knight alive, attacking this pawn in counter. And, OK, the question for white is, can you continue your plan? If you take a time out to defend this pawn, you could do this, for example, by moving the knight. This looks pretty decent as well. You defend this pawn, you attack this guy on the edge of the board. But the most direct move, the first move you should calculate in any position, is always the most critical. It's always a check or capture or that type of move. This wins the pawn, and you attack this guy. Black would be forced... OK, this has happened. Black would be forced to move this pawn. I think this is what we'll see Anish do, push this pawn forward. And the question is, do you have to retreat this knight? If you retreat, black does have the time, the luxury now of taking this pawn back, maybe with his own rook or with his knight. And this is getting complicated. I'm struggling to see how Prag, in this position, this is the current position, how he keeps both his knight alive and this pawn alive. Can you see it, Jovanka?
I'm thinking that maybe you can attack the knight. But the
counterattack.
Yeah, it's just because Prag is the master of counterattacks. I mean, there is one big trick on the board, which is if the rook takes the pawn.
This rook.
Yeah, you are allowed to go rook takes knight.
Yeah, rook takes knight would utilise the fact that there's a pin on the e-file. For example, after pawn takes, we'll see a bunch of exchanges, but at the end, probably white has a small advantage because the bishop will be superior to the knight with pawns on both sides of the board. This one is getting very complicated now. Maybe we'll see a retreat from Prag. This is fine, but Giri will regain the pawn. We're expecting something, just because we know Prag so well, we're expecting something a bit more flashy.
Yeah, so this is why I was thinking the knight can jump forward.
OK, wow. Into
no man's land. I know, and it's just based on one cheapo, which is if the rook comes to take the pawn, now you can take the knight.
Now you would win a piece,
yeah.
Because at the end, undefended.
But I might have sacrificed my kingdom for a horse. Because, of course, you know, he's not obliged to capture the pawn.
Yeah, but how does he save his rook? Because he has to stay defending its fellow here. But now, suddenly, I mean, there's a lot of tempting moves. But, for example, you could push forward in the middle of the board. I was going to say, maybe you could push this pawn forward as well. But then now, this is the downside. You might get your knight trapped. There's no way back. And no way to escape for this knight at all, actually. But he plays it. He's really taking his life into his own hands here, Pragnananda. He's gone in, he's a pawn up, he's setting traps for the opponent, he's hitting this rook. And Anish Giri, he has to be very accurate here, otherwise white is just going to emerge with a winning advantage. You've given up a pawn as Anish Giri, not for the first time in this match today, and you need to justify it. Wow. I mean, I admire Prag as well. If I'm a point ahead in a match, I just want to play it safe, but he's not. I mean, he's showing zero fear. He's just not afraid of going all out, even at the cost of potentially trapping his own knight. What a game. And, OK, Giri does indeed shift his rook across. He needed to keep the rooks intact with each other. And, yes, he does push this pawn forward. So he's trying to break his knight out of jail by getting rid of this pawn, maybe creating an escape route there, but also undermining the defender of this black knight.
That's a great move by Prag. I mean, the knight sitting there on f7, it's going to get out.
You think it's one is going to escape?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. The evaluation bar still says roughly level, but this is anything but drawish. This is anything but boring. This is maybe one of the most complicated endgames you'll see in a while.
Wow. This is the kind of position where Prag will be thinking, yeah, I have the upper hand, I'm going to win. And Anish is probably thinking, hey, I'm in big trouble. And when you finish the game, you put it on the computer goes, slight advantage.
Yeah, exactly. You might think you've played the perfect game. You know, Prag's, he might come out, he might say, oh, I've played a masterpiece. And then, oh, yeah, it was a couple of small mistakes here, bigger mistake here. That's always the way the computer works. But we just have to calculate as humanly as we can and as accurately as we can. And here, 2 minutes against 2 minutes. The one thing I will say about the clock is, under time pressure, Prag is very calm, very composed. Giri, he did well in the Blitz tiebreak yesterday. He beat Liam there, but he has panicked throughout the season on the tour under time pressure. So, okay, will history repeat itself there?
This is something that the Indian kids are fantastic at. They're fantastic with playing with no time on the clock. I mean, they play bullet and like something called hyper bullet, with, you know, where they're playing with 30 seconds on the clock. And they're playing great games as well. And they do this on a very regular basis.
Wow.
But it's not great for your chess, I have to say. But these guys are just fantastic. They calculate also so quickly. They've been training on calculation and seeing all over, improving all over the board vision since they were tiny.
Wow.
Yeah, and Giri needs to use his full board vision here just to whip up some counterplay. I'm struggling to see what he can try. I mean, the first move that came to my mind was using the black knight on c6 and going to the edge of the board to try and attack white's light square bishop. White's bishop holds the whole position together. White's bishop defends his knight. If the white bishop falls, white's position is done. It just, it's like dominoes, it will just collapse. But white's bishop can kind of hide and tuck itself away anytime it's attacked. And I don't really see a follow-up. It's getting very sharp, and Giri's under 1 minute. I think this might be the critical moment of the whole game. If Giri doesn't find a really clever plan now, which I'm struggling to see, then he's just toast. He's a pawn down with a bad position.
OK, David, I cheated. Only one move, according to my computer, that says that maintains the balance. And that is the knight sitting on c6 has to attack the bishop. Yeah. And then only after that attack can he trade pawns in the centre.
Wow, and that would come with a piece sacrifice. OK, let's wait. Let's see what Giri does. 10 seconds now.
10 seconds!
He has to move his knight to the edge of the board, so the black knight has to go to the a5 square. Anything else?
Is he aware of the clock? Has he lost track of time?
Oh, he finds the best move. He had 3 seconds when he played this one. But it's not just this move. OK, the evaluation bar will recorrect itself, we think. But it's not just this move. The next one is maybe even harder, I feel. You mentioned the white bishop is just going to move. It's going to retreat, keep itself safe. Prag should play that instantly because he doesn't really have too many other options. And after that, we will see the true test of Giri's character, of his nerves. OK, the bishop does step back, and he plays the best move instantly, Anish Giri. He was calculating deeply. The reason this is so hard to work out is just because black's knight now, the knight on f4 on the right half of the board is undefended. So we're expecting a trade of rooks in the center on the e-file. That tension is unbearable. You have to trade off a set of rooks, and suddenly black's knight will fall. But okay, we see this variation happen instantly. Rooks have disappeared. Black's knight did disappear as well. And after pawn takes pawn, the whole point of the variation will become clear. If this black pawn, which is threatening to promote actually in a couple of moves, if it is captured. And I think we'll see this on the board. Maybe we should show it as well, because black has given up a whole piece, Anish Giri. This is a better piece sacrifice than the last game, at least. But right now, we need to show why he has done this. And that is because after pawn takes pawn, you can't let this pawn live. Suddenly, rook down to the second rank. And look at this bishop. How does it keep itself safe while continuing to protect its knight? It doesn't have too many squares. If it retreats, for example, the knight drops, and Giri is safe. If it moves forward, the only safe square on the diagonal is this one. It gets hit. And we do see this position on the board. Suddenly, the bishop is attacked, and one of these two pieces is about to fall. But it goes on, actually. It gets complicated. The bishop can retreat, attacking the rook. I think this is what Giri had spotted. Maybe the rook just moves, and the knight is trapped.
The knight is trapped. But still,
wow.
It kind of continues. I mean, this line is just so complicated.
This is extremely complicated. So Anish Giri, he went down to 3 seconds, but I think he'd seen 6 or 7 moves in advance for both sides. So extremely impressive calculation to see all that time ago that this knight is trapped. No way to defend it, no way home. And yeah, I think we might see Giri save himself, or at least get to an endgame that might be holdable. If he didn't find this variation, he could have just resigned, essentially, Anish Giri. So he's found the best bet, even if the computer thinks white still has a small chance. And, OK, Prag didn't go for this because the knight would have been trapped. Instead, he knew one of these 2 pieces is dropping, so he gives up his bishop. Now, if the bishop is captured, the white knight will retreat, and white has won a pawn in the process. This does happen on the board. The problem for white is these 2 pawns aren't of great quality. They're isolated, very weak, easy to attack for the black rook.
Yeah. I actually feel that black has very good compensation just on account of those 2 weak pawns. And there we see Anish just give an opening to his king.
Yeah. If the king gets into the centre of the board, it would actually double attack against the rook and knight together, and it would win a piece. So, yeah, if anything, I think I might even take black.
I would take black as well. I mean, it's just an easy plan. Attack the pawns on the left.
Yeah.
Nothing more sophisticated than that. Meanwhile, take a look at white's pawns there on the right. They're going to take a while to get mobilised. So I think this is great stuff from Pragnanda. He's trying to eliminate his weaknesses. And his rook, perfectly safe. You always have to worry a little bit when the rook is offside.
Yep, and after this exchange, the one thing that Prag has to be careful of now is the knights are notoriously bad at stopping rook's pawns, stopping A and H pawns. So this one will start running at some point, and white's knight will not be doing a great job, even if rooks come off the board, of stopping this pawn. So Giri still has some small chances of not only holding this game, but trying to win it as well. 30 seconds against 1 minute. Prag here, I think he would take the draw at this point. I think white just needs to be a bit careful. He pushes forward. He is attacking this black knight, but Giri says, no, I'm retreating. Knights are great blockaders, and white's pawn is well guarded. Yeah, tense endgame, but things are disappearing. Pieces are getting traded off. Most likely result, Jovanka?
Draw.
Draw. I agree. And that would suit Prag, but it's been a roller coaster game. He did put Giri under pressure significantly.
He did. Anish really had to play very well, find some resourceful moves with seconds left on the clock. And there we see a trade of pawns. The more trades that we see, the more, they're closer Anish gets to getting that draw.
Yeah, exactly. We said maybe we would choose black, but at this point, I think both sides have reason to be content. And yeah, both sides around 40 seconds. That should be enough. There shouldn't be too many complicated tactics yet in the foreseeable future. So yeah, this one should fizzle out now. Okay, black's knight in the center. Looks well placed, but a bit loose. I'm expecting at some point Prag to bring the white king closer to the middle of the board. White's king does look a bit vulnerable to some checks. On the second rank, it doesn't feel happy at all. And
yeah, I agree. Just step the king forward, protect its pawns, and then this allows the rook to now just swing over to the left side and start attacking some pawns.
Yeah, white's rook's a bit tied down,
Yeah.
free it up.
Exactly. And also bear in mind that the black king is still a little bit shaky, and Prag down to seconds left on the clock. And there he go. He moves his king forward.
Yeah, good endgame strategy. When in doubt, if you don't know how to improve your pieces, centralize the king. And white's king does a great job of supporting its pawns. This pawn, however, the white c pawn, is attacked now by black. And, OK, a check from Pragnananda. Yeah, you mentioned the black king. It's kind of stuck on the edge there. It's not quite in a mating net, but it's enough too many safe squares to run to. Black's king, white gives a couple of checks. He's going to centralize his knight eventually, I feel. There we go. Gaining time. Prag can repeat the position now. If he's nervous, under 20 seconds, he can repeat, bail out with the draw by bringing his knight back to the top of the board. That's the second time we will have seen that position. I don't think Giri would be too reluctant to agree to that draw now. Will we see this from Prag? Do you think he's going to keep going?
Yeah, of course he's going to keep going. It's Prag. He's calm under pressure. And there you see, there is the switchback. I mean, he's gone to attack the A-pawn. So we're just going to see a trade of pawns in effect.
Yep. And again, disappearing pawns means that the game is headed towards that dreaded draw. But at this point, that would be a logical result. I think Anish Giri will eliminate the white c-pawn. It's too dangerous. You could give a check with the black rook on the third rank first, or you could go and take that pawn and then give a check maybe next move. White's knight still needs a while to get back into the centre, so I don't think there's time for white to profit from the 2 versus 1 pawn advantage on the right half of the board. Yep, this one is destined to be a draw, barring anything really shocking at this point. He gives a check first, asking a question of the white king.
We did see a few minutes ago Wesley So walked past and took a look at this game. He has finished game 2, and it's a bad result for Wesley So. He lost game 2 against Liam Le. First game was a draw, so he is now down in that match. Wesley So playing from the San Francisco arena. It's looking great for Jan-Krzysztof Duda in game 2 against Mamdyarov, and for Magnus Carlsen, he could go up by 2 points against Arjun here in game 2. This one looks like a draw then.
Yep.
Yeah, I say
pawns
this.
against 2 pawns now.
It is 2 pawns against 2 pawns, but I have to say, I would feel nervous with the white king being so close to the black king.
Nervous for who? Is the white king going to do the checkmating, or is it going to get checkmated?
That white king feels like a hunter to me. And, well, Anish playing very accurately, mobilizing his king, and he should be out of danger. Although I say this, but I'm still very nervous.
Yeah, I think you're right, Jovanka, actually. Black has to be slightly careful. I'm now expecting white's rook maybe even to go to the 6th rank. We don't see that. He offers a trade of knights, first of all. If the knights disappear now, then the white king is perfectly placed, actually.
Yeah.
Black's remaining pawn, that g6 pawn, incredibly weak. And in a rook endgame alone, suddenly black's a pawn, not a factor. Those rook's pawns, a and h pawns, are terrible in rook endgames. Wow, yeah, Prag putting Giri under some pressure still. He's just so good. At 17 years old, Pragnananda. I mean, I would have bailed out with a draw. I would have said, OK, it was enough excitement for today. But no, he keeps looking for chances, and he's so often rewarded.
Yeah.
OK, black's knight not going for that exchange. I think that's a wise decision from Giri. A knight exchange, and white's king and rook would have been more active than their counterparts. But now a check. Is white in time to pick off the black pawns before white's pawns fall? Black's knight is attacking as well. In the centre, vulnerable, this black king.
It is definitely vulnerable, and there we see the rook swing across. You know, white is getting ready to play f4 check. This is getting very, very dangerous now for Anish.
Yeah, and Anish holding things together. He moves his rook back. He is threatening now for the black rook to come and take the pawn behind the white king, distracting the white king away from the defence of the white rook. So Giri setting traps just like he did a bit earlier in the game. Actually, both sides have reason to be optimistic here.
Seconds.
Yeah, it's Prag lower on the clock, though. He went down to 5 seconds there, keeping his rook on a safe square. And black's knight retreating. Finally, it does feel like Giri's got nice kind of coordination with his pieces.
Ooh. But hang on a second. This move perhaps wasn't the most accurate. I mean, is there any knight checks?
Yeah. Black's knight can go to the h3 square, drop behind, as it has just done, hitting the white king. If the white king had stepped forward and taken the black pawn, Black's rook would have swung across and taken a pawn too. Black's knight has to retreat, otherwise it was trapped. I'm surprised we're still commentating on this game, to be honest, because I thought it would fizzle out to a draw, but both players are actually testing each other. Wow. This is really impressive endgame play. The balance hasn't been disturbed. The status quo has never really shifted either way, but just high-quality chess from both of them. Both of them really want to win this one. And Prag still trying his best, defending his pawns now. 20 seconds against 30 seconds.
Both sides kind of gambling, I think, because Prag has kind of put his king in a very awkward position, and it feels like it could almost be checkmated at the right time. And here comes the A-pawn.
Yeah, don't forget about Alice. She is running down the board. But first of all, I'm expecting the black pieces to do a bit of a shuffle. OK, no, he doesn't move his pieces. Black's formation, can it be undermined? Can White's knight give a check to the black king now? Can White's rook check the black king away? That black pawn is actually scary. It's only 3 moves away. No defenders around it. This is a check. Black's king has a choice of 2 safe squares.
Takes a step back. This is a smart move.
Wow.
And then it goes to the edge of the board in order to threaten the pawn on g6. It's brave, it's gutsy, and I think it works.
Yeah,
well,
I mean,
it doesn't work to win the game. I think it works to maintain the balance, actually, because the position was sharpening up so much.
Yeah, but this is suddenly far from a draw, because suddenly either Black's pawn on the A file is going to run through and win the game, or White's knight in the corner, which looks weirdly placed, is going to come back and take Black's g-pawn, and White will have 2 running past pawns on the other flank. Suddenly a draw is maybe not the most likely result. The pawn has pushed. This is stopped, prevented from advancing by White's rook. I mean, it's anyone's game now. White's king could get greedy, step up the board and take a pawn. The white king could also step back and attack this black knight.
Got to do that. Take the pawn. First of all, repeat the position. This is always good technique.
Gain 10 seconds on the clock.
Exactly. And now put the king back to where it came from and then grab the pawn.
Yeah, but there's also an argument to be made for grabbing the other pawn. White's rook can come and take the black A pawn. The problem is White's knight in the corner is trapped, so you have to calculate that one quite carefully. I think you can get away with it. I just want to eliminate that scary black pawn on A3. OK, first Prag gives a check. Does this help? Unclear. The black king is kicked backwards.
And now the king comes forward. This is the definition of teamwork. And a big threat on the board of knight takes pawn. Meanwhile, the rook is guarding the dangerous A-pawn.
Yeah, it just feels like Prag is the one putting the pressure on. At any moment, Prag can bail out, even at the cost of White's knight. As long as he gets rid of 2 black pawns, it's going to be a draw. A rook and knight alone cannot beat a rook. So if one of the 2 sides gives up their knight for the opposition 2 pawns, it's going to be a draw. But it's easier for Prag to do that than for Anish. And look at this.
Whoa!
This is what I was talking about. Prag is the one putting the pressure on, and Anish is cracking. Suddenly, the black knight is offside, and black's pawns, both of them are dropping. White's knight now swoops back.
Takes it with a check, and now the pawn can just advance, push the f-pawn, and now Anish losing. Yeah. What a turnaround.
He's definitely losing this game. All Prag needs to do is push his 2 pawns. White's rook does a fantastic job of stopping black's pawn. It's game over. Black's knight is just so bad. Push your pawns. That's all you need to do. You can even just jump back into the centre with the white knight if you really want to centralise, but you can push either of the 2 white pawns right now, to be honest. Both of them work. Black is not... There we go. Black is not threatening to take this f3 pawn with the black rook because White's knight would jump back with a nasty fork. All sorts of forks in the air with these knights now, especially Black's king is vulnerable. Yeah. Prag, what a player. He's going to go to a 2-0 advantage here, and that's because he refused to accept a draw, even in a dead-drawn position, grinding it out, pressing even the tiniest advantage.
I just love the way he kept posing problems to Anish. He never made life simple. And the king moves, but now I'm expecting the pawn just simply to step forward.
White's f-pawn is now threatened, so why not step it forward? White's knight could also re-centralise itself, but this is simpler. Teamwork, again, with the pawns this time, protecting each other. And, of course, the computer says no, and Whoa, Anish Giri, he found a really sneaky way to pin the white knight. And there was a threat there of black's knight jumping back and taking a pawn due to this pin on the 6th rank.
But hang on a second, the A-pawn can now march forward.
It's getting scary. Maybe has Prag let it slip?
He has let it slip, that most natural move.
I don't know if he has, because white's pawns are stepping as well. Okay, anything could happen here. White's pawns are very scary, only 3 steps away. Black's pawn's still under lock and key. Still, okay, now Prag has defended everything. Those 2 knights are, not well placed at all, but they're doing a job. And white's knight especially is holding everything together. Black's knight can't get back in the game. There's a threat. White's rook wants to take that black A-pawn. I think he's still got it, Prag, but maybe Giri had a small opportunity there. I'm wondering what it was, but Giri looks devastated. He does not look like he believes in holding this one anymore. Step forward, 2 squares away, this G-pawn. Gary, the G-pawn, is going to promote. Black's knight too far away to stop it.
Yeah.
Game over. It's no way to defend now.
No, absolutely
Black has no
way
coordination.
back.
And, OK, he tries to get his knight back in the game, but all you need to do now as Prag is to step forward one last time. A check. But, I mean, you could even maybe capture that knight with the rook, but no, simpler to move the king. A new queen is about to appear. Nothing to be done. Giri exhales. And he presses that resign button. Pragnananda, or he's about to at least. Pragnananda is going to take the win. A 2nd win of the day.
Wow. Heartbreak for Anish Giri. Losing 2 games in a row puts him in a must-win situation in Game 3 in San Francisco. They will now have 10 minutes to prepare for Game 3. Huge success for Prag so far today in Shack 15. I'm wondering if we will hear from the 2 players in San Francisco. Or will they just head back to their lounge?
Joy, relief right now.
Yeah, just a relief. I think I had a very good position. Like, I had a very big advantage, maybe even close to winning at some point, but probably I missed something there around the point of d4. Like this knight f7, d4, I'm not sure if it's good because he found this knight a5, d4, I think, which was very accurate. And yeah, maybe I had something there, but after that, I think it's just a draw. Like, it's just a very easy draw, but okay, it happens in time trouble that someone loses the track.
You say an easy draw. You had many chances to bail out into a draw, but you kept putting on the pressure. How did you keep control of the nerves?
Yeah, I just kept the game going, and I thought it's difficult to defend that position because a-pawn is not that strong. I can always go rook a7, so I thought my king is active, so I should try a little bit at least. But I was also trying to make sure that I won't lose that position with some trick. Okay, it just worked out.
All right, all the best for the 3rd game.
Yeah, thank you.
You can't decide it in Game 3. Pragnananda, the 17-year-old, on fire today. And what a game, David. What happened here?
Oh, what a game. Prag kept putting the pressure on. Like he said, he had a good position after the opening. He put some pressure in the middle game, but Anish did find a nice way to equalize. And it was just in the closing stages where Prag turned things in his favor. And it was here. Deep in the endgame, Prag has already won a pawn. It's 2 versus 1 in terms of pawns now. A big advantage for white. These 2 will win the game as long as you keep black's pawn under lock and key. But there was a chance for Giri to save the game, a miraculous defense, and he almost found it. In this position, white's pawn stepped forward. There's a small trap. Rook takes pawn is met by a knight fork, hitting the rook, winning the rook next move. Instead, black moved his king across, and this did set a trap, which Prag actually fell into. White's winning move is to retreat the knight, defending everything. Next move, this pawn will run forward. However, he stepped forward with the other pawn. What could be more natural? But Giri found a nice defense, dropping back his rook. Remember, this white rook cannot be traded off because otherwise black's pawn will promote. Rook takes pawn, for example, is met by a nasty pin here. Suddenly black turns things in his favor. So after this rook move, Giri's only way to draw was so difficult. He could have moved his king across with the idea of shifting his rook. For example, if white steps across, now eliminating the white rook, and black has enough to save the game. But Prag, because he set these problems throughout the game, he forced Anish to crack. This was difficult, as we said, and after black's pawn moved, suddenly Prag regained control. These 2 pawns were enough to win the game. White's rook is now safely covering this pawn, and Prag took the full point.
Anish Giri will have to bring his A game for Game 3. He has to win it to take it to a Game 4. In huge trouble in San Francisco, the Dutchman, because Pragnananda is on fire, winning 2 games with a draw. He will be the winner of the match. 9 months ago, not many people had heard of this young Indian, but what a season it's been for him on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour.
Whoa. Just to have this move on your radar is incredible. He's too good for this age. What a player, Pragnananda. Crazy tactics. Prag is just showing off now. It's just a masterpiece.
Unbelievable how he finds that move.
We've got to call that Prag style. Surely there's a checkmate now, and there we go. Prag finds a really nice pattern. Checkmate next move.
Pragnananda, he's calculated everything out so cleanly. Wow.
Cliff edge.
Yeah.
But, oh, wow, what a move. Black cuts the coordination between White's queen and the second rank, and is Magnus about to resign?
Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, loses to 16-year-old Pragnananda. Prag still hasn't played 4 games.
Fireworks non-stop. Every move is a really crazy, unexpected blow.
It's a very good pawn as well.
Prag takes it.
Wow! 16-year-old Pragnananda is ready for the final in Chessable Masters. He's made his big breakthrough on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour in the Chess Elite this year. Young Pragnananda, and now he can decide the match against Anish Giri in Game 3. Trouble for Anish, who's been a regular on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, and there has been highlights for Anish as well.
I think the trips we had, like the Oslo and the Miami, they were filled with quite some activities, and yeah, that was exciting too.
This is A for sure. This is for sure C.
Oh.
But this one is...
We can try 4 times.
This one is attached. It would be nice to use this one for that one. See, I see. I think I'm gonna guess.
Oh, I thought it was a pawn too.
And Anish, if I play this one.
Yeah.
Let's check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think I remember.
So it was Carlsen with White against Anand. You all got that. What is the largest state in the US by landmass, by size, not population? Alaska for Eric, Texas for Jordan. Anish, which one is your answer?
I'm going with Alaska. Is it Texas or Alaska? Alaska is underscore.
Okay, it's Alaska. It's Alaska.
Struggling against Prag today, but in the quizzes, David, Anish Giri, I mean, he's the champ.
He's the teacher's pet.
Yeah.
What? My microphone? Sorry, everyone. Yeah, Anish, he knows it all. He's the teacher's pet, and he's just good at everything he does.
I think that's the beautiful thing about Anish. It's not just chess, but he has an interest in so many different areas, and that paid off in those quizzes.
Yeah. And if you have followed us today, you might have heard David talking about one of his favorite games this season on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. It was a game between Pragnananda and Jordan van Voorhees, and let's take a look at that beautiful game.
Let's do the same score.
Oh, sorry.
What is this?
What a move.
Genius.
Just to have this move on your radar is incredible. We were looking at the king side. We were looking at the black king. He just picked up his rook in the corner and threw it up the board, sacrificing it in this angle. He's too good for this age. What a player, Pragnananda. But okay, he gives a check, allowing the black king to hide on the side. Okay, what is his idea? Because now black threatens checkmate in 1. Rook takes knight will be checkmate. And whoa, okay, crazy tactics. Prag is just showing off now with some nice geometry, and I think we're about to see a result because king takes rook now. It's a check. King takes rook would walk into a knight fork. White's knight will plant itself in the center, checking the black king and winning the black queen. This is just one of the most beautiful games I've ever seen, let alone on the tour. It's just a masterpiece. Fireworks non-stop. Every move is a really crazy, unexpected blow.
That game really did impress Grandmaster David Howell, and it is one of the games you can vote for in our voting for best game of the 2022 season. If you head into chess24.com/tour, cast your vote for the best game this season. And we are seeing a lot of good games here in the tour finals. Let's take a look at the results from the second games in the matches today. Liam Le with a win against Wesley So to take the lead in that match. So did Jan-Krzysztof Duda with a win in game 2 against Shakhriyar Mamadiarov. And then, as we saw, Pragnananda winning his second game in a row against Anish Giri to put massive pressure on Anish in game 3. Magnus Carlsen yet winning position against Arjun Ergaisi, eventually a draw in game 2. But Magnus still in the lead, and let's hear from the world number 1.
Magnus, another endgame where you kept on pushing but didn't work out this time. Summarize it for us.
Yeah, that was embarrassing technique. He fought well though, but I went for a mistaken plan there. With I chose to trade off the pawns with g4, which is kind of counterintuitive, but I thought that I could just trade off the other pawn with h5 and then walk the king over. But then I realized that he had some ideas with rook checks and then rook to the 6th rank trading the rooks, so I couldn't really make it work. And then I went for this b5 instead, which was just a brain freeze. I mean, that didn't work at all, so wasted chance, but still up.
All right, good luck.
With a win in game 3, Magnus Carlsen will win the match. Anish Giri is walking into a must-win situation. He will have to win game 3. Any other result means he loses the match to Pragnananda and heading in with the white pieces. What needs to be Anish's plan in this game 3, David?
It sounds counterintuitive, but I actually think he should adopt a similar plan to game 1, where it did backfire eventually, but only because of a mistaken sacrifice. I think he needs to be aggressive from move 1, but with a bit more accuracy when things really heat up. And he started today in a really fighting mood. He needs to continue that.
Yeah, it kind of felt in that game, because we have sometimes criticized Anish for not taking the chances, not maybe attacking enough. It feels a little unfair that he did lose that first game, because he really did play with the white pieces.
Yeah, he played very sharp chess, and we're going to see whether he's going to stick to the same approach, and he has.
Wow, this is fascinating, because it's exactly the same so far as we saw in game 1. And will we see in that game, Prag just pushed a pawn? And actually, this last move by Anish Giri, this is different. Last time he moved his knight out into the center. So it's actually Anish who's adopted the first small improvement, or first small innovation in this game.
Mm-hmm.
And Prag,
adopting the same plan that he did before, which is just simply to target the weak c4 pawn.
Exactly what he did earlier, Anish Giri and Prag. Yeah, this one really lit a fireworks later in the game, and I'm pretty sure it will this time as well. It's anything but a drawish opening, which suits Anish Giri in this situation. Okay, he looks relatively composed. Yeah, the thing that's so intriguing for me is just the players. They had, what, 5-10 minutes before between the games? Did they really have time to study this with a computer, to even talk to their coaches at home, to talk to their seconds? I mean, if it were me, if I have 5 minutes, I'd want to think of anything but chess. But these guys, they've clearly come prepared, and both of them have gained a lot of time since they started the game, gaining 10 seconds after every move. It's move 10 now. They've played instantly up to this point, and it's still a very sharp opening.
Yeah, and I do think that they would have had time, though, within those 5-10 minutes, because they all have their coaches with them there. And we sometimes saw them when they were in the Oslo esports in their rooms, working really hard, trying to think up new ideas, improvements over their games. So, I mean, it would have been very superficial analysis, as in, like, just do this. Just think of, like, in the boxing ring. Hey, mate, you've got to do this. You've got to activate your queen. And that's how they would have had.
Yeah, I mean...
Well, that's how I visualise it. The reality could be something different.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably right, Jovanka, but I'm just so amazed by these players. If it were me, it's physically impossible. I need time to go to the bathroom. I need time to relax.
Yeah.
To even if I have a coach, to understand what they're telling me, it takes a minute or two, or 10. But these players, yeah, they pick up this new information so quickly. They're ready to jump back in, ready to freestyle, to fight. And, OK, very, very similar now to what we saw earlier, except this time White's pieces are arranged slightly differently. and White's king is the first to castle. Magnus now also arriving for his third game.
Yep. He also had 10 minutes to prepare after game 2, which was a draw. Magnus had winning chances in that one, and we heard in his interview he was disappointed again with a few moves. Is Magnus Carlsen blundering more than we're used to?
I think yes. His understanding is just as strong as ever. He's still outplaying his opponents most of the time, Magnus. But it's just one movers, as we say in chess, just one move blunders or taking the eye off the ball, relaxing too early. It's hard to explain. It's hard to put your finger on what it is, but...
Age?
Possibly. At least for me. I become more inconsistent. I feel that my understanding's better than ever at 32 years old. He's going to be 32 next week. But yeah, it's consistency maybe. And,
I don't like this conversation.
But look at this. How cool is that?
Are they both playing imaginary pianos or something?
It looks like the shoes are actually communicating with each other. Like, let's have a conversation.
And listening to the same song?
Yeah, because they have like the same rhythm.
Happy feet. Wow, I want to know what's on their playlist.
Yeah, actually, I want to know that too. Do you happen to know what Anish and Prag are listening to?
I know our control room can take a peek. So let's see if they can see what these two are listening to. And if they are listening to anything.
Prag doesn't strike me as the kind of person, type of player who would listen to music. He would, to me, he seems kind of ultra professional, just focused on the moves, focused on the chess, the calculation. Yeah, it's really refreshing to see that they like to party while they play chess.
We know Magnus loves it. So obviously playing over the board chess, you're not allowed to listen to music. You cannot have earpieces on and stuff like that. But on site in this arena, they are allowed to listen to music. Magnus enjoys it. Anish, I think, enjoys listening to music as well.
Mm-hmm. He's mentioned in the past listening to some Dutch rap, some Dutch music. Meanwhile, Prag has won a pawn, just like he did in game 1 of the day. It's that c4 pawn, the double pawn that has dropped. But Anish will have long-term compensation for that.
Yeah.
The mean girls, they were there, Kaja again, those 4 pawns. But one of the gang has been kicked out of school.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's Prag, who's also lower on the clock. It's also Anish, f for forward, pushing the f pawn, trying to open up lines. But Black's king is a bit more flexible this time compared to game 1. And what do you think, Jovanka? Good opening choice again by Giri?
I think it's a fantastic opening choice. I mean, it's a position that Anish has studied and also putting pressure on young Pragnananda. And again, it's not an easy position to handle because the Black king is not safe wherever it turns. And how are you going to handle this pawn strike? Because if you allow some pieces to be traded off, the white rook will suddenly immobilize and the Black king will still feel very, very unsafe.
Yep. I would be terrified again in Prag's shoes. I'm a bit surprised that he's repeated this opening. I don't question Anish at all. I think this was a great opening choice. He has to take risks. Why not sacrifice a pawn? Why not going on the attack? But yeah, for Prag, there must be more kind of solid openings than this one. But he's just so principled. He believes in his openings, and I think that's a lesson for everyone at home. No matter how many times you repeat the same opening, as long as you improve them every time, tweak them occasionally, check where your mistakes were, every opening is viable. Stay loyal. And okay, Prag playing a move that's not approved of by the computers, Anish meditating or listening to his music, whatever he's doing.
He is listening to music.
He is? Oh, you know the song, Kaja?
I know the song. It's called Drugs from Amsterdam. So I think you guys were right. That sounds like some Dutch rap. And you were also right about Prag. He's not listening to music.
Oh, he's not listening to music?
Nope.
What is he listening?
Nothing. Then.
Nothing. He was just...
silence.
In his head. Yeah. He's listening to the chessboard.
Yeah.
The pieces are playing their music.
Yeah.
Harmonising those pieces.
Yeah.
I've played him before a few times, Prag, and yeah, he's so full of energy, that teenage kind of adrenaline pumping. Yeah, I remember when we were both in mutual time trouble, we both had about 1 minute on the clock and he was rocking, shaking the table, getting the energy going. And yeah, I mean, clearly that's just what motivates him. That's what helps him to calculate quicker. Okay, meanwhile, he's captured a pawn, and this does open up the white rook, but white doesn't necessarily need to capture this pawn back. Maybe white's knight could spring forward. It feels like you want to accelerate the activity of your pieces as quickly as possible.
Definitely. When you're attacking, you must not forget the golden rule. Invite everyone to the party. And whilst Anish is thinking what to play next, well, we do have a Caption This competition where we're asking everyone at home to capture this picture. And Obi-Wan Me says, the young Gandalf and Frodo had no idea what lay ahead. And me like he a lot.
Does that make me Frodo? I mean, I assume Simon with the beard is Gandalf.
Yeah. Frodo.
My feet aren't as hairy as those hobbits.
And Kirk says, yipes. Simon, looks like your favourite pub is closed.
That is exactly the look on Simon's face.
Because he looks mildly kind of unhappy, a bit grumpy. Yeah, oh dear.
The Star, I think that's his favourite pub.
Yeah.
Apart from the Good Night in Oslo as well.
Yeah. Well, if you two want to enter our competition or you want to send us your thoughts, you share with us your selfies, ask us questions, then remember you can do all this using the hashtag #ChessChamps, and we will try and feature them on the show.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Deep Think now by Anish Giri, almost 3 minutes in the tank. And I think he's paused at a critical moment. And this is what makes the top players so good. All of these 8 here in the tournament, they're very quick. Their instincts are great. But when the opponent surprises them, that sets off kind of a flag in their head. There's just this signal that now is the moment to invest some time. Now is the moment to think. And we'll see the result of that think shortly. But I just want to highlight that being materialistic here is not the flavour of the position. I think to get to the essence of the position, it's all about activity, especially for white. And look at the centralisation. It's perfect here. You control all the central squares. Your rook is about to be active on the f-file, but whether you capture this pawn or not, the rook is active anyway. So the last thing I would do here for white is to go and capture this pawn with the rook, because most likely the rook will get kicked back at some point. You have to retreat it, and you've lost a bit of time. So why not improve a different piece? And Anish Giri, he's just moved his hand away to his mouse, then he retracted it. I have a feeling he's going to bring his knight to this square. And he's assuming that the black king is going to castle to this side of the board, which is quite likely. And therefore, I think this is a good preemptive strike. The white knight is ready to jump into f5, which we've talked about so many times throughout the season. This is the key launch pad for an attack. Also, if pawn takes pawn, the white knight is ready to jump in and attack this guy, getting closer, inching closer to the black king. If the black king castles, there's going to be all sorts of attacks later to do with maybe this bishop move, to do with maybe jumping with the knight forward. You can also be materialistic and grab this pawn potentially, and there we go. Giri does seize the moment to activate his pieces, and has Prag underestimated this move? Jumping with the knight, white is temporarily 2 pawns down, but compare the development. White has great pieces, black's king still 1 move away, still needs to castle, and an attack is brewing. What do you think, Jovanka? I really love this move, I've got to say.
Danger ahead for Prag. I also love this move. I found it very instructive, actually, because my vibe was actually to capture the pawn with the rook, and that would have been a terrible mistake. So I love this move.
Yeah, you're coming forward to one of these 3 squares no matter what now. On the next turn, it doesn't matter whether these light square bishops will be exchanged. This will happen at some point, but either way, you're coming in with your knight, and that is the key. I think black would love here to evacuate his king, for example, to move the queen out of the way, evacuate the king maybe even to this side of the board. But is there time? It doesn't look like there is, because after knight takes pawn, the only way to get your king to safety is to basically surrender the whole of the other side of the board. And yeah, that's not really Prag style. So critical moments already for the young Indian if he wants to maintain the chance to progress and win this match in 3 games. He needs to find a solution to this incoming attack.
Yeah.
Knight to f5, knight takes f5. It's scary times.
Very scary times. I mean, the only one that kind of looked great out of the options that you chose was probably pawn takes pawn. Yeah. And we see Prag play that, because at least the knight doesn't get to that dreaded f5 square.
Yeah, I agree. It's that kind of theory again. If you're going to suffer under an attack, against an attack, you might as well be 2 pawns up while suffering. Yeah. And you might as well lure your opponent's pieces. I mean, this knight is great, but it's slightly further away from the black king, and the black's king has run to safety. So I'm expecting something along the lines of this knight jump. I'm not sure whether right now I would go for it, trying to target the h7 square. What else could white consider? Maybe taking this pawn. on d6. This is up for grabs.
That kind of feels like a step in the wrong direction. And
then he plays it.
I'll have to eat my words.
Yeah, I mean, I'm inclined to agree. I feel like I want to go towards the black king, but this looks like more of a Giri move. It's active, it wins a pawn, and Jovanka, we're coming back to f5. It's the long way round, but we're coming back to this dream square. So still looking good for white right now. And the bishops have also disappeared from the board, been exchanged, but black knight offside, black's knight here, passive. White's pieces are superior, despite the pawn deficit. Yeah, I fear for Prag's life in this game already. Great opening by Anish again.
Not easy position at all for Prag, and I just don't see a good defense.
Yeah, I don't see one either. I mean, for example, if you ever move this knight, white's knight will retreat, but you're walking into this pin time and time again. This is a theme we saw actually from game one, really terminal. If white achieves that pin, yeah, how do you activate the queen? If you move it, you just get hit by the white knight again. If you ever stop the white knight from going back to its dream square on f5, you have to do that with a pawn. But now you've weakened all the dark squares around your king. This is a no-go because the white bishop will simply occupy one of these squares, and the king is already stuck in a mating net, as we say. Already you can envisage the white queen jumping in and sitting in front of that king with checkmate. So it's really scary.
It's very scary, and I just had a look at my computer's recommendations, and like it says, the only way to navigate this is basically to forget that white is attacking, and you just got to carry on with your own things. So you just retreat the knight.
Okay, this makes some sense. This knight offside, not doing anything, and at least try and bring it back maybe to the defend.
But it's cold-blooded, right? To simply ignore white's brewing attack there on the right and just get on with your own thing.
Exactly. I mean, it looks more natural to try and improve these. Okay, he finds it, of course. Prag is really good at finding, when there's a narrow path to survival, he's good at finding it. But it did look more natural to improve one of these three pieces. It's just impossible. So why not improve a knight? Yeah, let's go back to the players. And actually, before today, I was just thinking how I expected this matchup to go, and I thought Anish would embrace his chessable course, 1e4, be really direct there. But he's found another way in a d4 opening in the Nimzo Indian, which is regarded as one of the most solid openings out there for black. But he's found a way to put Prag on the back foot from an early stage. That's why he has such a reputation as an opening expert, Giri. He just seems to know all these little ideas in a whole variety, a whole wide repertoire of openings.
Yeah, looking back with some hindsight, I agree with you. Prag should not have chosen this opening. He should have gone for something a lot safer.
Because he only needs a draw.
Exactly. And, well, Anish playing fantastically well. And he's deep in his preparation, barely used any time on the clock, and you see Pragnananda just under 9 minutes.
Yeah. So I guess the situation is as perfect as it can be for Anish right now in a must-win situation.
Yeah, this is the maximum you can hope to get at the very top level of world chess out of any opening, but especially in a must-win situation. There are different ways you can approach the opening. These days I approach the opening in a way where I don't want any risk. I want to get my type of position. I can slowly apply pressure. But when you need to win, go for positions like this. It's imbalanced. You have a potential attack. You have active pieces. And look at Prag. Just so much energy. He's, most players, if they're shaking back and forth, you assume it's nerves. But no, he's just trying to calculate. And it's almost like a pendulum, Prag, just back and forth, hypnotizing Anish into a long think here for 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fight, even though Prag is looking calm, swinging back and forth, this is a tough fight. And it's going on inside Shack 15 in San Francisco. What's happening in this cool building right now, Tanya?
Kaja, this is the coolest building that I have ever been to where chess is happening, and I've got a very special guest with me to tell us more about Shack 15 and the Ferry building. It's the managing director here at Shack 15, Natasha. Natasha, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having us.
thanks for hosting this event. Tell me a little bit about what does it mean to Shack 15 to have the finals here?
Oh, it's everything. So the founder of Shack 15, Jorn Liesigen, is also the founder of Meltwater. So we have been Magnus Carlsen sponsor for the past few years. So it means the world to us to have this year. It's so cool. Everyone is so excited to actually see all the players live in action here.
It's a super cool space to host a chess event in, and the ferry building itself. I mean, I've never seen anything like this. And even during our show, everybody keeps asking, what's the history behind this building? What makes it so special?
Yeah, so Shack 15 is actually a global community of founders and entrepreneurs, and we are located inside the iconic ferry building. It's one of the most important landmarks here in San Francisco. It opened in 1898, so it's historic as well. Yeah, and it's just really cool to bring something like this to the building over here.
I've noticed a lot of cool restaurants, always packed and bustling with people. Is this the place to come for some good food?
Yeah, absolutely. If you want to try fresh farmers market, some of the best tacos, some great pizza, this is definitely the place in San Francisco. Downstairs in the market, that's where it's all happening.
And we were talking before, you mentioned you're from India. We've got a player here from India. Have you met Prag yet?
Yeah, so I'm a little torn. So I'm from South India, so I'm obviously rooting for Prag, but we also sponsor Magnus, so I have the other half of my heart is for Norway, so we'll see.
And how's your experience been so far hosting the event?
It's been fantastic. The crew is amazing. The players have been so nice. Everyone is star-studded. All the members here are so excited to be interacting with them. So it's been a fantastic couple days and can't wait for the rest of the week.
Natasha, because you're from here, if there was one place that you would recommend to our chess players that they cannot miss in San Francisco, what would that be?
That's Shack 15, and lucky for them, they're right here. So they've nailed it.
I love it. There we have it, Shack 15. Just the best place to play some chess.
Definitely seems like the place to be. You guys are so lucky to get to experience this cool building and the top chess players in action. It's super tense between Anish Giri and Prag, it looks like, with that beautiful view in Shack 15 of San Francisco and the boats passing by. And Anish Giri thinking now 4-5 minutes, is this a good time to take that long pause?
It makes sense to think now because you need to whip up this attack. We've talked about how the attack has, all the foundations are there, everything's ready, but you need to actually put some plan into action, and he's just found nothing better than improving his rook. This looks natural as well. Maybe it's the strongest move, but if you couldn't find anything direct, then you would have wanted to have played a move like this within 2 or 3 minutes rather than after 5 or 6 minutes. Normally, if you invest 5 or 6 minutes, you want to find something direct, forcing, where you can calculate 5-6 moves in advance. This one does give black a whole bunch of options. I do like it, to be honest. I've got to say, Jovanka, what about you?
I like it as well because I was all the time thinking, what is black going to play? And it's very difficult for black to come up with a move.
That's true.
I mean, we've kind of said, well, he can't move the queen, he can't move the rooks. So what is he going to do?
Yeah, so White's knight controls everything, actually.
Yeah, and then, therefore, I really love White's move, especially bearing in mind the principle, you've got to invite all your pieces to the party.
Yeah, I think the only reason I'm slightly critical is because Anish took, what was it, 6 minutes or something on this move? We've seen Anish struggle slightly under time pressure in the past, and especially the last game of today. So those 6 minutes could have been better invested elsewhere. But yeah, let's jump back in because Anish looking calm there, looking pretty relaxed. He has posed that really difficult question to Prag, what to do. This knight can't really go anywhere. The only square it can step to is back. And this would make some sense, trying to step in front of its king, acting as a shield, acting as a bodyguard, but this would walk into a nasty, nasty pin. And this, I think, is deadly, because if the pawn steps forward now, you've weakened yourself on this long diagonal. This would be a deadly check. And yeah, Jovanka, there's a nice checkmating pattern here.
Go for it, David. I'm going to give you the honours.
I think you should talk us through. You're the checkmate resident expert here. If the king shuffles into the corner.
Yeah, then the knight gives a check. And once the king moves out of the way, and this is where the magic happens, because the knight actually goes to the edge of the board.
Oh, I just realised it doesn't work.
Does it not work?
It almost does.
Oh, no, it doesn't work. David, you were setting me up.
I'm sorry,
because,
I didn't mean this.
No, it does, yeah. Okay, well, we have to show it if the rook takes, because it's such a beautiful mating pattern.
So this is the idea, queen check, and normally this would work as a smothered mate. This king is now trapped within its own pieces. It's suffocated. It cannot escape due to the rook and pawns around it. The knight checkmating on its own, but unfortunately, the black knight can come back and take the queen. But this was just a flashy checkmate we wanted to show off. This pattern arises so often, actually. Smothered mate, remember that one. But yeah, in this position, of course, after a knight check, if the black king did move, easier to just take the queen.
Yep.
And we win this way, also with a discovered check. So this would be deadly. If the black knight can't go back, the black rooks don't really have a way to move because this knight is so dominant. White's knight makes such a good impression. What else can black play? I'm struggling as well. You can capture a pawn. This doesn't change anything. White just replaces it in the center. If you move the queen, again, you're always going to get hit, no matter where you go, by White's knight coming back and actually gaining time on the route to going where it wants to go anyway, towards the black king. I think this is just really, I mean, computer might say +1, but it's really, really terminal, unless Prag finds something incredible at this moment, something really tenacious and resourceful. Feels like, yeah, Anish is just in full control.
Yeah.
It's almost domination. It's almost, OK, he takes a pawn, but remember, this just doesn't change anything. White recaptures, keeps the status quo. Yeah, it's almost Zugzwang in a way. That means when black makes a move, it's just going to worsen his own position. It's just going to help white.
I was thinking that as well. So I was thinking just by elimination, I would have just pushed a random pawn there on the left.
Yeah.
Because I honestly, genuinely can't think of a move that black can play. At least, you know, if you move that pawn, then maybe the rook can slide up one square, and you have the horizontal defense in operation.
Yeah, defend along the 7th rank. Makes some sense. I mean, it's not an easy move to play. If you go for that, it would take a lot of self-control, a lot of self-restraint. Instead, he moves his knight. And the reason we wrote this one off earlier is because now White's knight is likely to step back. And again, there's a threat of creating this nasty pin. It's as if you're helping, you're giving White a bit of time. And just as an example, if Black's knight plants itself in the middle of the board, this looks very nice. Knights belong on outposts in front of isolated pawns, then White already has a killer blow, I think. White's bishop can jump out to the edge of the board, and this is why knights are so strong in f5. This is a skewer, hitting the pawn, hitting the rook behind it. If the bishop is captured, the white queen simply slides across. If the black king goes into the corner, this is checkmate. The king trapped now, and if the black queen tries to block, then this also doesn't work. White can remove a pawn with check and win the queen on the next move. So this is the type of thing that happens when a knight is on f5. And how is Prag going to guard against this? If I were Giri, I would rush back. I would happily take the opportunity to retreat. But maybe he's looking for something else. Maybe there's something more direct. I don't see it right now. Why not just retreat the knight to its dream square?
Simple is best. Just learning from your Elisaveta learning points.
Yeah, and learning from game 1 between these two today.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just choose the easiest option.
Pragnananda, he is in potentially big trouble in this game against Anish Giri, and sitting behind Prag is another person in huge trouble, Wesley So in San Francisco Arena. Is he about to lose game 3 against Liam Le, and if he does lose that game, also lose the match?
Yeah, I've just taken a look over at that game between Liam Le and Wesley So, and Liam Le is not just a pawn up, but we talked about the word domination. He's got full control. Wesley can barely move a single piece. So barring, again, a miraculous defence by Wesley, which he is capable of, then I think we'll see Liam take their match, and Wesley will have lost both matches at the start of this final.
Tough start for Wesley So. He needs to come up with something brilliant right now to have any chances of getting points from this match. He looks a little worried. Wesley So, the American hope in the tour finals. We are following Anish Giri's fight to have a chance to take this to tiebreaks. He has to win both this game and game 4 to have a chance to take points against Prag. And right now, it's looking good in this game, at least.
Yeah, and the only worry for Anish Giri is earlier, just this improving move with the white rook cost him 6 minutes. Now, maybe the most natural move in the position, retreating the white knight, which looks by far the strongest. I mean, I don't really see any sensible alternatives. OK, he does retreat in the end, but that cost him 3 minutes as well. So he's played 2 very natural moves. but maybe it's a confidence issue. Those two moves together have cost him nearly 10 minutes. Yeah, it's if that clock comes back to haunt him, he will pinpoint this moment, bring the rook across, retreating the knight, going to the squares, the desirable dream squares with his pieces, costing him so much time on the clock. That's the kind of thing that I do, and I always regret it later when I'm in time trouble, when the game position falls apart. I'm like, oh, why don't I have an extra 5 minutes now? Why don't I have an extra 5-6 minutes? It's, yeah, it's worrying times. Sometimes it's like that book title, I think it's by Willie Hendricks, it's Move First, Think Later. Just put your piece on a good square and only calculate later in the game. It's not always good wisdom, but in this situation, it would have been.
I must admit, all of my blunders happen because I've moved first and I haven't thought about it. And then afterwards, like, hand, you did me wrong here. And yeah.
Another lesson from chess that works in life as well. Think before you talk.
Don't be too trigger happy when it comes to chess moves, but it's about the type of position, right? If it's pure calculation, if it's really sharp, where the price of every move is really high, then you really have to sit on your hands and not rush. But here there was nothing else to do. And okay, Prag tries to defend with a really sneaky move. This knight is poisoned. You cannot take it with white's pawn in the center because look at the queens on the same file. But the evaluation bar likes it for white. White's queen, I think, can just safely move away. I'm not sure where, but she can step back, step across the board. Okay, she does retreat the whole way. And when this black knight moves, white's bishop is ready to create that nasty pin that we talked about earlier.
I think, well, Pragnananda just has to accept that that pin will happen on the board. And if I were him, I would just move my knight to the g6 square, try to get some cover for the king, and start hoping for the best.
Yeah, cross the fingers.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's nothing for it.
Exactly. And it's only move 21 and both players really low on the clock already. That shows the tension in the air over there in Shack 15 and also shows the tension in the position. I think we might well see game 4 between these two. And, OK, Prag tries to defend actively. Normally good advice, but it does allow this pin. Remember, now the white knight and white bishop inching towards that black king yet again.
And I was thinking that that terrible tactic that Anish did, that was actually a big blunder in game 1. It's here in the air, and when it happens, it will be a killer. It will be a decisive sacrifice.
Yeah, knight takes pawn. That was his big blunder. You're right, Jovanka, in game 1. Does it work now? This is the big question. It doesn't quite yet, because this is a threat of checkmate. Prag, he's so good at counterattacking. Queen takes pawn would trap the white king. So first you need to guard against this. You can do that in a variety of ways. You can do that with gain of time if you drop your bishop back. I'm not sure this is ideal. But you do hit the black queen, maybe gain time for this sacrifice. I'm just trying to gain time to show this one. If the queen moves, knight takes pawn, and the king is out in the open. But you have to be able to follow up. Maybe the follow-up is just to step a pawn forward, trap this knight. This looks pretty strong, but maybe there's something stronger. And what else could we consider here? You need to guard this threat.
I mean, moves that kind of spring to mind is just like the rook stepping forward, blocking the diagonal, and at the same time you kind of still have in the air bishop takes knight, knight takes pawn.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many captures that black has to be concerned about here. I mean, this looks very strong to me, or at least the most natural. What else could Giri be considering in this position as the time ticks down? Both sides just over 3 minutes now. Yeah, you have to block this diagonal, either with the bishop or with the rook. You don't really want to take a time out to push a pawn in front of your king. This looks weakening, if anything, and it gives black a valuable tempo with which to defend. So, yeah, right now, it's really sneaky. I've got to admire Prag. He's never just trying to defend. He's never just playing purely passively. He's always creating threats of his own. Yeah, Giri, big advantage, we think, but he has to be accurate. And he has to be quicker than he has been over the last few moves. Still only moved 23, around 3 minutes each on the clock. And Prag still shaking back and forth. Yeah. What a view that is of the players. Both super focused.
All right, Anish Giri, he must be also aware of the match situation. He has to win this game. And it's that tension getting to him, spending too much time now, maybe, on his moves.
Yeah, and at move 18, he had 14 minutes left. So he spent, on the last 5 moves, he spent, what is it, 11, 12 minutes on the clock, Anish Giri. He does lift his rook up the board. What face is he making under those hands as well? He looks, he looks almost angry at the position, as if he's trying to just will it to be strong for white. And OK, he's moved his rook forward, hitting this black knight next to it.
It did go down. I know, and I took a peek at the computer as to why it would go down, and apparently there's only one saving move.
Oh!
There's one move that will give Pragnanda a slightly worse position, and that's basically to introduce the rook in the corner, move it over to the E-line, and if he does that, he will be OK.
Wow, this is not obvious at all, because, yeah, it looks like white has threats, right?
Yeah. Exactly, because, I mean, you're thinking, oh, rook takes knight is a big idea on the board.
Rook takes knight, knight takes pawn. There's a bunch of ideas. Even just slowly kicking away this black knight, it looks like this knight is almost trapped. But also, not only is this move difficult to see from kind of a objective perspective, but which rook do you choose? It looks like you can choose either rook. Is there a difference, Jovanka? Choosing this rook looks more natural to me. It looks like this rook has a choice of other squares that you could use later.
There is a big difference. In fact, that's the second choice. The whole point is that if you move with the rook in the corner, white, if for some reason, is obliged to capture. If you move with the other rook, white doesn't have to capture the rook, and instead will simply line the 2 rooks up together and create terrible pressure along the F-line.
OK, so the whole idea is maybe long-term. The computer sees deeper than humans, of course. Long-term, this pawn is actually a bit of a target for white's rooks. So does Prag find it? He doesn't find this move. And
look at that.
Yeah, I've got to say, maybe he should have been finding it. At least one of the rooks to that square would have been very logical. He's keeping some pressure now on this white rook. So he's keeping the white queen honest. She has to stay defending her rook. But what's the knockout blow now? It feels like there should be something decisive in the air. It looks so strong for white. It looks like all of these 3 pieces, they're just right in the black king's face. It looks like there must be a breakthrough. Is the best move just to simply step forward with a pawn? I mean, this would look natural to me.
It looks natural to me. I mean, also, what also looks natural is to give a check to the king with the idea of actually kicking the knight.
Yeah, hit this king, push it into the corner, and only then attack this knight. Yeah, this makes sense. The only pieces keeping black's king safe are these 2 knights, and once one of them is kicked away, the other one will fall. Yeah, it looks like Giri is on the brink of a win. Time is an issue, though. And this position, we're expecting a few moves, maybe pushing the pawn, maybe giving a check with the knight, and they all look good for Anish. He just has to decide. He just has to be decisive now. And Prag should not be able to save this one, even with his creativity. Even with all those defensive resources that he's shown time and time again, every single tournament on this season of the tour.
And Anish under 1.5 minutes.
And wow, he captures the knight. But now, after the black knight recaptures, what is the idea? White's queen cannot go and cover this square because White's queen is tied down, defending in the center. I think his idea is to jump back, swoop back with White's bishop, and Prag shakes his head. Maybe this is just really clever. Prag looks away. That's the face that Prag has when he's blundered. And now White's queen, remember, cannot move, but the bishop can jump back, and it's a double attack. Not only attacking the black queen, but White's queen now is freed up to go and capture the black knight next move, no matter what. And once that happens, White has sacrificed a rook for a knight. Once that happens, White will win another piece and go material up. This is even stronger than what we were suggesting, maybe.
Yeah, this is a very clear-cut way. And Prag finding those dirty little tricks.
Dirty little counterattack. That's his trademark. But it doesn't work this time.
No,
it doesn't. Take this knight off the board.
But, I mean, small victories. The king is now out in the open.
Yep. Prag, he knew this black knight was doomed. It was going to get captured by White's queen anyway. You might as well throw it away, attacking White's queen. Yeah, to lure White's king out. But White's king will poke its head out of its hiding place, and later it will slide back anyway. It doesn't achieve too much long term.
Yeah.
But 1 minute each, anything's still possible.
Definitely. But definitely, this is such a fantastic position for Anish, who now has 2 pieces in the attack. Queen slides over, keeps in contact with the bishop.
Yeah. I mean, this is the best position Anish has had, probably all tour, but he should be winning this one. It's still some work to be done.
I mean, can he still just march the queen out, threaten checkmate?
Ooh, Jovanka, I think you're right. This would be a very flashy way and probably a very effective way to win the game. He does bring the queen out, and now if black's queen gets greedy and takes the white bishop, white's rook would block. There would be a double threat. White was threatening checkmate. White would have been threatening the queen. That would have been decisive. So black had to stop the threat of checkmate, advancing a pawn, but now this knight check gives white the time to move his bishop to safety next turn.
Yeah. And also just take a look at what squares are weak. They're the dark squares. What does white have? Dark square bishop. And this is just going to be absolutely devastating for Pragnananda. No way back from this.
Yeah. All Anish needs to do is find an avenue, just a way in for that white bishop towards the black king, and game over. You could even just shuffle the white queen across one square to the left, and you actually threaten some deadly checkmating patterns there, just defending the white's bishop, teaming up together. White's bishop could also move. Bunch of squares you can choose from.
I like your queen move. That gets my vote.
Yeah, and I just want Anish to move, and he does. He went down to under 20 seconds there, but he does shuffle across. The move we predicted with his queen, he's threatening to go out onto h6, check the black king. Also maybe just threatening to plant itself in the center of the board. Everything's protected.
Yeah.
This one is over. Or it should be over, as long as Anish can handle the clock and his nerves.
Wow, how impressive it will be if Anish Giri wins this game and makes that comeback. It's still going to be an uphill battle. He will also have to win game 4, but he's going to feel inspired.
Yeah, and he's kind of seeking that inspiration today. It feels like he's just built up great positions in every opening, but he's just struggling to convert, and this will be the big breakthrough. And yeah, why not advance a pawn in the center? This is a passed pawn after all, defended by white's knight. And it also opens up that dark square diagonal towards the black king.
And that's why Pragnananda desperately closes it down. But still, it is no way back from this. And I really like Anish's next move. Just to tuck the king away to safety. Maybe, you know, there's no need to rush here. No. White has such a superb position. You can make those luxurious moves.
Yeah, it's the white king's bedtime. It needs to be tucked away in its duvet, those two pawns, just keeping it nice and warm. And away, safe from any checks. Yeah, Prag has no threats right now. Giri can push white's h-pawn forward. He can give a check. He can improve the white rook. Yeah, everything is winning, but still 10 seconds. And his heart will be pumping while he sees that clock tick down. OK, he puts his bishop on the safe square. Also very logical. Not really finding a way to break through yet, but Prag is a bit stuck. Black's rook's unable to coordinate, unable to find open lines. They're purely defensive pieces right now.
Mm-hmm. And the bishop may be getting ready to relocate herself to the long diagonal.
Yep. If that bishop can attack the black king, that will be the tipping point. That will push black over the edge. Yeah, it's been a great game by Giri. Opening till, I mean, I was going to say the end game, but this is not the end game even. It's just going to be the end of the line for Prag. Mm-hmm. It's just been, from move 1, a masterclass. This is really instructive for anyone who wants to play against the Nimzo Indian opening for white. I think this one is a game to study. And there you go, Jovanka, lining up against the black king.
And deadly threat on the board.
Yeah. The threats to even give up the white queen with a checkmate. I think we might see a result any moment. OK, black's king comes back where it came from. Maybe we can just show a pretty checkmate if... OK, the white h-pawn coming forward. If black had been careless here, for example, push the pawn to attack the white queen, then there's 2 ways to win. But the flashiest would be giving up the white queen here. Queen takes pawn. We always have to look at checks first. And now this is a nice checkmate pattern. Hitting the king with the bishop, and the knight covers the escape squares. The king is mated. But the king is also going to be checkmated shortly in the game. This would have been a flashy finish. But yeah, Anish just shuffling his king to a safe square again. Just playing it safe, and this knight is poisoned. You cannot take it, because at the very end, queen takes pawn would checkmate, but also win the rook. And yeah, there's simply nothing to be done for Prag. He's trying to attack white's bishop, and sorry, in this position, white's bishop, however, will just move. Plant it in the center of the board. White's rook is coming up next. This is the weakness that Giri will crash in on.
Yeah, Operation Overwhelm, and nothing for it. There's just nothing that Pragnananda can do.
Yeah, and wow, Giri, he's not backing down. He's really inspired. You're right, Kaja. He's pushing his pawn forward. Now, Harry, the h-pawn, is going to do the closing of the mating net if the bishop is captured. Prag's found a way to trade queens, however, but yeah, this would have closed the net around the black king, and white's queen swoops in now. Back rank, checkmate, incoming. So, yeah, let's go back to the position. The queen exchange will not save black. Prag dropped the queen back to swap on this diagonal, but yeah, after the exchange, white is still winning in a variety of ways. You can move the knight back, you can push your pawn forward to defend the knight. Should all still be good. He's surviving, Prag, but shouldn't be for too much longer now.
No, he won't be feeling very comfortable at all. I mean, it's just a case of defending the d-pawn, and once you've done that, you've also relocated the bishop to some diagonal to protect the d-pawn, then it's just about activating the rook. Just activation, activation, activation.
Yeah, look at the black rook in front of his king. That rook is just trapped.
Yeah.
It's a dead piece. And yeah, white's knight is just beautiful. It just controls everything.
And OK, so that's why he gives up his rook for the knight, but now he's a piece down. This is not going to be savable.
Yeah, I think you can trade rooks here and win very straightforwardly. But if you want to play it safe and avoid any risk that any potential endgame is drawn, then you can keep rooks on the board. That should also be a very easy win. But yeah, I praise to Prag for playing on, not resigning yet. At least we'll learn something. He keeps the rooks on the board, Giri. What would you have done, Jovanka? Traded or...?
I think I would have kept the rooks on the board, just because the white's rook is so much better than black's rook. I mean, and he has everything he could ever want from the position.
Yeah, look at that rook go. It's going to break through at some point. You can always swap rooks later, I guess.
Exactly. And I would step it up. Oh, OK. Now they've traded.
Just a little roundabout way to exchange rooks, and white's king is coming. Yeah, the problem is white has too many remaining pawns. Black's king cannot eliminate all of them, and one of those white pawns will eventually become a queen. Black's pawns alone will not be able to sneak past white's king and bishop.
Yeah.
We will see what we call zugzwang eventually, where black's king has to give way and white's king will sneak forward. White's king is going to go that direction first. It's going to do a little dance. OK, nice move first, stopping black's pawns from advancing. Giri's got this one in the bag. His technique is good enough to win this one blindfold even.
Yep.
And yeah, this one is very, very straightforward.
And now this is the big problem. The bishop will just pass. It will just move itself along diagonal. And as David mentioned, the black king will have to step down the board.
Yeah, and Giri looked concerned there for a second. Maybe that's because there's no direct way in for the white king yet. Black's king will try and kind of shadow and block the white king for a while. Like you say, Jovanka, it shouldn't last for too long. The black king is, however, holding the fortress temporarily. This is not a long-term fortress, because white's king will get in on one of the two sides.
Oh, he stepped back. I was expecting the bishop to move.
Yeah, I think that would have been very good too. But
we do have a big result in Shack 15. Magnus Carlsen has won Game 3 against Arjun Award. We see the world #1 walking. He takes a look at this one, but he's finished for the day. Magnus Carlsen wins the match after only 3 games. Huge performance by Magnus today. Wow, we're going to hear from Magnus afterwards, but now we're going to follow the finish to this game. Pragnananda will not follow Magnus. Anish Giri will make a big comeback, winning this game, I guess.
yes, and this one is on the brink now. OK, Prag chooses to push a pawn forward, but this is committal. This pawn is now a clear target for white's bishop. It's on a dark square. The problem was, again, with the opposition of the kings, as we call it, when they're kind of staring down at each other like they are right now, eventually white's bishop can just wait, and black's king is forced to give way. The problem with pawns against pieces is pawns can't lose time. They can't make waiting moves. White's bishop can make a bunch of waiting moves. And first, it's going after this lone black pawn, this intruder into the white half. Yeah, Anish, I just love how focused he is. He's so determined to make this comeback, to get this point, take it to tie breaks. And yeah, he needs to win this one and the last game, the last rapid game of the day. Wesley So as well. His day might be over, but he looks like he's stopping to watch the final stages of Giri's comeback in Game 3.
Yeah, 2 matches finished. Wesley So losing another one. today against Liam Le.
That's a very surprising result, actually, because when I was researching the players this morning, I thought, well, Wesley has a tremendous score against Liam. And although they've never really played any matches on the tour, I mean, his previous scores have been so good.
Wow.
So
big match
win
for Liam Le. Nice.
Yeah, and that's crushing for So's chances of winning the tournament. Starting off with 2 losses, 2 match losses. Yeah, it feels like maybe a hangover effect after winning the Global Chess Championship, Wesley So, who was so impressive. Sometimes it's difficult to keep that streak going. You press, but against strong opposition like this.
1 second left.
Oh, wow.
Living on the edge.
Really, and White's bishop now has a choice of 2 different pawns to go after. It goes after this pawn. I say 2 pawns because black has 2 pawns on dark squares. Yeah, this one is indefensible. This black pawn. Okay, a check from Prag, but now those black pawns are blockaded, and yeah, this one is very easy. The good thing for White is, even if everything else goes wrong, look at White's H-pawn. It promotes on a dark square in the corner, and you have a dark squared bishop. And there we go. The bishop blocks black's A-pawn, and we do see a result. The players take off their headsets. Giri takes the win.
Wow. What a comeback by Anish Giri. Must-win situation, and he does exactly that. He wins game 3 to take it to a game 4, which will be another must-win situation. Prag and Giri, they now have 10 minutes to get ready for that game 4. And should we take a look at the game, David? How did Giri manage under pressure to win this game?
Yeah, Giri did it in really flashy style, actually. Really impressive style. Back to his best, Anish Giri. And it's the type of chess that we've wanted to see from him throughout the entire tour. It happened in this position. Prag's best defense, as we discussed earlier, was not an easy move to find. Bringing the black rook across, just ignoring the tension and challenging for the open file. Instead, Prag brought his queen in, and this allowed Giri's nice tactical shot. He captured the black knight, and this looks impossible because White's queen cannot take the black knight now. This would actually allow the rook to fall with checkmate. White's king would be trapped, but what Prag had missed and what Giri had spotted is that White's bishop can swoop back to the rescue, attacking, gaining time against the black queen, and no matter what happens now, if the black queen moves, for example, now you can capture the knight safely. You're threatening checkmate at the same time. There's no time to capture the white bishop, and this is how he established a material advantage. Knight and bishop against a rook, and he smoothly guided this one to victory later on.
It was a loss for Prag after winning the 2 first games. Game 3 was a loss. And now, in game 4, he still has it all in his own hands with the white pieces. A draw is enough to win the match for young Prag. It will be another must-win situation for Anish Giri to take this match to tie-breaks. He's under pressure, but he will feel inspired, Anish Giri, after a great win in game 3. Beautiful weather in San Francisco, and 2 matches have finished. Liam Le winning 2 games against Wesley So to clinch that match and take all 3 points. Magnus Carlsen winning also 2 games against Arjun to clinch that match. But Shakhriyar, Mamedyarov and Jan-Krzysztof do that. That will be a game 4 and a must-win situation for Mamedyarov. Any other result means Duda wins the match. And same situation for Anish Giri. He has to win it to take it to tie breaks. Any other result means Prag takes all 3 points. But Magnus Carlsen, after 3 games, he has finished for the day, winning another match. Let's hear from the world number 1.
Magnus, wrapping up the match in 3 games. You made it look easy today. What clicked?
I mean, the last game he kind of didn't want anything to drawish, so he played for a win in a position that was a draw. And earlier after I blundered, he played very well for a while, so he was much better, but it wasn't very easy to win. And then when I got this move c5, I thought I was sort of okay, like he probably should take the bishop and then the pawn, but then I have very good drawing chances. In the game, I think he has nothing, but clearly this game was a product of the Of the score in the match, not much else.
Interesting opening approach by you today in the match. Was that part of the whole strategy?
I always seem to get some interesting openings, but yeah, I mean the last game, like E5 was just a miss. The position was like decent, generally slightly better for him with compensation, but okay. But yeah, E5 was just I didn't see that my queen would be exiled, so I was a bit lucky there.
Magnus, so far you've had little trouble against Arjun in your matches. What do you think works about you against his style?
I think his openings aren't good enough. So I think a lot of people like Prag, for instance, he always often puts a lot of pressure in the openings, and Arjun he doesn't seem to catch me there. So then it's not so easy.
2 match wins, great score, but also pleased with your play?
Nope. But you know, I feel like I generally do okay. Like my instincts are good, but I'm just missing stuff. So yeah, I'll try to do better, but obviously the score is good.
All right, good luck.
Not entirely happy, Magnus Carlsen. What is your verdict on his play today, David?
He's so self-critical. He's so harsh on himself, but that's what makes him such a champion. And yeah, he's played well. There were a couple of moments where, as he mentioned there, he could have played a bit better. He mentioned the word getting lucky, but great champions make their own luck. He kind of put his pieces on strange squares occasionally, but he made it work, and that's what everyone has to do. No matter what position you get, you have to turn things in your favor, coordinate your pieces, and he took his chances when they came. That was the key. And Arjun, it felt like he was always on the back foot. Maybe that's because of the time zone. Playing so early in the morning, he still hasn't quite adapted. He's not at his best, Arjun Award.
Yeah. But he has finished Magnus after 3 games. But we will see a game 4 between Prag and Giri starting in 4 minutes. Someone else that is finished for today is Wesley So. He lost today's match against Liam Le.
Wesley, things didn't go well today. What went wrong?
Yeah, he's just very strong. Played some very good moves. I probably should have won game 1, but other than that, I think Liam played a near perfect match.
It's been a tough start. How are you going to switch things up?
Well, you just gotta win matches, huh? I mean, doesn't matter whether you finish 1st or 8th. Just gotta win some matches.
We hope that happens soon. We'll see you back tomorrow on the board. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Wesley So and 3 other players are competing in the tour finals inside Shack 15 in San Francisco. We heard from Tanya earlier. She thinks it's probably the best place in the world to play a chess tournament. But we know that Simon Williams will disagree.
I played it once in Vienna. It was one of the most amazing tournament, probably the best tournament venue I played in. It was in the town hall in Vienna where the tournament was taking place, and it's just a beautiful building. But yeah, Vienna town hall, what a place to play. You know, it's a brilliant building. So just trying to think the best place you play chess. I mean, can anyone beat Vienna town hall?
Things out there. St. Louis Chess Club's pretty nice as well. I love it there.
Yeah, but Vienna town hall.
You win, Simon.
Yeah.
It's nice. Just that town hall.
Strand, I think, maybe.
Simpson Strand's nice as well, but you know, you can. Yeah, it was good. Yeah, have you ever been to Vienna, the town hall? Or,
No.
You know, it's an amazing Vienna town hall. I mean, just as I keep saying, but I just hope it comes back, the chess event there. So, you know, they haven't done it for a while. So, yeah. Anyway,
On my list.
and the thing is, when you step out of the town hall, they had this wine festival going on as
Okay,
well.
well, that's where I'll be.
That was the best part of Vienna town hall.
I like it.
Anyway, enough of Vienna town hall. Let's move on. I'm just picturing the beautiful place there. You know,
Yeah.
go back there one day.
Oh, one of the funny moments from the season. How many times did you count? He said Vienna
I think it
town
was
hall.
9. I mean, at the time I thought he'd mentioned it once or twice, but 9 times.
9 times.
Yeah, that was, he's a sneaky guy, Simon. Those practical tricks.
It will be late right now in Vienna town hall in Europe. It is late for Duda and Mamedyarov, who both are heading into game 4. 2 a.m. in the morning for, 3 a.m. in the morning for Mamedyarov in Azerbaijan, but in San Francisco, it's not that late. The sun is starting to set though in this beautiful city, this metropolitan on the US West Coast, where Anish Giri will be in another must-win situation now against Pragnanandha to take it to tiebreaks. With a beautiful view of the city, he will be inspired, Anish Giri, but it is Prag now with the white pieces. So what should we expect from this final rapid battle between the two?
Well, I think Prag will probably try to play a very quiet game. He'll try to lock the position down, and Anish will have to just take things step by step, move by move, and just simply try to maximize his chances when they come. Because at the same time, you know, his destiny is out of his hands. It does depend somewhat on Prag.
Yeah. What is it about for Anish with the black pieces? What can he do? What does he need to do to get that win?
I think he just needs to use all of his experience. He's been in these types of situations plenty of times. Anish, we mentioned he's been at the top of world chess for 15 years now, in World Cups, in the tour last season, this season. He's been in must-win situations. He just needs to keep his calm and hope that maybe Prag, who's less experienced, does maybe risk a bit too much, or who maybe gives him a chance later in the game. It's impossible to completely lock things down and force a draw if Giri chooses his opening wisely. So I think, yeah, it's all about Giri just trying to just maintain the tension and hoping that later on Prag's nerves crack. They did crack in the last game.
Yeah.
So it is possible. It's not over yet.
And psychology must be a huge factor right now, heading into game 4. Super disappointed Prag. He only needed a draw in game 3 and then he lost it. What is his mentality usually like, young Prag, in this situation?
Yeah, I remember in Miami, in one of the matchups there, he also had a situation where he only needed a draw, but he went aggressive. He went very direct, and it backfired. He lost that game, and he said in an interview afterwards, I should have played it safe. So he's still learning. He's young. He wants to be principled. He wants to be just wants to adopt the same strategy every single game, Prag. But it isn't possible. Sometimes you need to just be cynical. You need to play result first. It's not about beauty anymore. It's not about style, just about getting that desired draw. So I think Prag needs to be practical here and pragmatic, if anything.
Very nice. Shack 15 is getting ready. Prag is ready. Anish will arrive the venue very shortly. 2 matches are still to be decided. It's this one with a must-win situation for Anish Giri, and it is the match between Mamedyarov and Duda. They both won their matches yesterday, and now Mamedyarov will be in a must-win situation in game 4 to take it to tiebreaks against Duda. But we're going to follow this game, Prag with the white pieces, and will he have learned from that situation in Miami, where he did push too hard and lose, where he only needed a draw? Do you think he will have learned from that, Jovanka? Are you expecting calmness?
I am expecting calmness. I'm expecting that Prag will try to keep it as simple as possible, and he will do everything he can to clarify the position to make his life easier. And for Anish, it's a different matter. He has to just keep the tension on the board, keep giving Prag all the choices possible. And, well, it has been done before, as David said. We'll see whether he can do it again.
And perhaps Anish should hurry back, because Prag here, he can just sit and look out of the window, the boats passing by. That must be calming.
Yeah, must be inspiring as well.
Yeah.
And yeah, maybe just looking off to the side, it feels as if he's just running through maybe some opening variations. As you say, Kaja, just calming his nerves. Very relaxed now, Prag. Not so much shaking that we saw earlier in that game that he did just lose. And yeah, he does have the white pieces, remember, and he's very strong. Magnus actually name-dropped Prag in that interview a moment ago. He said Erigaisi needs to work on his openings. He said Prag is a bit more dangerous in the opening with white. He doesn't need to be dangerous here, but as long as he chooses picks well with his coach. Remember, he does work with Ramesh, one of the best chess coaches in the world. He will have chatted to him. He will have picked up some good advice there in terms of opening choice. Yeah, I don't see it being settled in the opening stage, but I think, yeah, if Prag is clever, he will be able to get his type of position that he can maintain control over. And we do see Giri arriving.
Yeah, what is he up to? He is definitely having Prag wait, but here he arrives, Shack 15 venue, for that 4th and final game, which he will have to win. It is Prag with the white pieces, and the game is about to start. putting his headset on to listen to the Dutch rap music to be inspired. And here we go.
And Jovanka, you'll be happy with this one.
Oh, I am delighted. It's my favorite opening. Caracan. Oh, yeah.
I can recognize it, but I know that's your favorite opening.
He's not mouse-lipped. Maybe he wanted the Sicilian, but no, it's a Caracan. And the Caracan keeps tension, right, Jovanka? Yeah. There's not many ways to force a draw for white, and that's the key. That's the first step for Anish. Just survive the opening and not allow Prag to force a draw, to make things simple, to trade queens. And already, look at this, Prag thinking for 30 seconds on move 2. That's very rare.
Yeah.
And it's the mind games have started. Prag
Definitely.
trying to pick maybe a safer variation.
If I were Prag and I was looking for a clear-cut way to kind of maintain just simple chess, I would be tempted actually to play something called the exchange variation. When the pawn appears on d5, just take it off. And we might see it on the board just yet. He's developed the knight, and now I'm expecting Anish to pick up that d pawn and challenge the e4 pawn. And well, we see 2 knights instead. Yeah,
the 2 knights variation, named very sophisticatedly because white's knights come out. Yeah, I wonder who came up with that one. They were like, oh, I can't think of a name for this. Oh, there are 2 knights out in the opening. Let's call it the 2 knights. But yeah, black here. I think this is the first critical moment for Anish Giri. He brings his bishop out. This is what you recommended in your book, Jovanka.
It is, and after bishop takes knight. And now the trendy move is just simply to push the e-pawn 1 square forward and liberate the dark square bishop.
Yeah, so black has parted with the bishop pair. Now white has the 2 bishops after that bishop-knight trade. But look at that center for black, rock solid. The triangle formation, we sometimes call it. Yeah, black has no weaknesses at all in this structure. Often you set up all your pawns on light squares. And there's a couple of ways to play this. The ambitious way is to try and fianchetto black's dark square bishop, but that's very risky as well, as far as I know. So how can Anish spice this one up, create some winning chances? At least a lot of pieces will remain on the board for a while. I don't think he should go for any of those variations. There are a few where black tries to equalize by force, because that will lead to potential simplifications. But yeah, Prag choosing a decent variation here, not trying to refute the Caracan, not trying to win out of the opening, which many people try to do nowadays. It's frustrating every time I play the Caracan. They're going straight for me, really aggressively. But yeah, he's just taking a quiet. This is what we predicted, quiet approach.
And I agree with you. I don't think he should fianchetto his bishop. And instead, he plays another ambitious approach, developing the dark square bishop, preventing white's d-pawn from moving 2 squares forward. And Prag will castle his king to safety, and one of the black knights is now likely to develop. I'm not sure which one will come out. Normally, the black kingside knight clears the path for him to castle, but I'm not sure if it's in this exact position. You're the expert here, Jovanka. I should defer to you. Yeah, and this is this is one of those. I'm trying to recall my theory, and I'm thinking that the knight just comes out to, as you say, probably to the e7 square or to the f. I can't remember, David.
Me neither.
And this is one of the big problems with being a chess author, is that everyone expects you to remember your own lines. And you're like, I did study it. Trust me, I did. I just can't tell you the subtleties right now. But I think it's just to develop the knight.
All the viewers at home have to go out and buy Jovanka's book to remember the subtleties. She's keeping them...
Yeah, well, I actually didn't recommend this line. I actually recommend developing the knight out much earlier.
Okay.
Yeah. And I guess that's another beautiful thing about the Caracan, is you're so flexible, right? Often when I play the Caracan, I'm just freestyling. I'm just trying to, as long as I have a solid pawn structure like Anish does here for black in the center, then not that much can go wrong. So as long as you play quite logically, you will survive and get a playable middle game. So he does bring his knight out, getting ready to castle the black king. Prag's gone back to his shaking. And yeah, there's a few ways to develop here for white. Normally, you want to push white's d-pawn 2 squares forward, so you could support that by bringing a rook across. You can just push white's d-pawn 1 square. You need to get organized. White still has a few pieces that are asleep. And yeah, if you don't do anything, then black's pieces will harmonize very easily. It's very simple to play black in these types of positions. Unless white is very direct, actually.
Yeah, and obviously, because the knight has moved to the square in front of the king, you also have to think about ideas that black could have with it advancing with his pawns in the right side.
Yeah. So you think maybe he's going to try and attack the White King, Anish Giri?
Yeah, he might do at the right time. Yeah, normally in the Caro-Kann, normally what you do is you never attack from the onset. You develop your pieces first, you castle your king, and only then do you think about pushing pawn breaks. Because the great thing with the Caro-Kann is that when you do actually get your pawn push, it's actually really, really good for you. And this is why often White's like, no, you're not moving, my friend. And there you see it. Prag is putting pressure on the dark square bishop. It moves.
Yeah, it moves, but now it has lost control over that d4 square that we've talked about. So White's other central pawn, the d-pawn, there we go, steps forward 2 squares. Prag has occupied the centre, combined with the fact he has the bishop pair and he's got a slight lead in development, having castled. It's looking pretty good for Prag, I've got to say. Maybe Anish Giri is fine, but in terms of winning, it's going to be extremely difficult.
And he captures in the centre. Oh, this one is going to be a very tough nut to crack because, yeah, Black's position is very solid, but as David says, it's going to be very difficult to generate winning chances with those knights.
Yeah, and Black's knights aren't so active right now. He activates his queen. White's knight on the edge of the board was going to re-centralise itself anyway. It wasn't well placed there. I'm assuming Prag is going to bring it back where it came from. It looks like White's wasted a lot of time with his knight there, but Black's wasted time with his bishop, and it has also forced Black to clarify the centre, so White's knight has achieved what it wanted in the first place. And, OK, he doesn't. He steps a pawn forward. Also quite logical. And, yeah, maybe Black's queen sortie hasn't really achieved too much. I'm just fearful for Anish Giri, actually, if White continues pushing pawns in the centre. White's c-pawn can step forward now.
Yeah.
Black is the one playing for equality, is far from playing for the win here.
I agree with you here. I think Black is OK.
Yep.
He's slightly worse. But this is bearing in mind that Anish is in a must-win situation. This is not the position you want. This is the kind of position you perhaps want if you're in a draw situation.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And it's not Anish's style. Normally, when he has Black Anish, as we've seen in his chessable courses on, you know, the French, the Sicilian Najdorf, the Sicilian Dragon, all his chessable courses, he wants to defend actively. He wants to be very dynamic. He wants to have winning chances in his pocket if the opponent goes astray. Here, even if White messes up slightly, it's hard to imagine what can go wrong. Maybe you trade a set of pawns in the centre and Black has active minor pieces finally. Black's knights get into the game, but will Prag allow that? Not really. So we do see there Anish Giri, his French defence chessable course, a great one, I must admit. I've gone through that myself, but this is not his ideal setup. I think maybe choosing the French defence or choosing the Sicilian Dragon or something along those lines would have been a better bet against Prag. The Caro, I love the opening. We both do here in the studio, but yeah, it looks like Prag has found a nice way to keep things calm, keep things solid for White. Black does eventually castle, and now White will continue developing his pieces.
Yeah, and I'm just giggling away because I do have to share with you, David, one of the answers to our caption this competition. You'll really appreciate this joke. And it's from Sutusma Kutusha. I'm sorry for mispronouncing your name, but says, when the game you are commenting on lasts more than 300 moves.
That's my favourite one of the day. This is clearly a loyal viewer of the tour.
I love this chess humour. I mean, that was actually Simon's face. Yeah. When I remember when the World Championship lasted like 136 moves, game six.
Yeah.
And you were just buzzing and we were like, oh my goodness me, he's going on.
We were live on the show for nearly 9 hours, no breaks, and I was feeling pumped. I was feeling energized. But Simon, yeah, I think he wanted to lie down after that marathon. Yeah, great caption there.
Yeah.
Do love those long games, those long grinds.
Keep those answers coming. And remember, if you do have any questions, thoughts, remember you can tweet us using the hashtag #ChessChamps and we will try and feature them on the show.
Yep. And meanwhile, the first serious think of the game from Pragnananda. Both sides have played very quickly up to this point. And I think that's great news for Giri, especially, who struggled under time pressure. But yeah, it's Prag to decide what to do first. He wants to develop white's dark square bishop, but maybe no good squares or no effective squares for it yet. So he brings his rook across, and that white dark square bishop is going to go to d2 to kick away that black queen in the corner. So very logical stuff. And I'm expecting black to do the same at some point to centralize the rooks. Maybe mobilize the black knights as well. A lot of choice for Giri. Maybe I've been too harsh on the opening choice. He's still all right for now.
He's still all right. I mean, with this pawn structure, the ideal scenario for black is if they were to trade off the dark squared bishops. You're okay with the pair of knights, that's not a problem. And the whole idea would be just to use the half-open D line to put pressure on white's D4 pawn. So I don't know how to get rid of the dark squared bishops.
Let's, as an example, let's move the rook across, and if the bishop attacks the black queen, then let's block and trade off those bishops. I mean, this is white helping black slightly, getting rid of the bishops. But
totally.
Right. But this is the end goal, and this pawn becomes a bit weak, right?
Yeah, and then once just to kind of go fast forward a few moves. I mean, black was just to try and attack the queen. The queen will take a step back, and then you just bide your time, because the great thing about black's pawn structure, the e6 and c6 pawns, is that they're very flexible. Either of them can move. And once the black rooks have doubled, well, white will have to calculate those two pawn advances at every turn.
Yeah, actually, this pawn is almost impossible to defend sufficiently for white. The problem is here you have a light squared bishop, meaning you can't defend your pawn on a dark square. And not only that, black's knights are very flexible, and they can start improving, attacking these pawns. Yeah, I think that's the key, breaking up the bishop pair. And if Anish Giri can do that, if he can trade off these two pieces, then he will some fine day have winning chances. But it is hard to manufacture. So, yeah, right now I'm expecting this rook move maybe, or one of the rook moves. Also, he could consider starting by attacking the white queen, but no, he goes on the front foot. First of all, playing very dynamically, and he's attacking this misplaced knight. He's not giving white the opportunity to bring it back into the center, and he is hoping that, for example, again, if the queen is attacked, he can slide in and block, exchanging, making this dream trade, getting rid of white's bishop pair. So I think here Prag should just be very calm and step back.
I agree. Actually, this is also a very thematic pawn break. I mean, normally you don't tend to do it in this particular type of position, but it's something to have in your arsenal, because the whole point is that after pawn takes pawn, black is basically saying that, you know, you have two pawn weaknesses, I just have that bad pawn on c6. But ultimately, those two pawns in the middle are just going to be so much worse.
Yeah, long term. These are targets. The more pieces that get exchanged, the weaker they will become. Sometimes white with the space is actually overextended, right? That's the, kind of the principle of the Caro-Kann. White gains space, but it comes with downsides too, long term. So, OK, interesting break by Anish Giri. Attacking this white knight now. I'm assuming it comes back because there's no other safe square. What else could Prag consider? I don't think you should really exchange off these pawns first, because now, once the white knight does retreat to safety, black is first to occupy the open file. Also, the key here is black has a nice outpost for his knight in the middle of the board. This knight is, I mean, imperious now. It just jumps in, threatening knight forks. You can never get rid of it on this outpost. And yeah, this looks very good for Giri if he can achieve it. But Prag needs to stay calm, maybe just retreat his knight, and the game goes on. Still very tense.
Thinking now for 2 minutes, Prag. He only needs a draw in this game to win the match. And both of these two players are sitting in Shack 15 in San Francisco. And we're learning during this tournament that San Francisco really is a place to be if you are a chess player or if you do love chess. So many chess people are in San Francisco. And of course, they're taking their time to drop by Shack 15 to look at the top chess players.
John, you're a celebrated chess author. You've been an insider in the game for so many years. What is your view on how chess has changed over the years?
Well, I started playing in the fall of 1972, and things have changed quite dramatically. I'd say a couple things that come immediately to mind are there's a lot more women playing. There's a lot more juniors playing. There's no smoking in tournaments, which I think is a most welcome development. And I think also that there's a lot more professionals in the game. I think there's just a lot more global interest in the game. It used to be that chess was pretty much, Europe, United States, and maybe a little bit in South America, and of course in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. But today, it's really, really a worldwide game.
You started playing around the Fischer-Spassky match in the aftermath of it, like many of your colleagues. How did that match influence you?
Well, it was a time when there was a lot fewer things competing for people's interest. And so, there was no cable TV, there was no internet. So every evening, you would turn on to the news, and there'd be Walter Cronkite, our big newscaster, and he'd be talking about the Vietnam War, he'd be talking about domestic affairs. But first, in Reykjavik, he'd lead off in what happened in the games, and all the newspapers covered the match extensively. So my friends and I, we just got interested in it, and I was very fortunate that I lived near Seattle, Washington, in a town called Tacoma. And they had a very active club at the time. And so the local newspaper reported they were having a tournament, and I went to it, and somehow 50 years have passed since then.
Wow. And do you feel that chess has been able to replicate the glory that surrounded it during that match?
I think that some of the things about that match would be hard to replicate. For one, I don't think we would like to see another Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union, but obviously that got people's interest, heightened even more than it would have. It also helped that, Fischer and Spassky were two really unique individuals that, if it had been two other players, it might not have attracted that much attention. But even, I would say that more recently, during the pandemic, with the Queen's Gambit, with all these internet streamers, with all these brilliant internet online tournaments, I think it's just as big in its own way, but in a different way.
You've captained the very formidable United States team in over 25 team events. Tell us about that and what that experience has been like.
Well, I got to be a relatively reasonable player. I got to be an IM with a FIDE rating of around 2470 and a couple Grandmaster norms. But after captaining the first Olympiad team, I quickly realized, as Clint Eastwood would say, a man's got to know his limitations. And I definitely realized, to be associated with all these great players, it's been a real privilege and a real honor. And there have been a lot of really memorable events that, have been held in places all around the world I would never have probably visited otherwise. So it's been a real pleasure.
And what's been the most important part of your job as a captain to the team of the United States?
I think just to let them be who they are. I think that I've been very fortunate that I've never had any real problematic players, if you will. We've always had very good team spirit, and the players have always really enjoyed being around each other. So my job's been pretty easy, just go out there and let them do their stuff, and if they do well, they get the credit, and if I have problems with the team, it's my fault.
You sound like a great captain. I have to ask you, with such strong players in the team, such established grandmasters, does that also sometimes get a little challenging?
If the Olympiad was held more than once every 2 years, it would be a bit of a challenge, because chess is both an individual and a team game, but it's primarily an individual game. And so it is hard, when you have players that are playing against each other all the time, and it's their livelihood and their profession and everything they're dedicating their lives to, it is hard for them to shift gears, but every 2 years they manage to do it.
And you're also heading for the World Team Championship in just about 2 days, but it's a very different team for the United States this time. How do you assess your chances?
Well, this is a tournament that's really hard to predict, because it's being played at a very unusual time control. It's 45 minutes aside with a 10-second increment. So it's neither rapid nor classical. It's sort of going to be like classical chess at the beginning of the games, and it'll be like Blitz at the end of the games. So it's really kind of hard to predict. The tournament was originally going to be in March of this year, but obviously events made that impossible, and so they rescheduled the tournament. in the same venue where it was going to be before, in Jerusalem. But on relatively late notice, we got about, I think, 6 weeks before the tournament was going to be held. The problem is with professional players at the very top, they usually set their schedules out about a year in advance. So we're not sending our, quote, A team, if you will, but the U.S. bench is very, very deep these years, right now. And so I think we have a very competitive team, but there's a lot of other good teams, including the Indian team, which again, doesn't have like all of its very highest rated players, but it has plenty good enough players, I assure you.
And it's going to be Hans who's going to be leading the U.S. team. How do you feel about that, having him on top board?
Well, I've known Hans since he was 10 years old. He joined the Mechanics Institute Chess Club when he was a beginner. And in the first year that he was playing at our club, he went from beginner to expert, to 2,000 rated, which is, pretty impressive. And I realized at that time he was going to be a very special player. And he's certainly shown that. I mean, he's 2,700 FIDE. So I think it's going to be a great challenge for him leading the team, and I'm excited to see how he does.
We wish you and the team all the best. Thank you so much, John.
Thank you very much for having me.
John Donaldson, he has a very cool job being team captain for the talented team USA. And another talent is young Prag, 17 years old. He only needs a draw in Game 4 here against Anish Giri. We actually only had, I think, 2 moves because Anish was thinking for as long as Donaldson was talking. But the bar has jumped up slightly for Prag.
Yeah, and that's purely because Anish needs to win, so he's taking big risks. And I've got to commend Prag as well for, again, just surprising us, surprising Anish. With some really anti-positional chess, but there's always tactical reasons behind it. And we have to jump in to show why Prag has just won a pawn. And I think he will emerge a pawn up in this transition. So we did leave it around here. We've just seen a trade of dark squared bishops, which we weren't actually supporting for white. But now, after pawn takes pawn, which again we weren't supporting, because it looks like white's knight has to retreat. And if it does, remember, black's knight gets this dream outpost in the center. But Prag had this sneaky idea up his sleeve, and I'm not sure I would even have this on my radar. His idea was, despite the knight being attacked, to swoop in, jump in with the white queen, creating a skewer along this line, but also a pin on the b file, meaning that white now cannot or does not need to worry about his knight being captured because black's queen would drop off. And just due to this tension, white would win a pawn. White's attacking this guy, and no way to save it. It's just really sneaky. It's kind of going against all wisdom, but making it work using tactics. And that meant that Anish Giri, in this position, moved his knight instead, attacking the white queen, trying to force it back, and it did indeed retreat to defend its pawn. So, for example, pawn takes pawn now. White recaptures a queen trade. Remember, helps Prag get closer to that draw. White has also won a pawn. Instead, Anish trying to create some tricks along the d-file, trying to create a pin, but Prag saying, no, I don't care. I'm just going to improve my rook. And I think he's big favourite now to secure at least a draw, maybe even win this game, because Anish is running out of material. The pawn down, big threat of pawn takes pawn. What else is there to do? You might have to go into an endgame now, trading queens, and maybe you can win one pawn back. But even in this endgame, white is the favourite because a bishop is better than the knights, and also these two have great potential. Do you see any chance, Jovanka, for Anish?
No, is my answer to that. It's very direct, I'm afraid. But I just think white has a great position, and even if you were to recapture the pawn, as in the position you've got highlighted there in the analysis board, to me, white looks like they have a significant advantage actually there, on account of the 2 versus 1 pawn majority on the left side of the board and the activity of the rooks. And here come the trades. Queen's going to capture, and, well, if the queens are forced off...
Yeah, we actually see the position that we analysed. It has appeared on the board. And, yeah, I mean, you can give this pawn up. Like you said, you can go active with the rooks. You can maybe even go now. And, for example, if the black knight takes this pawn in the centre, you just drop your bishop back. Very safe. And... this is a big weakness. It's an isolated pawn. White's knight doesn't look great, but it is about to re-centralise. Everything's defended. It looks fine. Black is quite active, at least. This is Giri's best hope, but it shouldn't be enough. I think Prag, with his great endgame technique, should be converting this one, or at least drawing this one.
And Anish Giri, he is our final hope to have tiebreaks today because Game 4 ended with a draw between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Mamadjarov. And that means Duda takes all 3 points in that match, winning in the rapid portion and winning his second match in a row. He will be on top of the table together with Magnus Carlsen after day 2, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the 2 top players this season, number 1 and number 2 on the tour standings, Magnus and Jan-Krzysztof.
Yeah, I think we might be seeing a 2-horse race. The others will have something to say about it, but they look so impressive, Carlsen and Duda.
And they only face each other on the final day of the tournament, Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Magnus Carlsen. Imagine if that match decides the winner of the tournament.
Yeah, one winner to take it all.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Black has regained the pawn, so Giri re-establishing material balance. But he's also offering a rook exchange, and remember, pieces are disappearing. Yeah, they're just simplifying the position towards that desired result for Prag. And 7 minutes, it's easily enough for the young Indian. It should. I mean, I just can't see any world in which Anish can trick him here.
Yeah.
The only one who can beat Prag now is Prag himself by being careless.
Yeah, I agree with you there, David. I mean, the first question on the board is, should you trade off rooks? I would do it, especially if I'm in a draw situation. I wouldn't even hesitate. Just like take those rooks off the board, retreat the bishop to a safe square, and then maybe even try and trade off another pair of rooks.
Yeah, I mean, just to show this on the board, just to show why we're kind of so skeptical about Anish Giri's chances. Okay, wow, he doesn't even go for the simple approach, Pragnananda. This is very, very determined to trade off pieces. He's forcing an exchange of 1 set of knights now. White's knight at the top of the board. It's protected sufficiently indirectly by White's rook at the bottom and also by White's bishop. And yeah, it's also a double attack. Black's rook on f8 and the knight on f6. Both eyed up by White's knight. And I think he's found a way. Yeah, he's simplifying as we were trying to make happen, but he's found it in an even more direct manner. And the evaluation bar did go down slightly, but that's because he's trying to force a draw, Prag, and he's odds on to achieve it.
Actually, even if I were in a must-win situation, I think I would, if I saw it.
Yeah, I didn't see it either.
I didn't see it, to be honest. But if I saw it, I think I would play that move because, you know, the rook and bishop work better than the rook and knight. And you have to bear in mind that White has that trump card, those pawns there on the left side. And all he has to do is start advancing those pawns. Synchronize the rook, bishop, push pawns.
Yeah.
Job done.
Exactly. And it sounds simple, but it should be that simple. This knight move, again, forcing an exchange because there's a double attack. If the knights are exchanged now, bishop takes. And yeah, let's assume that this rook trade happens too. As you say, this duo should beat the black duo of rook and knight. There is potential of an awkward pin, slightly awkward pin, but you can break this pin in a few ways. You can step forward with a pawn and then later move your bishop out the way to defend your rook, offer a trade in that manner. You could maybe even be a bit sneaky because black's back rank is vulnerable. You can move the white rook across. And as you say, Jovanka, rook takes bishop. Firstly, this ends in checkmate. You cannot go for this, but rook and bishop, they do work so well. If black gives his king some breathing space, you just bring your rook into the game. Attack this lone pawn. Black's rook is totally stuck. Black's knight unable to really hop around and guard both sides of the board. It's a short-range piece. That's why we prefer the bishop in such endgames. And yeah, what's to be done? If you want to be really cynical and force a draw, just bring your rook up, trade off the remaining rooks. And we're going to see something like this happen in the game. Even a bishop versus knight scenario, the bishop is still the favorite. Pawns on both sides of the board. I think at least you get a draw here. And this is if you really want to force the issue. So the current position is this one, with one set of rooks being traded. And how is Giri ever going to win this? I'm even surprised the evaluation bar says equal. It looks like he's in full control, Prag, and big time advantage as well now. Okay, Giri does try to give some space to his king, but the simple approach now for Prag, bring the rook in, up, and across.
Anish Giri fighting for his life to take this to tie breaks. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he decided it before tie breaks, winning Game 4 against Mamadjarov and winning the match. Congratulations, Jan-Krzysztof.
Thank you.
2 match wins in a row. You will be on top of the table after today together with Magnus. Are you in top form for the tour finals?
Yeah, hopefully I am. It's difficult to say after only 2 matches, but so far I'm quite pleased with my play, and yeah, hopefully it will be. I will play like this till the very end.
And of course, playing from Poland, I know it's very late for you, probably like 3 a.m. in the morning right now.
No, it's midnight right now.
Oh, okay, so it's not too bad.
No, it's for me. It's like normal timing.
I was gonna say, because I think you are one of the players who stay up all night playing chess and then you sleep in. So this actually suits you.
Yes, I was also in Canada not that long ago, and I'm kind of now, kind of struggling, and so I'm actually going to bed very late, and it's no issue whatsoever to, for me to play in this time, because I'm kind of set, have like, I'm in kind of American time zone right now, so it's totally fine, as if I was in San Francisco.
Yeah. Fantastic. Now, playing against Mamedyarov, who won a fantastic match yesterday, what are you the most happy about with your play today and yesterday as well?
I'm happy that, I've been very solid with Black. I don't think, I gave him a lot of chances, to put a lot of pressure. And also, you are always happy with the games you won. But it was like, this Catalan game was very crazy because, I thought I was basically winning by force and missed his Queen e5 response. After that, I was very upset and didn't, fully trust my calculation no more. So, yeah, but we were both low on time, and I was attacking, so that was a good thing. Mm-hmm. And also, I wasn't risking that much apparently, but okay, it got very sharp, and as usual, I couldn't have won. Winning position. Also, I'm very lucky in a way because. I wanted, at one point, I wanted to make a winning combination. Trading, exchanging everything and then, some pawn race. And I thought I was winning by force, but then I, realized, I thought that there is no reason, to calculate anything sharp. You can do it I was 2 pawn up, so I could have done it, without any calculations. And my instinct just saved me because I wanted to sacrifice my queen to regain it in 2 moves, but I didn't realize that my knight was pinned, so that would have been actually a losing blunder in 1 move. Uh-huh. So that was that was crazy, but but of course I was kind of surprised that I couldn't found checkmate because his king seemed to so vulnerable to me, but I guess it was efficient, good enough actually. The way I try to convert it. So that was of course a crucial game, and as always there are a lot of adventures in my games, but yeah, I'm very happy, of course, to win it without I need to play tiebreak.
Great match win and 3 points. Finally, Jan-Krzysztof, I want to ask you, because there is some huge geopolitical news today with some missiles hitting Poland on the border to Ukraine. Being at home in Poland, is this something that has sort of worried you or taken some attention from you today?
Actually, I didn't know about it, to be honest.
Oh, sorry to break the news to you.
Of course, it's you can never, feel assured that nothing is going to happen, because I mean, Ukraine is next to Poland, of course, so yeah, it's always kind of tense and very drastic. But yeah, actually, I mean, Poland has, you know, a benefit of being in NATO, so that's for sure a good thing. And right now, I mean, I don't know how, I mean, the situation will be handled, to be honest. And but I mean, it's difficult for me actually, you know, to be wise on this topic because I have like absolutely no clue. But of course, I want to state one more time that I'm against any war.
Of course. And we're happy to see you perform so well on the board. Jan-Krzysztof, best of luck tomorrow as well, and congrats on your second match win today.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us. He does sound a little tired, Jan-Krzysztof Duda. It's past midnight now for the young Polish 24-year-old who will be on top of the table together with Magnus Carlsen after day 2. Pragnananda can take his first 3 points in the tournament if he gets a draw in this game. We had a few moves. Is that getting closer?
In one way, yes. So a set of pawns have been traded off. We should still be heading towards that draw. But in another way, I do feel as if Prag, he's played a bit passively. He took some slightly negative decisions. He could have been more aggressive, more ambitious. He's let the black rook active, which is maybe one downside to what's happened. And also, the white pawn on the edge of the board, the white A pawn, it still takes a while to advance. And if we look at the other side of the board, knights are good when there's only one half to focus on, only one flank to focus on, and that black knight could potentially become a good piece. So, yeah, I'm not writing this one off yet. Maybe I was too harsh on Giri's chances earlier. What do you think, Jovanka? Still should be a draw, right?
Yeah, but I agree with you. I'm a bit puzzled by some of Prag's decisions. Like, for instance, this bishop move. I mean, it looks a bit strange to put the bishop on the same line as the rook. And there we see a check and the king move to safety because it's very easily handled. You know, the king just steps forward. And what white wants to do is white wants to just advance this pawn. But
black's rook can easily slide behind this pawn at some point, and you're abandoning your king and all of the pawns around the white king. Yeah, so suddenly there's some risk involved. So it should still be a draw, of course. White's pawn is very dangerous, the white A pawn. Maybe at some point you can push it forward and hope to be ambitious, but black has a clear threat now. How do you defend the white F pawn? The black rook is looking at it. You could step it 1 square forward, but that comes with a significant risk. Maybe we can show the downside here. If Prag gets careless and takes his eye off the ball for 1 second, just moves his pawn forward, which is attacked, very natural, then suddenly I'm really worried for his life here. The black pawn stepping forward, and again, if you get carried away, this has all the makings of a mating net. And now you really regret abandoning your king because the black rook is going to slide behind it and trap it. Rook and knight checkmate. This is called the...
Hookmate.
Hookmate. That came up yesterday, actually, as well. Rook and knight teaming up, trapping the opposition monarch. So, yeah, suddenly you don't want to leave dark-squared weaknesses in your camp, and that would happen if you push forward with your pawn. Maybe it's still fine, but yeah, these dark squares for the black knight to jump into. Very, very scary suddenly. And if you can't push this pawn forward, maybe you just lose it.
That's what I would do. I would sacrifice that pawn and I would just go, well, quality is better than quantity, push the A pawn.
Yep, makes a lot of sense, pushing forward 2 squares away from promotion. And if this pawn is gobbled up, I guess you move your rook out the way. I'm not sure exactly where, but let's say a square like this one.
Yep.
The black rook moves behind and now you step forward.
Yep, and I guess Prag's idea was just to move the bishop to the long diagonal, queen the pawn.
Yeah.
Simple chess.
Yeah, promoting the pawn on A8. So it is a light square covered by the bishop. You still have some work to do, for example, if the black knight stops you from doing that, but as soon as the black knight moves away to prevent you from using the C6 square, you can start going after black's pawns as well. So this should secure safety. Prag, however, does play a very committal move. He, instead of pushing this pawn forward, he pushes this pawn, attacking the black knight, and I'm still seriously worried for the white king if the black knight, for example, parks itself on the edge of the board. And still the idea of taking this pawn and still some checkmating patterns. For example, if the white king protects this pawn, whoops, check. And a different version of the hookmate, maybe. The king is trapped. And, OK, Giri is going for the white king, which has been abandoned. Wow, okay, suddenly I have a feeling things might be turning. Will we head towards playoffs? Because, yes, Prag now is going for this black pawn, but...
Look at the bar.
Exactly. Things are dropping, and the rook and knight combine so well against an opponent's king. And all Prag needs to do here, all Anish needs to do here is make sure he puts his rook on a safe square. For example, you can plant it now behind white's pawn. Suddenly, yes, you might win one pawn back, but this one is not going anywhere anytime soon. You cannot go back and defend it, really, because now the king is in mortal danger.
And the black king is going to snake his way and become a hunter. And this is going to be, we're going to see another mate. Actually, if it puts itself on the g3 square, then the rook will swing across and checkmate on f2. The Vukovic checkmate. So,
yeah, I mean, all sorts of mating patterns. And Prag is down around a minute now, and he's lost all control. It should still be a draw with best play, you feel, but the computer says +1. That means already the margin for error is tiny. And yeah, the rook and knight combo, we normally say it's inferior to the rook and bishop, but not when the rook and bishop are so far away from each other like this. Black's piece is perfectly placed. Look at the black king. Compare it to the white king. Essentially, black is playing with an extra piece. White's king is just a poor bystander here. And, OK, Prag desperately trying to get his bishop back, covering these squares. That's a good start, stopping the black knight from entering. But, yeah, still, the problem is you drop a pawn.
And you're a pawn down. And every time you grab a pawn, I was going to say, this move is very risky as well, because it allows the black king to step forward.
Yeah, the black king is coming in. It's on the brink. And now pawns are just on one half of the board. Pawns are just on the king side. And knights are better than bishops when it's just on one side of the board. We've been talking about how great bishops are, but now white has lost his pride and joy, the a-pawn. And Anish, time to run in. He's started that run. He is a great endgame technician as well. And Prag, also strong, but can he compete with the more experienced player? He's already taken some negative decisions. This is why we say don't play for a draw. Play the most principled moves. Just keep long-term advantages. If you scare your opponent with the thought of losing, you're more likely to get the draw long-term anyway. Now it's just one-sided. White is begging for a draw. Black is the only one who can win.
Drama. Will we see tiebreaks? Will Anish Giri win another game? He's under pressure now, Pragnananda, to get the draw or a win in this game. Is a win even possible for Prag in this game?
Only if Anish burns his bridges and completely gambles. But right now, yeah, it's definitely white on the defensive. Look how trapped white's king is on the corner. The one saving grace for white is that he's ready to check from the side with the white rook. White's rook is going to drop back and start kicking the black king away. But, I like this knight retreat from Giri. There was no inroads with that black knight, so now you're rerouting it.
Yeah, and I like this caption from OB1Me. When it's moved to 150, David smiles, and the good knight closes in 10 minutes. That will have Simon a little bit upset. That is very good.
Poor Simon. Let's hope that never happens. The good knight should never close.
And Anish, 44 seconds on the clock. I do feel that Prag has stabilized the ship somewhat. You know, the rook has come down. It's in a great defensive role. I think the only thing that's missing is for the bishop to come and park itself next to the king.
There we go, Jovanka.
There it can live there. I don't care if it looks as ugly as anything. It's a good defensive piece. And it's very difficult to see a way for Anish to march forward.
Yeah, it will involve rerouting his knight, kind of rotating it back to maybe swapping the positions of the black king and black knight. Black's knight wants to sit on the f4 square that's occupied by the black king right now. We talk about knights on f5, but that's because they're near the enemy king, and the f4 square is black's version. So somehow it will take a few moves, a few maneuvers, but I think that might be the best bet for black. But Anish, he has all the time in the world. We might be seeing this game push to move 100 even. OK, wow, white only has 2 moves to keep the balance already. It's getting critical. White's king should move here, according to Stockfish. Otherwise, black's advantage goes over +1. When it gets to +1, that means already white is on the brink. Prag, 20 seconds. And, OK, he finds the third best move, but now black's knight is coming in. And... OK, here we go. Stockfish again confirms. Black has a very strong move. The evaluation's rising in black's favour. Black's knight can come into the d3 square, just next to the black rook. supported there, and yeah, it's from there it will be headed towards that white king. Black also has the passed e-pawn, remember, so once the black knight moves, that black e-pawn could start motoring down the board. And suddenly, white's rook is cut off. Black's king is threatening to break onto the third rank. It's critical.
It is critical, and he has to make a move, retreat the bishop, attack the knight, otherwise the black king is going to come in. And how many seconds? 12 seconds, 10 seconds for Pragnananda. And his bishop goes all the way to the b7 square.
This looks very scary. Black's king can march in. Look at this. It's a losing blunder by Pragnananda. He's lost coordination. His bishop's too far away now. And, OK, Black's pawn advances. Maybe this is strong too. I thought maybe the black king can come into g3. Black was threatening to trap the white king on the back rank.
No need. It just says push the e-pawn. I mean, how are you going to stop that pawn from advancing? If you try to give a check, the king is going to come forward. 1 second. Gosh.
Now Black's pawn advances. You can even just defend this knight. A bishop for knight trade won't help white. Black's pawn is going to be the killer.
We're going to see tie breaks.
What?
100%.
This is why you don't play passively for a draw. You don't just play for one result. The white king comes across, but Black's king can come even further in, onto the third rank. Prag knows he's losing. His body language shows it. Yeah, Black's just playing with 3 pieces. White is playing with only 2. White's king is trapped. Threat, huge threat of checkmate. White's now king is trapped. Black's rook wants to come to the first rank.
And the king has to run away. I mean, he has to put himself on the worst possible squares.
Yeah, there must be a killer blow now. That white king is almost helpless. How can Black continue pushing his pawn? You can't right now because the pawn protects Black's knight. Maybe you give a check, force White's king onto the edge of the board. That looks like a logical first step. Yeah. OK, first he tries to trap again that white king. The other question is, can you get greedy here? Can you just take White's pawns? It looks very tempting.
That is also tempting, but I do feel that you maybe should keep your eyes on the prize.
On the white king.
Keep your eyes on the white king and also promoting your passed pawn. And he gives a check and moves his rook along the third row.
Yeah, he's taking a step back. He's broken the pin now. White now has to find something before the black knight moves. White's pawns are dropping as well. Yeah, the knight is just so good against the bishop when it's just on one flank. White's bishop is just so... I mean, it just can't contribute. It's so far away. He's misplaced it.
Prag shaking his head.
4 seconds for Prag again.
How's he going to come back from this? The rook is... Remember what to do. And now he can go back to the third option, which is just to get greedy, grab those pawns. And instead, he just mobilizes his knight, puts it on the perfect square.
Yeah, we talked about that f4 square. Look at the black knight. It's ready to take some pawns, ready to give some checks, protects its king. And remember, black's passed e-pawn. Just push it down the board. White is completely frozen now. White's pieces are so passive. Look at Prag. He's devastated. He's thrown this game away. He was in the driver's seat. He had an advantage, but he pushed too hard for the draw. And the pawns are starting to drop. If you take this knight now, which has just happened, White's remaining pawn will also fall. Rook and pawn endgames are sometimes drawish, but not when there's a two-pawn advantage, and White's remaining pawn is also dropping.
And he's shaking his head.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
Yeah, this one is helpless. Black's rook will just take one step back.
At the
White's
very
remaining
least.
pawn falls.
You don't even need to think about that. Just grab the material and win 2 pawns up.
Yeah, look at Prag. He's going to have to recompose himself for the tie breaks. Heartbreak for the young Indian. And this is experience. This is pure experience. And Anish, as the battle-hardened warrior that he is, he's found a way. He kept the tension, he kept the game going, didn't allow any forced draws, and eventually Prag beat himself. Self-inflicted, this defeat. And Anish, he's got 10 seconds himself. He does drop back. Yeah, White's remaining pawn is rounded up now. It's dropping.
Yeah. He doesn't even allow White any slither of a chance of a counterplay. You know, he could have made an inaccuracy, allowed the white king to enter the defense. Anish, accurate until the very end.
Yeah, and White's rook trying its best to hold against 2 pawns, but no, this won't last for very long. Black's king can just step out the way, and both the 2 pawns will start advancing. Yeah.
And actually, if you have to give away 1 pawn, I would say just give away the g-pawn. You want to come in and protect your center pawn. And there's no need for anything like that. Just move the king.
Yep, and here we go. Okay, Anish just biding his time, repeating the position to gain a few seconds extra on the clock. I have read somewhere that E and G pawns that we have right now, they are a bit tricky. You've got to be careful how you advance them, when you advance them. Black's rook is a bit stuck right now, but okay, he's going the long way around, Anish Giri. He doesn't want to get the black king stuck in front of his pawns. He's going to kind of bring the king from behind. There we go. And support in this direction. Yeah, he's going to kick the white rook away. And yes, this is, I think, sufficient technique, unless the evaluation bar.
Whoa!
Wow. I mean, it still looks completely winning. What's happening here? Is there a glitch in the matrix? I think there is.
There is.
Yeah, it should still be winning. The problem for white is that slowly and surely black will use his rook. He'll reactivate his rook. He'll kick back the white king and guide the pawns hand in hand further forward. Yeah, there are some scenarios where you could hold a draw here with some checks like this right now, but black's king, if you continue checking forever, black's king will start sneaking in front of its e-pawn and it will use its own pawn as shelter. Yeah, Giri's technique has not been perfect since he got the winning position, but it's still sufficient.
Yeah. Slow and steady wins the race, doesn't it? You don't have to be perfect in these situations. You can be good enough. And the rook goes all the way to the edge. Now is the time to mobilize the rook.
Yeah.
There you give a check. And remember, the G-pawn is just irrelevant. It is the E-pawn that you want to preserve, because that is the pawn that you're going to escort to its destination. Oh, hang on a second. I'm just looking. The bar has corrected itself.
What is the defense here? Because if you get greedy now and take this black pawn with the white king, your king is too far away. Black's central pawn is going to march forward. We will see this in the game. Maybe there was a draw there. If there was, it was a miraculous one that I don't think any human would find. And okay, now the white king is pushed onto the edge of the board, and that will spell the end, the beginning of the end at least, for Pragnananda. Black's rook just needs to move on the g-file. Look at the white king, it's cut off. And black's pawn in the middle. It's just going to march down the board. We will reach eventually something that we call the Lucina position. I recommend Googling that. If you're unfamiliar with that endgame motif, it's maybe the most common way to win a rook endgame when you're one pawn up, the Lucina position. And we will reach that eventually. So that will involve black's pawn coming down to the second rank. The black king might even be stuck in front of it, just sheltering from some checks. But there is a way eventually to promote the black pawn to win white's rook. And yeah, when white's king is cut off on the edge of the board like this, yeah, there's no way to avoid it, simply.
Yep, and many ways to win. I've just brought up the table base, which is the in-game database, where because there aren't so many pieces on the board, and when it's a situation less than 5-6 pieces, they've been worked out by the computers. Here, totally winning.
Yep.
This is in fact a win in 25 moves.
Oh, checkmate in 25.
Yeah.
That's if Anish Giri goes for the quickest win. But yeah, he's found the way. The king comes first. It's going to guide the pawn forward. If the rook checks from behind, the black king is going to hide in front of its pawn. This is the key. If it had checked from the side, the white rook, the black pawn would have blocked anyway any checks. So this is the way you kind of dodge checks. You have to use the king and pawn in tandem together. 2 seconds for Prag. He needs to move. He made that move with 1 second. But here we go. We're almost at the Lucina position, where eventually the black rook will build a bridge in order to get the black king from out of the checks, from in front of its own pawn. Now it's going to step back. But building a bridge, that's the Lucina position. The black rook will eventually ride to the rescue and block any checks from the white rook, freeing the black pawn to run. And Prag resigns.
Wow.
What a game it's been.
What a comeback by Anish Giri, losing the first 2 games, but then winning in 2 must-win situations. To take this to tie-breaks, you guys, the match will be decided in tie-breaks. Both players now having a chat with arbiter Tanya to choose colors and to hear the regulations. Anish holds up a hand. I think it's 10 minutes. It should be 10 minutes before the start of the first Blitz Games. Both players just running off. How is Pragnananda feeling now, Jovanka?
He will be very annoyed with himself. I mean, we actually saw him show the emotion during that last game where he was like, how could this happen to me? How could I do this to myself? Completely unnecessary. I mean, he had a great position. He had excellent chances just to secure a very easy draw. Didn't happen. And now he has to put that behind him and sharpen up. Get ready because time control is going to get faster and Anish will be feeling that like the momentum is on his side.
Yeah. How impressed are you with Anish making this massive comeback, David?
Super impressed. Already yesterday I said, it feels like he's playing better. He was more confident, he was more aggressive, and he might have lost the first 2 games today, Anish Giri, but he never backed down from that aggressive mentality, playing on the front foot, being as ambitious as possible, maximalist chess, and that paid off finally in these games. Yes, it required some help from Prag, but Anish Giri, this is a breakthrough for him. This feels like he's heading in the right direction on the tour.
Yeah. And let's take a look at this decisive game, Anish winning it.
Yeah, Anish, we mentioned earlier, some great endgame technique. Giri really showing his quality, outmaneuvering Prag, kind of provoking Prag in a way. But there was one little slip in the rook endgame, and we wrote it off too soon. Black is winning, or was winning, with 2 extra pawns, but Giri gave away one of his pawns at the wrong moment, and there was a miracle draw here for Prag. He didn't have enough time on the clock to calculate this. It's also very difficult. He played the most natural move in the position, taking Black's pawn, but now, as we saw, a check kicked White's king to the edge of the board, and the king was never able to participate in the defence again. If, however, he'd gone for the pawn with his rook, bringing the rook to the side, he would have found a way to draw. This position is now dead drawn, because the difference is, in a position like this, as soon as the black pawn moves, the king is no longer cut off, the king is able to ride to the defence and help protect against the advance of this pawn. Prag, he fought, he tried, but the momentum was against him, and Giri did convert with a bit of luck.
And in 7 minutes, the first Blitz game will start. And we're going to head to San Francisco. 2 players in Shack 15 will be playing Blitz tiebreaks. It must be tense in there right now, Tanya.
Kaja, I am in absolute shock. We had Anish and Prag walking straight past it, didn't want to stop at all. This has been such a turnaround match. After 2 games, Prag leading with 2 points. We all thought it's all over. Then Anish wins 1. Then he wins the 2nd. This has been a great comeback by Anish, really shifts the momentum. I've got the chief arbiter with us, Tanya, here. Tanya, tell me what happens right after the tiebreaks are starting. What was the reaction of the players?
So, as you said, both players left the room immediately. I guess they want to freshen up because they switched to another time control. They will play 5+3. It's totally different, much faster. Demands are different, and a lot is on stake. Prag has chosen to start with White. He was higher on tour standing, so it was his choice to make. They will play 2 games. For the 2nd game, they alternate colors. And I think that everyone wants to see what happens.
We're all waiting for that. You mentioned that Prag gets to choose the colors. He picked White. Was there any hesitation when he was choosing, or he went straight for the white pieces there?
Okay, he thought about 30 seconds. Maybe he has a plan prepared. I don't know, so he had to think in his mind to bring it up, but yeah, his choice was solid.
And give us a little insight on the standard process. What happens when a tiebreak is about to start as an arbiter?
Okay, so technically we prepare the game, same as we do in the regular games. As I said, they played 2 games. The break between them will be 5 minutes. If that ends in 1-1, then the more exciting phase comes up. It will be Armageddon. 5 minutes for the player who chooses White, 4 minutes for the player with Black, but Black can also draw to let's say, win the match.
Thank you so much, Tanya, for all that information. We're going to let you get back. I know a lot of preparation going on here. Kaja, what a match this is turning out to be. Remember, Anish yesterday, on day 1, beat Liam in the tiebreak. So he's already played that format. This is going to be Prag's first tiebreak. The good news for the Indian Grandmaster is that he's the one who chose White. But what's going to happen? A match that we had kind of concluded very, very early on. It's game on for both players.
Wow. Anything can happen in chess. And yeah, as Tanya mentions, momentum now maybe shifting to Giri's side, because look at that. Prag won the first 2 games. He only needed 1 draw. But Anish Giri made a massive comeback to take this to Blitz tiebreaks. All the other matches have finished with wins in the rapid portion. Liam Le deciding it in only 3 games against big favorite Wesley So. 3 points there for Liam Le. Wesley So loses both of the first 2 matches in the tour finals. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, a great win in game 2 against Mamedyarov to clinch the match win there. And then Magnus Carlsen, he also did it in only 3 games against Arjun to take all 3 points. This was the match, Prag against Giri, that didn't look like it would be decided in Blitz tiebreaks. But here we are. And has momentum shifted? Are you holding maybe Giri now as a little favorite, David?
Yeah, I think it's what the two Tanya said. Essentially, Giri played tiebreaks yesterday and he won. And for him, that is massive. He has bad experiences with tiebreaks throughout the season. And then yesterday, that breakthrough, that win against Liam, a World Blitz champion, Anish is riding high on confidence. And that showed psychological weakness, that last game from Pragnananda, when he could have forced a draw, but he let it slip. And yeah, Giri has to be the favorite, surely.
Yeah. It's gonna start in 3 minutes, you guys. It is dramatic, it is tense, but it's also a lot of fun with chess. We do have a quiz of the day where you guys have sent in a bunch of really cool captions on our picture, and throughout the season, you guys have shared some really cool answers to our quizzes of the day.
We have another selfie competition. Tweet a selfie that will impress our very own Ginger Jam, Simon Williams.
Pretend you're a hippo and send us the picture.
Really looking forward for a new opening as well. There you see, it's a hippo.
Oh, it is a proper hippo.
It's a proper hippo.
Did he just have a hippo mask just casually lying around his house? He's like, oh, right, hang on a minute, I'll get my normal mask out, the hippo mask. I like it. You've got a bit of a hippo on the screen there.
Yeah.
I think that's a step
Not
up.
Arne in the background, but in her hand.
Yeah, well, I didn't say which one was the hippo. Oh dear, there we go. Last tour for me. Yeah, the Hippo Whisperer, I love it, yeah. My new TV programme. It's where I whisper in the hippo's ears. Come on, baby. A little bit afraid by the look on his face there.
Yeah.
Again, wouldn't really want him turning up at my house, but, you know, yeah, hi, Daniel. So.
The winner is Joseph Martin.
Of course.
Who said, one time I was riding a hippo. Looks very familiar. And you can see I'm still laughing about it today.
We should mention the reason this escalated to a hippo quiz was because the prize for this quiz of the day was Simon's chessable course on the hippo defense.
The hippo defense, yeah.
But you guys have entertained us so much throughout the season, participating on Twitter, and keep tweeting using hashtag ChessChamps during now the Blitz tiebreaks. Who are you cheering for? These players will need your support. Anish Giri, he is ready now in the arena. He will start out with the black pieces. Are you a little surprised with Prag choosing to start with the white pieces? Often we see them want to finish with the white pieces.
Yeah, in a way, there's some strategy behind starting with black, because then you can be solid. With white in the second game, you know whether you need to go all out. You know whether you just want to be solid. But I think Prag's concept is that he's just lost 2 in a row. If he has black a third time, if he loses a third time, all confidence is out the window. He wants to start with white and he wants to be aggressive again. He wants to win to end the losing streak. So, yeah, I understand Prag's sentiment there. And if he wins this one, if he can turn the tide, turn the momentum, then he's made a wise choice.
Here's tour director Arne Horvei with the AirThings device. Of course, we're measuring the air quality in the arena. Hopefully it is good for these Blitz tiebreaks. How difficult is it, Jovanka, to shift from rapid chess with 15 minutes and 10 seconds increment to Blitz chess with 5 minutes on the clock?
It's very difficult, actually. We've seen a lot of players actually struggle to make that transition. We've seen them play very slowly in the opening, and then only in the middle game they realize, oh my God, that they don't have so much time on the clock, and then the play becomes very frantic. And it's going to be a very interesting experience for the young Pragnananda, because he will have to put the demons of the past behind him and face a man who's now played himself into form today. Anish Giri. And what I love them drinking sparkling water called Liquid Death. And they just like chugging it down. And I have to say, I agree with one of the tweets that someone sent in earlier, saying it's quite hilarious as a Brit to watch all these players chug down what looks like beer. It's not.
And it's a death match now, you guys. This is the first Blitz game, and here we go.
Here we go, and Pragnananda chooses the London system, an opening with a mixed reputation around the world, an opening that suffers from a lot of memes on Twitter, on the internet. The London system, popular at all levels. It's a good opening, but it can lead to positions that are hard to create anything against. That's why black players hate facing it. And okay, a bit of a spin on the London system. White's thrown the H-pawn up the board very quickly. And actually, I must say, a lot of young Indian players have played this against me. It seems to be a trend. I've had this against Nihal Sarin, against Raunaq Sadwani, against some of those young prodigies. So Prag taking inspiration there.
Yeah.
What do you think of this opening choice?
I think it's inspired. Isn't this now known as the Barry attack? Or is this like some version of this? I mean, I like the origin of the name, the Barry, because the whole thing was like any Tom, Dick and Harry can play this, but it was like any Tom, Dick and Barry.
I once lived in Barry in Wales, so I approve of this name. And we have a very controversial position already on the board because White has thrown Harry the H-pawn forward, Black has blocked. But look at Black's king. It's not entirely safe due to some advances there. And do you know who I'm missing right now? I'm missing Simon Williams, who's done some videos, I think even a book on this opening. And I've seen Simon win many, many Blitz games from this exact position before. And White is pretty much committed to a big attack. That's why it suits someone like Simon Williams' style. Maybe it suits Prag's mood in this game where he wants to attack. And look at this opposite side castling. That means chaos. White is going to attack the black king sooner rather than later. And he's also positioned his own king in a position it can be attacked.
Yeah, it's going to be a race, and who will strike first, who will get that open line to just infiltrate with the heavy pieces. I like this choice from Pragnananda. It might not be like 100% correct. The computers don't tend to approve of White playing like this, but, you know, between two humans, it's a slugfest. And there we see pawn takes pawn.
Yep, so one line has been opened towards the White king. If you look at the C-file now, Black's rook is ready to land there, and the target will be White's king. Prag looking off to the side there. That means he's still in his opening preparation. The clock times as well shows that Prag has made the adaptation to the quicker time control, quicker and swifter than Anish Giri. He's 30 seconds up on the clock, but he needs to maintain that speed. And Anish bringing his bishop out. I'm assuming at some point Prag's going to slide the White king towards the corner. That tends to be a very thematic idea. You can push some pawns towards that black light-squared bishop at some point as well. You can also try and trade off light-squared bishops. It's a lot of choice for Prag, but he needs to speed up.
He does need to speed up. I am in favour of your first approach. Just find safe haven for your king. Then you can begin to deal just some action on the right side. Push those pawns forward.
Yeah, and it's a bit worrying for Prag. I commended him for his speed, but suddenly a 1 minute think, that's too long in Blitz. On any move, pretty much, unless it's really, really critical. 1 minute think, when he should have been, and probably was in his preparation, the White bishop coming out now, putting some pressure on Black's knight. And look at the evaluation bar. The first move that Prag was out of his prep is a mistake. And why is the computer so far in Black's favour? Is it to do with Black's knight maybe jumping into the white half of the board, jumping to the b4 square? We do see that move from Giri. Suddenly, direct threats against the White king. Black's king is super safe, meanwhile. Look at the c2 pawn. Black's light square bishop, Black's knight, they're ganged up against it.
Yeah.
How to defend already? It's not easy.
It's certainly not easy, and that's why I was in favour of the king sliding one square. Okay, he retreats his bishop, but this is really not what you want to do when you've played such a confrontational opening. I mean, that bishop now is just a target to attack, and here it comes. There you go. Action has been initiated, and it's a killer blow.
Yeah, this picture paints 1,000 words, because look at Prag. He's suffering already. Wow. I think he's on tilt. His opening choice showed he wanted to be aggressive, but now he's playing on the back foot. Like you said, it's a killer blow. White's bishop or White's knight, they can take this pawn, but lines are opening up towards the White king. Pawns are irrelevant in this situation. It's So the open lines, those are the currency of the attack for Anish Giri. And I just love what Giri's done the whole day. Aggressive chess. This is why Anish has been the top player, one of the top players for so long. And Prag is going to learn from this one. He's already struggling, now down at almost a minute on the clock. He was a minute up just 2 moves ago, but it's all gone wrong.
Yeah, and for me, he has to capture that pawn. I was thinking perhaps with the knight, but OK, he captures with the bishop, but he lets go of protection of the pawn on c2. Even then, I wouldn't necessarily be tempted to capture it. I would be tempted to introduce more pieces into the attack, get the queen, get the rooks going on the open lines.
Yeah, Black has plenty of ammunition to throw towards that white king, and you called it, Jovanka. Black's queen is the first to jump out. Why get greedy? Why capture any pawns even in front of the white king with minor pieces, with knights or bishops, when you can use the heavy pieces, queens and rooks? And Black's rooks are ready to just kind of line up on the C and B files towards that white king.
And there is actually a deadly capture, a threat on the board. The knight was threatening to capture the pawn on a2. That's why Prag steps forward with the a-pawn, attacks the knight.
Yeah, and this is very reminiscent, actually, of a playoff game. I think it was between Anish Giri and Erigaisi, where Anish did have a big attack, also with the queen on a5, also with a knight on b4, bishop on f5, and he couldn't finish Erigaisi off. And, OK, will we see lightning strike twice? History will repeat itself. Anish needs to bring some rooks into the game. You can bring those black rooks in now. I don't think white is really threatening to capture this black knight. If the white pawn ever captures this black knight, black's queen is going to plant itself on a1 in the corner and check that white king. That would be fatal. So Anish brings some rooks in. Maybe the black knight can move, capture a pawn. White's pawn on c2 still up for grabs. But yeah, Anish slowing down. He realizes the moment is approaching. OK, he does just improve a piece. Very logical.
Yeah, it is logical.
But is it flawed?
Yeah, I was going to ask that.
Oh, wow. Because... OK, it was flawed. The evaluation bar does react.
Whoa.
But why? This looks so logical to me. Unless white can bite the bullet and take this black knight. That's the only possible reason I can see for this move being a mistake. Can white really take this black knight on b4, allowing the black queen to infiltrate onto the first rank? Computer says yes. Everything else was completely winning for black. If white didn't take this knight, he could resign. And suddenly, instead of completely losing, white has an advantage. It looks like black's rook on the c-file is going to come in and take a pawn. White's queen is even going to fall, but white will survive.
I mean, I just noticed black's queen is totally trapped there on the a1 square. So if you do come and grab the pawn,
wow,
he can just take. He's going to take it, and those exchanges will favour him.
Yeah, also, Anish has actually sacrificed quite a lot. He played the most natural move, the move I wanted to play, but he has sacrificed a knight and a pawn, so he's down significantly on material. Even if he wins the white queen by playing rook takes c2 check, and after a few captures there, he's still going to be down, actually. And black's queen is trapped. Well, have we seen a turnaround? Prag was playing with fire, should have been punished, but he didn't get burned. Anish burning himself there with that little tactic. It's backfired.
Yeah, a little blip there for Pragnanda, but it's all righted itself just at the right moment, because here, if Anish does not do something, then the light square bishop is simply going to return to the defense of this king. All of white's pieces just need to huddle together. And after all, you just have to protect the king, and then you can enjoy the rewards in the endgame.
Yeah, but Anish, OK, instead of trying to come in and win the white queen, instead of capturing any pawns, he jumped in with the black knight, and look at the evaluation bar. What is happening here? It looks like white... I mean, the white queen was attacked. It moved. What could be more logical?
Oh, there's a winning move. And here we see it. If black were to push the a-pawn, open the line up for the rook, it would be a win. But that's so deep. Why is this winning?
How is Anish going to find that with less than 1 minute on his clock? That's incredibly difficult. First you look for checks, then you look for captures, threats. Instead, a pawn move, a simple pawn move, pushing that black pawn. He finds it. I mean, how do you find that? I guess it's process of elimination. And Anish kind of shook his head there. Maybe he doesn't realise he's winning again. But suddenly, you're right, Jovanka. It's not about a pawn push. It's about bringing another piece into the attack, and it's that black rook in the corner. And you're breaking the black queen out of jail, out of its kind of trapped imprisonment there in the corner.
Yeah.
And Anish so calmly takes a sip of water.
All under control. I mean, once that rook joins in the fun, and if it manages to come to the A2 square, it's game over.
Yeah,
the white king is in mortal danger.
Yeah, white's king has no escape squares, actually. Black's knight in the middle of the board, so essential, keeping that white king from running to safety. And suddenly it's all about Prag. Pressure's on. I mean, the computer says it's winning for black almost, but how can you defend? How can you even try to put up some resistance here? You need to wriggle away with the white king before it's too late. And yeah, that tilt might continue. If he loses this game, I think Prag's confidence will be shattered.
Yeah.
And how do you stop black's rook coming in on the A file? Okay, the white knight jumps in the way, but do you just ignore this? Do you just play pawn takes pawn, A takes B4, and just...
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Black's rook on the A file is open. It's going to come in. White's knight can snack on all the pawns, all the pieces it wants to, but black's rook and queen are going to combine to try and deliver checkmate.
Ruthless play from Anish. And yeah, the only way that I could see of surviving this was to perhaps attack the knight and then try to go on a journey or an adventure with the king.
Yeah, but white's king is not running away, unfortunately. It's so refreshing to see Anish Giri attack like this. He's a knight put down, he's a pawn down, and he's giving up his rook. White's knight at the top of the board can go and capture a rook. It doesn't matter. Black's threat is rook to A2, down next to the black queen. You can't stop it.
No.
Checkmate is coming. Computer says +5. Prag down at 30 seconds as well.
21 seconds.
White has all the pieces, but they can't ride to the defense of their king. You can ignore this. Don't take back this white knight. It's taken a bishop, but threaten checkmate instead. Queen taking that pawn on B2. That is the monster threat. It's unstoppable. Something is going to break through against this white king now. It's inevitable. 10 seconds for Prag. Head in hands. It's going to be game over. Checkmate is coming.
It is. It's such beautiful play from Anish. And there you go. He tries to make an escape route for his king, but that is not going to help one bit. Just take the pawn. Rook takes pawn.
Yeah.
Queen takes pawn.
Everything is...
It says 100 on the bar.
Yeah, everything's working now in black's favour. Black's queen combined with the power of the two black rooks is guaranteed checkmate. Okay, Prag doesn't resign. He keeps playing, but he's actually going to be down on material anytime soon as well. Black's rook can just take this white bishop. White's bishop on the bottom rank is the only defender, only guardian of white's king. It might not be checkmate, but you'll win a whole bunch of material. You can take this pawn as well. White is going to lose his queen.
He's going to lose his rook first.
He's going to lose everything. The whole house has fallen. And look at Prag. It's just been a bad run for him. This is when tilt happens. Okay, what's happening here from Anish Giri? He's just spectacular moves here. He even gives up another rook just to lure away white's bishop. And yeah, we will see checkmate now in a few moves.
We're actually going to see checkmate.
Well, I think, but maybe Anish will just take the safe, simple approach. He's just going to win some material here. You can even trade off the queen's win white's rook in the corner with the black rook. Yeah, maybe we won't go for checkmate. Giri takes the safe approach. And yeah, he's up a rook for a knight and a couple of pawns. Prag, it's over. Anish takes the win.
Wow, winning the third game in a row. Anish Giri takes the lead in the Blitz tiebreaks. 5 minutes, that is correct, Anish, until Blitz game number 2, which will be must win for Prag. He will have the white pieces. He stays by the board, Prag. Is that a sensible decision by him? Should he leave, Jovanka?
I think he should leave. He needs to reset. I would be running to the bathroom, splashing water on my face, jumping up and down, anything to change the energy, because he's lost 3 games in a row.
And it looks like he's listening to you. Now, leaving, he is so disappointed. 3rd loss in a row. And now it's Prag who is in a must-win situation. Winner in Blitz tiebreaks. Here he leaves. Will take 2 points. The loser, 1 point. If Prag wins the next game, then it will be decided in Armageddon. But definitely, it's all in favor of Anish Giri right now, a couple minutes before the second Blitz game. We have to take a look at this one, David. How did Anish win it?
Yeah, so many highlights from this game alone, but what we've learned is that the tilt is real, and Anish Giri, he's capitalizing on the fact that Prag has not been able to maintain control over his emotions, over his nerves, and some miscalculations as well from the young Indian. And we mentioned Anish Giri, he actually got overexcited with the attack. The attack was very promising for Black, but here he sacrificed a knight and a pawn, and it looks like the White King is in danger, but White should be surviving. And here, Giri threw a knight into the mix, hitting the White Queen. This is where Prag just relaxed a bit too early. He should have used this square to run away with the White Queen, because he can suddenly come and trade off for the Black Queen. Black's Queen is a key attacker after all, and if the Queen trade happens, White will simply be a piece ahead. Black actually struggles to stop this exchange. There's no breakthrough. It looks like the c2 square is vulnerable, but there's no way to actually take advantage of this. Black's rook cannot attack on its own on this file. Instead, he used the wrong square, Prag. He put his queen on a very safe square, protecting c2, but forgetting that actually White has no threat now, and Black can slowly play for the attack, and that starts with bringing this rook into the game. You push the pawn forward, and as we saw, Anish Giri, he just let everything fall. He only focused on bringing his rook in. He even gave away this pawn with a check. He even gave away the black bishop. But now when the black rook came in, nothing to be done. Queen takes pawn is a deadly checkmate threat. And the might of these three pieces alone, the queen and the two rooks, they were too much for the White King to bear. White couldn't survive, and we saw Giri close it out in style.
Huge pressure now on Pragnananda. He needs to bring some of the magic that we have seen throughout the 2022 season. The biggest moment probably being when he beat Magnus Carlsen for the first time. Whoa! Look at the bar!
Yeah, is this clever or is this madness? Okay, actually, Prag finds the best move. I was about to say, Stockfish, the computer, had 3 suggestions there. The move I mentioned, taking that white pawn, would have been fine for Black, but this is even better. Okay, Magnus does try and create that heir for his king, but as you guys mentioned, the only escape square for that white king is up the board on a light square.
8.5 on the bar.
Checkmate is just coming, cliff edge.
Yeah.
But, oh wow, what a move. Black cuts the coordination between White's queen and the second rank, and is Magnus about to resign?
Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, loses to 16-year-old Pragnananda. Look at Prag. He can almost not believe it. Tell us what this means to you when you beat the world champion in a big game.
Yeah, definitely happy. Probably I was slightly worse in the middle game, but then I got this counterplay with knight f4, knight d3. Then I should be fine.
Whoa! Look at the... Here he is, walking back, Pragnananda. That moment was 9 months ago in February when he made his big breakthrough in elite chess. And here he is now, Pragnananda, number 3 overall on the tour standings, but struggling here in the start of the Champions Chess Tour finals. He lost the match yesterday, and he could lose the match today in tiebreaks if he doesn't win this game. Has he been in a lot of must-win situations throughout the season, David? You can remember?
Yeah, I do remember a couple from some of the majors, and I think I remember one prelim stage in one of the earlier tours, tour events this year. But I mean, probably none bigger than this, and especially none where he's on a run of 3 losses in a row. He can probably count on one hand the number of times he's lost 3 times in a row, Prag, and he has to bounce back after all of that heartbreak, all of that kind of torture that's been inflicted on him by Anish Giri, and he's also got black, so it's not going to be easy. We do start with the queen's pawn opening. No more of that aggressive, same-ish variation that we talked about earlier from Anish Giri. He's locking this one down. I think this one's called the Bogo Indian, where black gives an early check, and the dark squared bishops are likely to get traded off at an early stage. But Anish, look at this. He's just playing calm chess now. He's just going to fianchetto the white light squared bishop. He's just going to try and minimize any potential risk.
Yep, and Anish knows his stuff. He doesn't fall for black's trap, which was basically that you have to put your knight on the c3 square, because otherwise there would be a bishop takes bishop on the board. And okay, Prag is doing the right things here, because he's just keeping his pawn structure very flexible. Maybe he's going to push with the e-pawn. Maybe he's going to capture bishop takes knight at the right time. And he's just keeping Anish guessing.
Yeah, and he needs to keep pieces on the board. That's the key, as you mentioned. And he will keep Anish guessing if he can maintain some kind of flexible structure. I think he's just choosing right now, okay, he chooses to trade off a set of pieces, but yeah, he locks down the center. So now Anish has two options. He's just going to block it, or he might exchange a set of pawns, but either way, the knights are relatively happy. Black's pieces do coordinate quite well. Evaluation bar says it's in white's favor because computers love gaining space with white, love blocking it up, and they love the bishop pair. But yeah, it's still very hard for Anish to force a draw anyway, force any clarification.
And Anish, again, making all the right moves. I love the way that he's just traded pawns. He's keeping it simple. Now he's developing the queen, connecting the rooks. Bishop comes out. I kind of predict that that bishop will be kicked away, or I suspect that a rook will come and plant itself on an open line.
Yep. There is one open file on the board, so why not occupy it with some rooks, improve the worst placed pieces? Very logical. Anish, he's barely paused. I mean, he will have been surprised by this opening choice. I'd never seen Prag play this opening before, but he's just playing very logical moves. It's that word you mentioned, Jovanka, safe. Keep it safe, keep it simple. And yeah, I mean, when you're white, that's the beauty of having the white pieces. You don't need to take risks. If you just play simple moves, keep everything protected, everything defended, it's very hard for Black, the opponent, to break out. And okay, there is a threat. Black's queen is eyeing up the white c4 pawn. I'm guessing that will just be defended. Bit of a strange one by Pragnananda, I've got to say. But yeah, everything is pretty much harmonious right now for Giri.
I agree. It's a very, very easy threat for Anish to defend. I don't know why he hasn't immediately just stepped up his pawn and created a nice, beautiful diagonal of pawns.
Yeah, we're expecting the white b pawn to step forward one square to b3. Yeah, create that nice, pretty formation. What else is there to do? I mean, anything else would complicate the matter. That's the problem. That's the one thing that would play into Prag's hands, is if the position does get slightly complicated, then Anish's nerves will start to jingle. So, yeah, just defend your pawn. Prag, it looks almost as if he's just not focused right now. We've never seen this from him, where he's kind of leaning back. Normally he's leaning forward, shaking. Yeah, it's a bit different, his body language, after those 3 defeats.
Yeah, he kind of looks like he's relaxed a little bit, actually, as David's mentioned.
Giving up?
Yeah, he's kind of given up, but there's some freedom there because you can just play with abandon, because after all, who cares? You just play good moves and they will take care of themselves. And Anish doesn't go for the most solid choice. Instead, he attacks the queen and is again using tactics to just put Black under pressure. But does this work?
Yeah, I don't really understand, because Black's queen is attacked, but it can move, it can take a pawn. White's e2 pawn now, the Black queen can come and take it on the diagonal. He doesn't go for this Prag. It looked like the Black queen and bishop were lined up against the same pawn. You could have captured. There was one trick. You couldn't take the white bishop in the center with the Black knight, because White's queen, look at it, it's eyeing up the h7 pawn. That would have ended in checkmate. Knight takes bishop would have allowed the White queen to jump in. But yeah, strange stuff from both players. And I mean, they're barely pausing for thought. It's getting really critical already, right? I don't understand why Black's queen didn't get greedy and take another pawn. It looked like that was fine. You could run away later. White actually doesn't have any threats right now. Wouldn't have had any threats in that position either. Black has won a pawn as well in the process. Could have been 2 pawns up, though. Yeah, it's strange times. I guess the players, they don't have access to the evaluation bar. They do just want to keep control as much as possible. Maybe explaining Black's last queen retreat. There's still tension with the queens on the c-file. Yeah, wow. Yeah. Anish Giri down 1 minute on the clock as well. Prag, he's done the right thing. He's found a way to complicate. But Giri, again, didn't keep things simple. Strange stuff.
Yeah, it was a bit bizarre, wasn't it? Because we were advocating that, you know, just keep it solid.
Yeah, such a great opening.
After all, you know, the pressure is on Prag to generate the play. He has to carry that burden. And here, the position is very, very complicated. And how are you going to justify being a pawn down? Are you going to move the knight backwards and attack the queen? Are you going to attack the bishop? I mean, so many things to calculate. And Anish now 2 minutes on the clock. He's got less time than Pragnananda.
It feels as if as soon as either of these two players take the lead in the match, they panic and get a bit emotional. And I mean, that's natural. We've all been there. But sometimes protecting your lead isn't the way to win a match in chess. Sometimes you have to just kind of play principal chess and, okay, the white knight retreats, no knight exchange yet. The black queen is back to safety. And, okay, Anish, he looks like he wants to simplify the position, but can he do that and stabilize and remove any risk? White's light squared bishop in the middle of the board makes a strange impression. It can just capture a knight, however. Maybe that's what I would go for, just going for an opposite color bishop position. But Prag is still a pawn up, remember. And 2 minutes up on the clock. They say that a minute is worth a pawn in Blitz. Here he's 2 minutes up on the clock.
Wow.
Here there's increment of 3 seconds after every move. So yeah, 1 minute maybe doesn't equal a pawn, but it's getting to that stage. You worry about Anish on the clock.
Yeah, I agree with you. I do think that white should be operating that series of trades, and here they come. We're going to see that opposite colour bishop middle game that you talked about, David. And there's a pause from Pragnanda. Is he really considering capturing with the pawn? No, he captures that knight.
That would have been too ugly.
Yeah, and now I'm expecting Anish to move the queen 2 squares forward along the diagonal, attack the bishop, and at the same time attack the pawn on e5.
Yeah, white's queen can centralize. It doesn't. Wow, Giri. Yes, he's going to win a pawn back. White is going to win the black pawn in the middle of the board because there's a pin. Look at white's bishop, the black queen. But, yeah, but you're weakening the white king. And, okay, Prag instantly moves his queen out of the way. There's a threat here. An endgame actually should favour white in terms of going for the draw. But look at the black bishop. It's eyeing up the white pawn on the e2 square in the middle. Then it will attack both white rooks at the same time. If the queens disappear, that black bishop is threatening a pawn. We might see an endgame with Prag a pawn up, Giri on the back foot fighting for a draw.
Yeah, I think the queens will come off, and they have left the board. And I'm expecting, I was going to say the f pawn, actually liberating the rook, but he's captured towards the centre. This is a very good technique, good strategy. And now Anish just marches the king forward. It does look very drawish, I have to say. I mean, I know that Prag is a pawn up, but, I mean, take a look at the pawn structure there on the left. That's just horrible.
Yeah, black's got 2 sets of doubled pawns even. Black's got doubled c pawns and doubled g pawns. And, yeah, if all the rooks come off the board, we should clarify, then it's a dead draw. Opposite colour bishops. I had a game at the weekend, opposite colour bishops. I tried for 140 moves, but it was a draw. They just bypass each other. Yeah, I tried. Only 6 hours. But, yeah, there's just nothing to do. If it's dark squared bishop against light squared bishop, yeah, they bypass.
Did you play for 6 hours?
I did. Jovanka was watching. I felt a bit guilty there.
I did, but then I thought, no, I'm hungry.
I could have broken the world record. I figured out I could have gone past move 269, but I was like, I can't do this to my teammates. I can't leave them hungry. And, OK, meanwhile, the rooks are on the board, which means there are some winning chances for both sides. If anyone, though, it feels like white's rooks are superior, especially that white rook on the side of the board. It is attacking one of black's isolated pawns on that left flank. And Giri is starting to advance all of his pawns forward together. Also, look at white's bishop. It's perfectly secure. It can never, ever get hit by a black rook, by a black pawn. It's protected. So white's bishop might be the best piece on the board, even. And here we go. White's king stepping forward. It is safe. It is an endgame. It is safe for now, I should say. But, yeah, everything's protected for both sides.
He has 2 more minutes on the clock, Prag. What do you think right now? What will be the result in this game?
It feels like it should be a draw.
OK. Even with 20 seconds on the clock for Anish Giri.
Yes. Yeah. It's just hard to see how to target white's position. Although Prag is going to create some threat against white's h-pawn. If you look at white's pawns, the only isolated one is that h-pawn. It's only defended by white's king. If black can team up his rooks together against that pawn, it's not easy to achieve. Black's rook in the corner is tied down defending right now. But if you can go on the counterattack when Anish isn't quite ready, then there's some chances.
Yeah, you know, I suspect that he will just abandon his pawns on the left and just go for the attack on the right. And there you go, he's gone for that. And Anish, he's holding tight. He's going to hold on to that stronghold on h4 for as long as possible. And remember, the more trades that are in the position, the more it favours Anish in securing that draw.
Yeah, so it looks like white's rook in the corner now is very passive. It's also pinned, the pawn in front of it. White's Harry, the h-pawn, is pinned. But as long as you can hold that 1 point, you are playing on the other side of the board as well. And okay, Prag is trying to break through. He's trying to at least create some tension imbalance. He's going for the white king, even in the endgame.
And you're going to see the rook on a4. It's going to join in the defence after the pawn steps forward.
Yeah, so you're expecting white's pawn in the middle to step forward, and then along the 4th rank, white's rook does defend. That's very clever. It's not easy to see with less than 5 seconds on the clock, though. Anish moves his rook with a check. But now the white king is going to come under heavy fire. The white king is clear target. Ooh, there's some checks now. Black's rook can take this pawn that's just moved with check. Black's rook can come down, sit next to the white king with another check. Giri is really living life on the edge. 13 seconds.
I know there's a huge time imbalance as well. This is going to be very, very difficult for Anish to hold. I mean, I'm just looking at scenarios where the white king is caged, is prevented from escaping. It's difficult. Difficult stuff now.
The moment is now, however. If the white king can run away to the other side of the board, Giri is completely safe. And the king is trying to do its best at sprinting to safety. And it's going back to protect its rook. And look at this. It doesn't retreat to the 1st rank where it would have been cut off. It's running towards the left side of the board. That's where it has a bishop to protect it. It has a rook to defend it. Yeah, this is great defense by Giri, especially on 10 seconds. But Prag, again, the moment is now. He needs something over the next 4 or 5 moves, otherwise the chance will be gone.
Can he cage the king? Can he just like push the c-pawn 1 square forward?
Yeah, quite possibly.
And
just cut off some escape squares for this white king.
Exactly. And, well, he's taking a step backwards with the king. Prag is just saying, hey, I'm just going to push the g-pawn forward. And there we see some checks. It is a good strategy, but I'm not sure it's enough.
Anish looks so focused. He's probably super nervous. His heart's probably thumping in his chest. But yeah, he's played so well defensively. He's still big favourite to draw this game. And suddenly the time, he's only 20 seconds behind on the clock now. Prag's burning all his time trying to find a way through the defence, but there isn't one. And, OK, you have to keep rooks on the board. You cannot trade off pieces. That would just lead... Oh, he
traded it off. Oh, no.
This is not a good sign for Pragnananda fans. And now look at white's rook. It steps up 1 square. It's ready to swing across on the 5th rank. Black's bishop has gone really passive as well, defending weak pawns. Yeah, Giri, suddenly look how confident he's kind of perked up, leaned forward. He knows that he should be holding this one quite easily now. And Black's only hope is the g-pawn. As you said, Jovanka, Black's g-pawn is the only pass pawn for him. You have to defend some pawns, some weaknesses first of all. And Black's bishop can't defend everything on that left side alone. That's the problem as well for Prag. He's gambling now, but 1 pawn on its own will... This is opposite colour bishops in a nutshell. It will be blockaded on a dark square. You can't force it through.
And the white rook will need to mobilise itself, go to the 8th row and start threatening some trades. And the king will just step backwards anywhere. Any square will do, preferably dark square.
Yep, and Black's king is coming in, but white's rook does a great job. This has been the theme of the day, actually. Many times we've seen this today. Rook endgames, rooks behind pass pawns. If your opponent wants to push a pawn, plant your rook behind it. And, OK, this is 1 check. The white king will easily dodge. And, yeah, it's so hard to get motoring with that black g-pawn.
And you mustn't forget that white now has 2 pass pawns as well. And that's why he grabs the pawn on the a2.
Everything's getting hoovered off the board, though.
Yeah, it's not enough.
Yeah, and remember, if rooks disappear, instant draw. No chance for either side. OK, the white king's gone to a bit of a strange side of the board. I would have wanted the white king in the centre, but the white king is safe from any checkmates here. Still, Giri has to be wary of that black g-pawn, so he goes behind yet again. But now, Prag is going to win a pawn. Prag has won white's central pawn. Some small chances. He's gone a pawn up for the first time in the game. It's also a healthy pawn. Earlier he was a pawn up, but it was a doubled weak pawn. Oof, suddenly, Giri has maybe let this one slip a bit. Should still be a draw, but wow, what has happened here?
Oh, very nice, because that's a draw.
I think he's forced to draw, Anish Giri. He's given up a piece. Look at this. White's bishop is about to drop, but Black's remaining pawn will be traded off. White can simply step his king forward, push his pawn forward, trade off Black's remaining pawn. Bishop on its own can't checkmate. And look at Giri. He's ready. He knows he's secured the draw. Headset is off. No way to prevent the black pawn from dropping. No way to win the game anymore. And We have a result.
Wow, what a comeback by Anish Giri, losing the first 2 games today. He wins the match in Blitz tiebreaks. This must be one of the biggest comebacks we've seen on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2022. And let's head to San Francisco to hear from the winner.
Anish, a smile on your face, a tough, tough day. Can you take us through the match?
No, I mean, I was, of course, very lucky. I think I played a good 3rd game, but coming back from 2-0 is very hard. And in the 4th game, I was just lucky. He had... I'm slightly worse in the end game, and winning that is just impossible without his enormous help.
I want to ask you, what was your mindset after that game 2? You're down by 2 match points. Did you still have faith that you can come back in this match?
I was not that focused on the match situation. I knew, to be honest, up front that today I'm going to play risky stuff, and it could end badly. But I thought the circumstances were good. I played well yesterday. He played bad yesterday. So I thought if I'm ever going to go try and do something different, it's going to be today. But it didn't work out. But at the same time, I knew that, well, I had still an idea to play with the white pieces. So I wanted to play a good game in game 3. I didn't think necessarily of coming back all the way, but I just wanted to play a good game because what gives you confidence is mostly your games, not your results.
You mentioned you wanted to play risky from the very start. Was that part of the plan, playing against Prag?
Yeah, but of course it backfired. And the second game, okay, at some point I was defending already, and then in the end he found some very dirty stuff. This knight h8. Like I already thought it's already a draw, and then he found knight h8, and then I have 2 different checks with the knight. I thought mine is more accurate, but then I missed king h6, and it was very resourceful on his part. We both, he even had less time, but okay, his position was risk-free and easier to play, and finally the fact that I had like, I don't know, 30 seconds against 10 wasn't of enough help. But that game, yeah, it was good on his part. First game I was down where first and third game, but the third game is normal to take risks.
Anish, now we were talking a lot about the shift in momentum. You were down by 2 points, and then you made back-to-back wins, coming back, taking it into tiebreaks. We feel that as an audience and commentators, but what is that like for players? Do you also feel that there is a shift in momentum after getting these points?
I don't think there is that. If you look at the history of the event, very often people after coming back lost anyway. But I think what we can see time and again is that people play quite poorly in must draw, must not lose situations. And even my last game, I played very poorly. But I think that's just, it's really hard to get that out of your system. Even Carlsen is sometimes falling at this hurdle. It's just really difficult to play with that mindset.
What would you say was the turning point in today's match?
I mean, of course, the 4th game, I was not going to win in terms of the match. But in terms of like, I would have been okay at that point, even if I had lost. At least I played a good game 3. I was very happy with that all the way. So, okay, I wouldn't be happy, but I would have something to enjoy today. But of course, after he lost the 4th game, then I'm in business.
2 match wins, both in Blitz. You're making a bit of a business out of that.
Well, it's good to have Chess24 as partners. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a profitable business.
All right. Well, congratulations once more. Thank you. Prag, it was a great start for you today, but it didn't go your way. What went wrong?
I think everything went wrong. Yeah, the 4th game was crucial, and I thought I had a risk-free position. Like, I really thought that what could possibly go wrong there. I mean, I had this outside pass pawn. Maybe even before that I was winning, but I thought like this position I can't lose anytime because okay, this outside pass pawn, and then okay, just even without those 2 pawns on the queen side, I think it's holdable. But okay, it's just yeah, just started to panic a little bit after this rook f1 knight h4 stuff. Yeah, that was just bad.
Was it tough after that to go into this Blitz tiebreak?
Yeah, it was tough because okay, I had to make a draw in 2 games, and okay, lost both. And also in the first game, I was probably lost in the opening, but then I think I got a very good chance after I won the piece. But then it's not easy when you have less time, like 30 seconds, to find the precise moves. So, okay, then in the last game, I think I had a chance after I won the e4 pawn. Like I could maybe put the bishop on b5 and then try to play with the g pawn. But I just missed that rook g5, just makes a easy draw.
Prag, you mentioned that the fourth game was so critical, and we felt that you played so well up till a certain point, but then it just seemed as if move by move it was getting passive. Do you think there was this thing that you wanted to be too solid in that game?
You mean the fourth game, yeah? I should have probably just forgot that I just had to make a draw. Like there were probably so many ways that I could just continue pushing for a win even. And yeah, it's just bad that I lost. I mean, the thing was that even like when I got this a pawn, I could just maybe come back with the bishop or do something else. Like there are probably 100 ways to make a draw there. So it's just upsetting that I lost that position.
Two amazing wins and then tiebreak. Anything can happen, Prag. It was a tough match at the end. But in happier news, congratulations on the Arjuna Award.
Yeah, thanks.
And share with us, what does it mean for you?
Yeah, it means a lot. It's highest award for the sport in India. So it's it definitely feels good, and it will motivate not only me but also other players. And I hope other players also take up chess seriously, like other rank kids, let's say.
It's really big for the chess community because chess hasn't won an Arjuna Award since 2013.
Yeah, it's good that they're recognizing chess back now, and yeah, it'll be nice if they give awards every year, and I think it's gonna happen. So yeah, it's good for the game.
What was your first reaction when you found out that this year you'll be conferred with the award?
Yeah, I was surprised. I wouldn't say surprised because I don't know, like I just felt happy, but I was not sure what to feel.
We were not surprised that you, Prag, absolutely deserved. Congratulations one more time and all the best for tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Good news for Prag earlier today, receiving the very prestigious Arjuna Award for his sports achievements in India. But a bad day on the chessboard, losing in Blitz tiebreaks to Anish Giri. That means 1 point for Prag, 2 points for Anish. All the other matches were finished in the rapid portion. 3 points for Liam Le, a huge match win for him against one of the favorites in the tournament, Wesley So. But now 2 match losses for Wesley. Duda, his second match win. 3 points against Mamedyarov, and Magnus Carlsen in only 3 games took the win against Arjun Award to gain 3 points. So here are the standings after 2 out of 7 days in the tour finals. 2 players on full score. That is Magnus Carlsen and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. They are also the top 2 players on the tour standings this season so far. Anish Giri and Liam Le, they are both now on 4 points. And Mamedyarov, winning yesterday, has 3 points. Prag losing the match yesterday and losing in tiebreaks today. He is stuck on 1 point. Is that the biggest surprise to you, David, that Prag, number 3 on the tour standings, is in 6th place?
I mean, that's one surprise, especially after his performance this year. But Wesley So, I think that's perhaps the biggest surprise to me. Not just that he lost yesterday to Magnus Carlsen, that can happen to anyone, but today against Liam Le, it was quite one-sided, some of their battles. So Wesley really needs to get motoring. It feels like, yeah, it's been a difficult start to the tournament for him.
And a big chance to get motoring tomorrow, day 3, and these are the matches. Wesley So will be up against Arjun Award. They have both lost both their matches, so this is an important one. Magnus Carlsen against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Oh, I feel it's going to be fireworks, Jovanka.
That one's going to be a lot of fun.
I remember from tour finals last year, 1 year ago, all the games ended up with the win for the player with the white pieces. It went all the way to Armageddon.
Yeah, 7 games in a row favoured white in this matchup. I think excitement, entertainment is guaranteed.
Yeah, and also Jan-Krzysztof Duda. 2 wins for him so far, and tomorrow up against Anish Giri, who has won now 2 matches in Blitz tiebreak. So we have a cool day ahead of us tomorrow as well, day 3 in the tour finals. Thank you to everyone around the world for watching, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Bye.